Chapter 35-34. After returning from Yunluo Peak, Fang Chun had been cultivating. 3 days later, he would go on a mission. This mission would be very challenging for him, as he would fight with the top geniuses of the major forces. Although he could protect himself with his current strength, his realm was still too low. Yunluo Peak Master had already contacted the weapon refiners of the Heaven-Defying Alliance for him and told him that weapons could be reforged in 3 days, which was good news for him. After thinking carefully for a moment, Fang Chun began to cultivate. His current realm was stuck at a bottleneck, and it would be difficult for him to break through in a short time, so he could only work on secret techniques. The last scroll of the apocalypse painting could not be found, so he could not cultivate it for the time being. As for the chaos sword art, he had reached a bottleneck. In the end, he fixed his eyes on the invincible sword art. This swordsmanship was a sword Dao that he had created himself when he was still young and insignificant. The reason why it was named Invincible Sword Principle was that he had an invincible heart. However, as time passed and he became stronger, the invincible sword art could no longer satisfy him, so he rarely used it. But now he had mastered the origin of gold and had a deeper understanding of sword principle. Buzz. Fang Chun instantly immersed himself in the world of sword principle. His body was filled with terrifying sword chi. Although his eyes were closed, there was an unusually cold aura being released, giving people a palpitating feeling. Yunluo Peak. In a certain courtyard, a deafening sound suddenly broke out, followed by excited laughter. Crash! This movement alarmed most of the disciples of Yunluo Peak. They stopped cultivating and looked up. Soon, they found that the sound came from Xiao Fan's courtyard. The sound came from senior brother Xiao Fan's courtyard. Did senior brother Xiao Fan break through? Let's go and see. Many disciples quickly came to Xiao Fan's courtyard and looked inside. Creak! The door opened and several of Xiao Fan's confidants walked in. They saw Xiao Fan, who was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Above Xiao Fan's head, there was a handprint that seemed to have existed for a long time. Looking carefully, the handprint had complicated patterns. Seeing this, their faces changed. Dark Ice Rune. It's the Dark Ice Rune. Has senior brother, Xiao Fan, mastered the Dark Ice Hand? At this moment, Xiao Fan opened his eyes. Whoosh! Xiao Fan took a deep breath as an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect the last move of the mysterious ice hand to be so mysterious. Xiao Fan shook his head and sighed. If he hadn't been stimulated by Fang Chun, it would have been very difficult for him to master the mysterious ice hand. Thinking of Fang Chun, Xiao Fan's eyes turned cold. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being impolite. Congratulations, senior brother Xiao Fan. They smiled. Soon after, a piece of news came from the Yunluo Peak. Xiao Fan challenged Fang Chun, the chief disciple of the new disciples. As soon as the news came out, all the disciples were shocked, and the new disciples were in an uproar. They did not understand why Xiao Fan, the resident disciple of Yunluo Peak, challenged Fang Chun by name. However, there were some people who knew the inside story. They knew that Xiao Fan did this because of Lu Lanqi. Even Lu Lanqi was stunned when he heard the news. Xiao Fan. Her red lips moved slightly, and she said with hatred. That day, Lu Lanqi found Xiao Fan, but the latter hated Fang Chun so much that this battle was unavoidable. Xiao Shi, this has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. I'll wait and see if he is as arrogant as the rumors say. Lu Lanqi was very angry, but it was useless to say more. He turned and left Yunluo Peak to find Fang Chun. When she came to Jiyuan Mountain, she was told that Fang Chun was cultivating in seclusion, so she did not see him. The matter had been brewing, but Fang Chun had not responded. Many disciples began to discuss whether Fang Chun was afraid. He did not dare to accept the challenge. In short, there was more and more negative news about Fang Chun. Giant Fire Peak. Yang Xian and Yuan Lai had faint smiles on their faces. It is said that Xiao Fan has mastered the mysterious ice hand, and his strength has skyrocketed. I wonder if Fang Chun dares to accept the challenge. Yang Xian shook his head and remained silent. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! In the Sword Dao world, terrifying sword chi ran through heaven and earth. It carried an incomparably powerful pressure, as if it was going to destroy the void. Every time Fang Chun made a sword move, the sharp metal sword chi in the void would stack 1 layer. When he made 9 sword moves, the sharp metal sword chi had stacked up to 9 layers. Boom! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the long sword flipped. The power of the origin of bacteria in his body surged out and blended with the sharp metal sword chi. It instantly exploded, and a terrifying wave of air impacted the Sword Dao world. Rumble! A deafening sound echoed in Fang Chen's mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his primordial spirit returned from the Sword Dao world. This move has fused the origin of advancement, the advantages of the previous sword moves, and stacked 9 layers of sharp metal sword chi. It can erupt with incredible power in an instant. Fang Chun put away the long sword and muttered to himself. Not long after, he named this sword the Sword of Sharp Metal. It was also the 12th move of the Invincible Sword technique. Strictly speaking, this was the first creation of the Invincible Sword technique. I've gained a lot by changing my way of thinking. The transformation of the origin of metal into sword chi and then stacking it, its power was not simply multiplied. Fang Chun was enlightened and felt that his understanding of the origin of advancement was getting deeper. Whoosh! After calculating the time, he realized that today was the day of departure. Let's go and find Miss Lulan. So far, he only knew a little bit of simple information, and he did not know the specific details of the mission. At the foot of Jiyuan Mountain, someone saw Fang Chun and instantly exclaimed, attracting countless gazes. Look, senior brother Fang Chun has come out of seclusion. I wonder if senior brother Fang Chun will accept the challenge. Xiao Fan is the personal disciple of peak master Yun Luo. He is powerful and has cultivated for a long time. It is unfair for him to challenge senior brother Fang Chun. If it were me, I would never agree. As long as there is life, there is hope. Senior brother Fang Chun has unparalleled potential. If he tolerates it now, he will definitely trample Xiao Fan under his feet in the future. Most of the time, the new disciples did not want Fang Chun to accept the challenge, while the veteran disciples were waiting for Fang Chen's response. Seeing so many gazes, Fang Chun was a little confused. What happened? After understanding the situation, Fang Chun frowned. Xiao Fan challenged me? He asked. I wonder how Xiao Fan plans to challenge me. Senior brother Xiao Fan can choose at will. This was an insult to Fang Chun. Choose at will. Fang Chun smiled darkly and shouted from afar. If that's the case, then let Xiao Fan and I fight at the same level. Compared to Fang Chun, Xiao Fan only had a slight advantage in terms of level. However, soon, a message came from Yun Luo Peak. Fang Chun, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, just say so. Why do you have to do this? My high level is my ability. Your talent is poor and your level is low. Do you want me to wait for you? Even some of the veteran disciples felt embarrassed when they heard this. Fang Chun sneered when he heard this. As a disciple of Yun Luo Peak, you only dare to challenge a disciple whose level is lower than yours. What is this? Don't you have any shame? Fang Chun did not give Xiao Fan any face and said bluntly, Humph, whether you accept the challenge or not is up to you. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then get lost in the future. Xiao Fan shouted. All the disciples looked at Fang Chun. He thought for a while. Then he refused directly. I refuse. As soon as he said this, angry roars came from Yun Luo Peak. I'm not your father. Why should I satisfy your request? If you really want to fight with me, come and beg me. Fang Chun said shamelessly. The surrounding disciples were speechless. This guy had asked for the details of the challenge, and, judging from his tone, it seemed that he was going to agree, but in the end he said this. It turned out that this guy had been toying with Xiao Fan from the beginning. What a fierce person. He is too fierce. This is simply a slap in the face. Xiao Fan challenged him, but was humiliated. There was an uproar at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain. On Giant Fire Peak, Yang Xian and Yuan Lai were also stunned and then looked at each other. This guy is not stupid. Boom! Above Yun Luo Peak, a dazzling light pierced through the void and burst out. It's Xiao Fan, someone exclaimed. Was Xiao Fan finally going to make a move? Whoosh! Whoosh! Feeling a strong gust of wind, Fang Chen stopped and raised his head. Dong! The ground shook and a terrifying aura raged. Xiao Fan appeared from the dust. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Fang Chen. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. You know why I'm here, Xiao Fan said coldly. The air was filled with a cold aura. What? Are you trying to force me to agree to your challenge? Fang Chen did not show any weakness and looked at Xiao Fan. If you're a man, accept my challenge. Otherwise, stay away from Xiao Shi, Xiao Fan said bluntly. He could not blame Fang Chen for taking his golden flame grass, and he could ignore his arrogant attitude, but he would not allow anyone to get close to his woman. Yes, in his heart, he had already decided that Lu Lanqi would be his cultivation partner. Fang Chen. Just as they were about to draw their swords, an ethereal voice came. Everyone turned and saw Lu Lanqi walking over. It's about time. We can set off. Lu Lanqi ignored Xiao Fan and said to Fang Chen. Boom! Hearing this, Xiao Fan was completely furious. You're courting death. Xiao Fan fiercely struck out with his palm. Traces of patterns appeared on the sparkling and translucent palm print. Xiao Fan. Before Fang Chen could make a move, Lu Lanqi took the initiative and blocked the attack. Fang Chen could feel that Lu Lanqi's hand was trembling slightly. There were some wounds in her palm. Yun Luo Peak's secret technique, mysterious ice hand. Xiao Shi, are you okay? Xiao Fan asked hurriedly. Xiao Fan, take care of yourself. With that, Lu Lanqi took Fang Chen's hand and turned to leave. Xiao Fan's anger, which had been suppressed, exploded again. He looked at Fang Chen furiously and clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 35:35. At this moment, Xiao Fan exploded with unprecedented anger. Flames spewed out of his eyes as if he wanted to burn the entire world. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Let her go. Finally, in his rage, Xiao Fan attacked. He directly used his strongest technique, the mystic ice hand. The terrifying rippling palm print carried infinite power and rushed towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen felt helpless. At this time, Lu Lanqi also realized something. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Her white hand left Fang Chen's palm, and she was about to attack to stop Xiao Fan. However, at this moment, a large hand stopped her. Leave it to me. Things had already reached this point. Xiao Fan would not let it go. Fang Chen did not have time to continue wasting time with him. Instead of this, it was better to solve the problem once and for all. Boom! Sword armor condensed around Fang Chen. He gathered power in his fists and collided with Xiao Fan's palm print. In an instant, the two collided and a deafening force exploded. Buzz! Everyone was shocked to find that Xiao Fan's mystic ice hand was easily broken by Fang Chen. The silver ripples on the palm print were actually disappearing one by one. Everyone was shocked. However, Fang Chen was not surprised. He secretly used the power of a talisman master and condensed many talismans. With the power of the talismans, he destroyed the ripples on the palm print. Naturally, the palm print was broken. Crack! Finally, amidst the exclamations, the palm print was broken. This also meant that Xiao Fan's attack was completely blocked by Fang Chen. Mystic Ice Hand? It's just SOSO. Fang Chen stood calmly and looked at Xiao Fan calmly. Miss Lu Lanqi and I are just friends. However, you have repeatedly measured the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. You even tried to kill me. I originally wanted to ignore it, but you kept pestering me. In this case, I will fulfill your wish. At this point, Fang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Didn't you challenge me by name? Then, I accept your challenge. Of course, I never accept a challenge without a reward. Prepare your reward before you challenge me. Let me remind you, my time is limited. You'd better hurry. Fang Chen's words were out of everyone's expectations. Even Lu Lanqi was stunned. Then, she quickly walked to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen, you don't have to do this. She felt a little guilty. The reason why Xiao Fan targeted Fang Chen was because she was too close to Fang Chen. It could be said that this matter was caused by her. She even regretted using Fang Chen as a shield to discuss Xiao Fan. After all, Xiao Fan was the personal disciple of her grandfather, Peak Master Yun Luo. Although he was not the chief disciple of Yun Luo Peak, his strength was not to be underestimated. Now that he had mastered the Mystic Ice Hand, his attack power was even stronger. Lu Lanqi was worried about Fang Chen, so he stopped him. Xiao Fan, I know what you're thinking. It's impossible between us. Just give up, Lu Lanqi said coldly. Because of him, Xiao Fan was burning with anger. Lu Lanqi shook his head and said nothing. This scene angered Xiao Fan even more. He raised his eyebrows and took a step forward with an imposing aura. Good, very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Fan waved his sleeve, and 3 pills suddenly appeared in the void. These were the origin pills that everyone dreamed of. I'll use these 3 origin pills as the reward. If you win, the origin pills are yours. From then on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. But if I win, I don't want anything from you. I just want you to get out of the heaven-defying alliance. Xiao Fan said fiercely. Okay, I promise you. Fang Chen said lightly. Let's fight here. Lu Lanqi still wanted to stop him, but after seeing Fang Chen's determined eyes, he stopped talking. Brat, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a violent wind blew in the void, and the terrifying origin energy crisscrossed. Xiao Fan once again used the Mystic Ice Hand, but this time it was slightly different from before. Mystic Ice Hand, Ice World. Xiao Fan shouted, and the accumulated power in his body suddenly burst out. Then, he suddenly clapped his hands toward the void. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, and a layer of silver-white light covered the world as if it was frozen. The onlookers were shocked. They felt the cold aura coming from underground and quickly retreated. What a terrifying Mystic Ice Hand. Icebound World. Xiao Fan actually used this move. How can Fang Chen block it? Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at the frozen world. Interesting. However, he did not care. If it were someone else, they might be afraid of Xiao Fan, but he was Fang Chen, the new chief disciple, and one of the strongest geniuses since ancient times. Break! Fang Chen shouted and stomped his feet. Suddenly, with him as the center, the frozen world began to crack, and the sound of cracking could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the frozen world was full of cracks. Freeze! The ultimate meaning of the Mystic Ice Hand was Ice World. Although Xiao Fan could not use the ultimate move, it was beginning to take shape. He wanted to use a thunderous method to freeze Fang Chen's primordial spirit and defeat Fang Chen. From this move, it could be seen how ruthless he was. For a martial artist, the primordial spirit was the most important foundation. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, one would be immortal. However, if the primordial spirit was frozen, it would cause serious injuries and a drop in cultivation level, or even death. This move was a killing move. Crack! However, Fang Chen's strength was also beyond everyone's expectations. The power of his punch had forcibly blasted open the frozen world. A terrifying air wave soared into the sky, and countless ice shards danced in the air. Xiao Fan was hit by a powerful impact, and his body was directly sent flying. Poochie! His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed. Xiao Fan's Mystic Ice Hand was broken by Fang Chen, just like that. Everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. It was simply too shocking. However, when they recovered from shock, Fang Chen and Lu Lanqi had already disappeared. It turns out that Fang Chen has been hiding his strength. He didn't care about Xiao Fan's challenge at all. It's too scary. Is this person really a new disciple? Why is he stronger than the older disciples? His unparalleled potential is really unbelievable. After hearing these words, Xiao Fan was so angry that he fainted. As the direct disciple of the master of Yunluo Peak, he looked down on Fang Chun. He thought that Fang Chun was an ant and wanted to defeat him. However, things were not going as he wished. The ant in his eyes had defeated him with a crushing force. On the way to Yunluo Peak, Lu Lanqi looked at Fang Chun curiously. "How strong are you?" Lu Lanqi finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. In response, Fang Chun grinned and didn't say anything. At the same time, the disciples of Giant Fire Peak and other peaks looked at Fang Chun in a different way, especially Yang Xian and Yuan Lai. They were very emotional and didn't speak for a long time. However, Fang Chun didn't care about anything outside. He came to Yunluo Peak and found a master of Yunluo Peak. "Peak Master." Fang Chun clasped his fists. The master of Yunluo Peak stroked his beard and looked at Fang Chun seriously. "You're always full of surprises." Obviously, the master of Yunluo Peak had also seen his battle with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is very strong. He can even fight against a 6th-level Holy Emperor. Moreover, he has mastered the Mystic Ice Hand, which targets the primordial spirit of martial artists. The fact that you were able to defeat him so easily makes me more and more curious as to how high your future achievements will be. In fact, the master of Yunluo Peak knew that after this mission, Fang Chun would go to the Myriad Path world to cultivate. At that time, he would really soar. "This is your weapon." The master of Yunluo Peak sighed and threw the reforged Hidden Star sword to Fang Chun. After catching the Hidden Star sword, Fang Chun's face lit up with joy. Sword hums came from the body of the sword. He was very happy. Fang Chun felt a scorching power enter his palm. "Great." After a while, Fang Chun finished checking and was even more grateful to the master of Yunluo Peak. "This weapon of yours has been infused with the longevity pill fragment, the blue extreme divine stone, and the termination soldier spiritual liquid. During the forging process, it underwent a mutation and absorbed the origin energy. Now it can be considered an origin sacred weapon. An origin saint weapon was also known as a chaotic heavenly treasure. Previously, the Hidden Star Sword was only a holy treasure. Now, it had become a heavenly treasure. Moreover, to be called an origin saint weapon, it meant that it was easier to comprehend the origin while cultivating with the sword. Even major forces found it difficult to obtain an origin saint weapon. With the help of this heavenly treasure, you can protect yourself even if you meet a 6th-rank Peak Saint King," said the master of Yunluo Peak. Beside him, Lu Lanqi was also shocked. He did not expect his grandfather to think so highly of Fang Chun. "All right, you can go now." After chatting with the master of Yunluo Peak, Fang Chun and Lu Lanqi left Yunluo Peak. Myriad Path World, Doctrine Palace. In the lofty palace, Wang Daoyun was reporting to Palace Master Lei about Fang Chun. "Oh, this guy's growth is beyond my expectations." Palace Master Lei smiled. "This mission is a test for him. After all, he has experienced too few life-and-death battles. It's not a bad thing to let him experience the cruelty of the god-perishing battlefield in advance." "Palace Master, there are so many geniuses gathered this time. We have to be careful of the top forces that are hostile to us," Wang Daoyun reminded. Palace Master Lei waved his hand. "If he can't even pass this test, then he is not qualified to go to that place." Hearing this, Wang Daoyun did not say anything more and turned to leave. After a moment of silence, Palace Master Lei stood up and looked into the distance. He crossed the river of time and saw the end of the world. There blood flowed like a river and corpses were piled up like mountains. The cruel war had never stopped. Chapter 35-36. On the square, when Lu Lanqi and Fang Chun arrived, there were already 3 people waiting. 2 men and 1 woman. Fang Chun glanced at the 3 and recognized them immediately. The man in golden armor and holding a fan was the first seat of Ice Peak, Saint Emperor Frost. He was the one with the highest cultivation in the group, having reached the 6th-level Saint Emperor. The man in white beside him was the first seat of Black Devil Peak, Saint Emperor Maobai. The last woman in green was the first seat of Kongling Peak, Purple Butterfly. "You're here." Seeing Fang Chun and Lu Lanqi, the 3 greeted them. Although Lu Lanqi wasn't the first seat, she wasn't weak either. She had a tendency to surpass the first seat. In addition, her grandfather was the peak lord of Yunluo Peak, so she was very popular in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Little she, Saint Emperor Han Bing said with a smile. His gaze then landed on Fong Chun. I believe this must be junior brother Fong Chun, who has been the talk of the town recently. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Fong Chun said humbly. I heard that you defeated Yuan Lai of Giant Fire Peak. The one who spoke was Saint Emperor Ma Bai of Black Devil Peak. He looked at Fong Chun curiously and was surprised. The latter was a true third-level Saint King. In his eyes, this level was too low, but he could defeat Yuan Lai. This was worth thinking about. I've long heard that there's an outstanding genius among the new disciples. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation, Purple Butterfly said with a smile. When a mission list was announced this time, they had inquired about Fong Chen's information, especially when they learned that Fong Chen's yin-yang essence had reached a terrifying 3,000 feet when he was in the yin-yang essence realm. It was unbelievable. Even in the ancient times, such yin-yang essence would shock the world. After that, he'd reached the third level. His unparalleled potential was fully displayed. Of course, this wasn't the most shocking thing. Purple Butterfly remembered that Fong Chun had used his own efforts to reshape the origin star. This shocked her even more. Even a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace might not have been able to do so, but he had done it. How could he not be shocked? Junior brother Fong, this mission is very dangerous. You will encounter the disciples of other top forces. When the time comes, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. When the time comes, you must listen to our commands. Saint Emperor Ma Bai said. Beside him, Zidai also nodded slightly. Only the Frost Saint Emperor did not say anything. However, a trace of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. After all, this mission was of great importance. He was worried that Fong Chun would hold him back. However, this list was decided by the upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and he had no right to change it. Are you ready? The Frost Saint Emperor asked after exchanging some pleasantries. Lu Lanqi nodded. I Saint Emperor said, in that case, let's go. Giant Fire Peak. After Lu Lanqi and the other four left, Yang Xian got the news immediately. Magic Sky, Fire Domain. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes as his mind spun. After a long time, he laughed coldly and said, this is an excellent opportunity. We must kill Fong Chun at all costs. As he cultivated in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Fong Chun gradually understood some of the situation in the battlefield of gods. In a vast battlefield of gods, the Heaven-Defying Alliance occupied most of the cultivation resources. Their overall strength was first, and they were the absolute overlord. However, there were also some top forces below them. One or two of them could not pose a threat to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, if they joined forces, it would be troublesome. The discovery of the Fire Marrow Mine in the Magic Sky Fire Domain was an opportunity. Originally, the Heaven-Defying Alliance wanted to send the 5 strongest chief disciples of each peak. However, due to various reasons, they finally chose Fong Chun and the other 4. Among the 5 of them, the Frost Saint Emperor, Saint Emperor Ma Bai, and Zidai were all 6th level Saint Emperors. Lu Lanqi had reached 5th level not long ago. As for Fong Chun, he was only a 3rd level Saint King. If one only looked at their realms, their overall strength was indeed a little weak. However, some things could not be judged by performance alone. The Magic Sky Fire Domain was in the northwest region of the Battlefield of Gods. It was said that in ancient times, the Fire God Palace had taken root in this region. When the Battle of Gods broke out, the Fire God Palace participated in the battle. In the end, it was destroyed. The underground fire vein was destroyed, and it burned the land to ashes. Now, the Magic Sky Fire Domain was filled with 3rd-level origin fires. Once this kind of fire was contaminated, it could invade a warrior's mind instantly and burn his primordial spirit. Unless one's primordial spirit formed a gold core, it would be difficult to resist. This place was known as the Forbidden Land. Normally, few people below the Saint Emperor dared to come here. Hence, The disciples sent by the various forces this time were mostly Saint Emperors. On a black wind eagle, Fang Chun and the other four sat cross-legged. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black wind eagle shuttled through the void as fast as lightning. "We are 3 days away from the magic sky, fire domain," Saint Emperor Mabai said. "This time, the 5 of us will move together into the magic sky, fire domain. Also, we must be careful of the fire demons in the magic sky, fire domain. Once we are entangled, we may attract a large number of fire demons. If we are attacked by a group of fire demons, we will be in danger." A single fire demon was nothing to be afraid of. What was scary was a group of fire demons. The bodies of the fire demons contained third-level origin fires. This kind of fire was born from the origin of fire. It was one of the rarest flames in the world and was very powerful. If thousands of fire demons gathered together and attacked humans, it would definitely trigger the third-level origin fires in their bodies. Once the third-level origin fires gathered, even a saint would find it difficult to resist. Just as they were chatting, Fang Chun suddenly felt a thick, bloody smell coming from the side. "What's going on?" He looked over, and the other 4 also noticed it. In the distance, black fog filled the air, and the bloody smell filled the void. "That's a city." Finally, after looking around, Lu Lanqi saw the city in the black fog. Massacre the city? The 5 of them were shocked. Such a heinous thing like massacring the city actually happened. "Let's go and take a look." As disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they naturally had to investigate such a cruel thing. Who dares to do such a cruel thing? The 5 of them approached the city and stopped in midair. Under the black fog, the city was already in ruins. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. No one survived. Damn it! Saint Emperor Frost's face was pale. He entered the city, but soon came back. "What did you find?" Saint Emperor Mabai asked. Saint Emperor Frost shook his head. "The culprit should be a demonic cultivator. None of the martial artists in the city survived. Everyone's blood was sucked dry." "Could it be the No Demon sect?" Lu Lanqi suddenly said. Last time, the commotion caused by Fang Chun and the others in the Song Kingdom had caused the No Demon sect to be noticed by many disciples. Lu Lanqi got a lot of information about the No Demon sect from Peak Master Yunluo. "We can't be sure," Saint Emperor Frost said. Next, Fang Chun and the others moved forward. Every once in a while, they would find a city being massacred. In just 2 days, 9 cities were massacred. The number of dead was in the hundreds of millions. "Who is it?" Saint Emperor Frost said angrily. "Look!" Fang Chun cried out in alarm. The gazes of the others landed on the dilapidated city under their feet. On one of the streets of the city, the blood of all the warriors who had died flowed out automatically from all directions, gathering together and flowing slowly. With this shocking discovery, Fang Chun and the others quickly entered the city and came to the place where the blood gathered. Following the flow of blood, the 5 of them came to the depths of the city. A majestic palace came into view. "Someone seems to be controlling the blood." Lu Lanqi frowned. Saint Emperor Mabai immediately opened the door of the palace. In the palace, a skeleton sat cross-legged. The thick blood flowed from all directions and finally gathered in front of him. Goku quickly absorbed the blood. Every time he absorbed a drop, his aura would become stronger, using the blood of thousands of martial artists to nourish him. Saint Emperor Frost was furious. He immediately attacked and slammed his palm on the skeleton. Crack! Cracks appeared in the restrictions around the skeleton, and it barely blocked the attack of the Saint Emperor of Frost. Damn human! The skeleton let out a furious roar. He was about to succeed, but someone came to disturb him at this crucial moment. "Who are you? Why are you massacring the city?" Purple Butterfly questioned. The skeleton increased the speed of absorbing the blood. However, Saint Emperor Frost did not give him the chance. The 5 of them attacked together and instantly broke the seal. No! When the 5 attacks landed on the skeleton let out a miserable cry. Crack! The skeleton shattered and blood splattered everywhere. "How dare you stop me? You will all die." The shattered skeleton let out a furious roar. However, it was useless. Fang Chun and the other four used lightning-fast methods to suppress it. "Speak. Who are you?" Saint Emperor Frost asked coldly. Fang Chun fell into deep thought. Along the way, they had seen 9 cities being massacred. The blood of the 8 cities had dried up and disappeared. Now that he thought about it, could there be 8 skeletons in those 8 cities? However, where did they go after absorbing the blood? Boom! The skeleton wanted to escape, but it was smashed by Saint Emperor Frost with a punch. "You will regret this." The skeleton uttered its final words before it completely shattered. Fang Chun and the others looked at each other. "I feel that there is an invisible hand manipulating this matter behind the scenes," Saint Emperor Mabai said. "This evil force must be plotting something. If they dare to massacre a city, it means that they have something to rely on. Now that we have killed all the skeletons in this city, they will definitely take action," Purple Butterfly said. Lu Lanqi's face was solemn. "This is a serious matter. We need to report it to the higher-ups." Fang Chun frowned. He felt strange. Starting from the Song country, the no-demon cult, and the evil force that massacred cities, he felt that the battlefield of gods was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 35-37. Along the way, they came across 9 cities that were massacred. Only in the last city did they find dry bones. The 5 of them looked at each other with grave expressions. This matter was too strange. What kind of secret was hidden behind the skeleton? Other than the no-demon cult, what other evil forces were hidden in the God's Fall battlefield? Why did they dare to massacre a city in broad daylight? The 5 of them were puzzled by this series of questions. How is it, when Saint Emperor Frost sent the news back, the few of them hurriedly asked, "Palace Lord Lei will come personally to deal with it," Saint Emperor Frost said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, especially Fang Chun. His heart trembled. It seemed that this matter involved too many things. Otherwise, why would Palace Lord Lei, one of the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace, the top cultivator of the God's Fall battlefield, come personally to deal with it? This matter is beyond our ability. The upper echelons want us to leave quickly and head to the Magic Sky Fire region, Saint Emperor Frost continued. In the end, the 5 of them left the broken city and headed towards the Magic Sky Fire region. The Magic Sky Fire region was located in the northwest of the God's Fall battlefield. Fang Chun and the other 4 landed on the edge of a desert from a void. The surrounding void was filled with an unparalleled power. When they looked up, they realized that outside the desert, there was an endless sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there was a blood-red city. "Is this the Magic Sky Fire region?" Fang Chun murmured. He could feel that the temperature in the sea of fire was too high. If he was not careful, his primordial spirit would be refined. "Let's go to the Fire City first." Under Saint Emperor Frost's lead, everyone entered the sea of fire. Fang Chun was surprised. He could feel that the sea of fire was extremely hot, but when he walked in, he realized that everything was illusory. This is only the periphery of the Magic Sky Fire region. It's not the real core. Only by crossing the Fire City can we be considered to have truly entered the Magic Sky Fire region, Lu Lanqi said in a low voice. After a while, the 5 of them entered the Fire City. At the moment, the square of the Fire City was filled with people. Countless disciples of top forces flocked there. The fire essence was too precious. Even in ancient times, it was a treasure of heaven and earth. Especially to fire-based martial artists, it was a fatal temptation. The fire essence contained 3 types of origin flames, something that every fire attribute martial artist yearned for even in their dreams. As long as he could obtain the fire essence, he would be able to create countless fire attribute powerhouses in a short period of time. For many of the top sect, this was an excellent opportunity, which was why they were crazy about it. So many people. Fang Chun sighed. Holy Frost Emperor. Suddenly, someone shouted. Fang Chun looked up and saw a group of cultivators in sword armor walking over. When the leader saw the Frost Saint Emperor, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a look of disdain. He walked up to Holy Emperor Frost and said with a smile, "What? Did the heaven-defying alliance only send a few of you?" Holy Emperor Frost frowned. Do you think it's up to you to tell who my heaven-defying alliance sends? Frost Saint Emperor didn't have a good impression of Sword Saint Mountain. What's there to be arrogant about? If not for your sneak attack, would I have lost to you in the battle back then? Hearing the conversation between the two, Fang Chun gradually understood. This disciple of Sword Saint Mountain must have lost to Holy Emperor Frost back then and was unwilling to accept it. Now that they met again, he wanted to fight. This guy is the third disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Jian Xingyun. He once challenged Holy Emperor Frost and lost, so he bears a grudge, Lu Lanqi said softly. Fang Chen nodded and sized up Jian Xingyun. He knew of Sword Saint Mountain. It was one of the top forces in the Godfall battlefield, and could be said to be the orthodox sword way. There were countless disciples with heaven-defying potential in sword way gathered in the sect. Their sword way techniques were godly. Jian Xingyun's cultivation was at the 6th level of a holy emperor. Jian Xingyun's body had complex sword-shaped runes, which surprised Fang Chun. No wonder they are the #1 sword way sect. They live up to their reputation. Jian Xingyun gave Fang Chun the feeling that he was a sharp sword that could tear the sky apart at any time. A loss is a loss. Only the weak would find excuses, Holy Emperor Frost said coldly. The Saint Emperor said coldly. Then, ignoring Jian Xingyun, he walked towards the center of the square. You? Jian Xingyun was instantly enraged. He pointed at Holy Emperor Frost and said eerily, "You are so smug after beating me once. Since you were so arrogant, why don't we have a battle in Fire City?" Jian Xingyun wanted to avenge his humiliation. However, Holy Emperor Frost did not want to waste time. Not interested, Holy Emperor Frost said indifferently. He ignored Jian Xingyun and greeted the disciples of the other sect. Good, very good. I hope you can still be so arrogant after entering demonic sky fire region, Jian Xingyun said fiercely. There were several forces in the center of the square. These forces were the top forces in the Godfall battlefield. As for the other weaker forces, they were not qualified to be here. When everyone saw Holy Emperor Frost, they all looked over. The people from Heaven-Defying Alliance are here. There was a lot of discussion in Fire City. I didn't expect Holy Emperor Frost to lead the team this time. It is said that Holy Emperor Frost is the strongest outer disciple of Heaven-Defying Alliance. I wonder who is stronger between him and Gulu? To the outside world, Heaven-Defying Alliance was divided into outer and inner sect. The so-called outer sect was where Fang Chun and the others cultivated. It was the disciples of Jiyuan Mountain and the other peaks. The inner sect was the legendary Holy Ji Palace. As expected of Heaven-Defying Alliance, they didn't even send disciples of the Holy Ji Palace to fight for the Fire Marrow Mine. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are so powerful. If they show up, the other sect won't be able to fight for it. I heard that the other top forces work together to stop Heaven-Defying Alliance from sending disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. That's how they came to an agreement. Some people sighed. Heaven-Defying Alliance sent disciples who were peak 6th level Holy Emperors. They had a strong foundation. Holy Emperor Frost, long time no see. In the center of the square, a few people greeted Holy Emperor Frost. While Holy Emperor Frost was discussing with the chief disciples of the other top forces about entering demonic sky fire region, Lu Lanqi was also carefully introducing the disciples of the other forces to Fang Chun. Do you see him? That man with sword-like eyebrows is the chief disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Jian Moyun. He's Jian Xingyun's brother. A long time ago, his cultivation reached the peak of 6th level Holy Emperor. According to unreliable sources, he might have taken the last step and become a 7th level Holy Emperor. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. It was rare to see two saints in one sect. He studied Jian Moyun seriously. The latter gave him the feeling of Mount Tai. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, suppressing him with sword chi. This Jian Moyun is not simple, Fang Chen muttered. The man in purple beside him is the chief disciple of Purple Robe Sect, Luo Zi. The man in black is the holy son of Nine Saint Palace. Lu Lanqi briefly introduced the chief disciples of the top forces to Fang Chun. They were the biggest threats in this fight for the fire marrow mine. As for the others, they weren't much of a threat. Fang Chun scanned Fire City, his heart pounding. The many disciples present could be said to be the strongest group of young people in the battlefield of Godfall other than the Holy Ji Palace. Only by fighting with these people could he improve further. Whoosh! Fang Chun took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. In Fire City, many forces noticed Fang Chun. They were shocked and rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Why would the Heaven-Defying Alliance send a third-level Holy King here? A mere third-level Holy King dares to enter the demonic fire domain. He's asking for death. He must have followed Holy Emperor Bing and the others to gain experience. Many people discussed among themselves as they glanced at Fang Chun. A bunch of idiots. Lu Lanqi snorted and moved his red lips. How can the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance be measured by their mortal realms? We've been underestimated, Zaidi said with a smile. Junior Fang Chun's realm is slightly lower, but his combat ability is enough to be in the second tier. He's stronger than more than 90% of the warriors in Fire City. Holy Emperor Mabai nodded. They knew Fang Chun's combat ability very well. Even Yuan Lai and Xiao Fan had been defeated by him. Although he wasn't as good as them, he wasn't far off. Fang Chun shrugged, showing that he didn't care. If that's the case, they won't pay attention to me. At the crucial moment, I can play an unexpected role, Fang Chun said to himself. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. The temperature in Fire City rose rapidly. At this time, Holy Emperor Bing returned. Deep in Fire City, there's an entrance to the demonic fire domain. After 6 hours, the flame seal at the entrance will weaken. We'll act then. How do we split it? Holy Emperor Mabai asked. This was the most important thing. In a month's time, we'll kill the rank 6 fire demons in the demonic fire domain. The more we kill, the more mineral veins we'll get. We'll divide it according to the ratio. Holy Emperor Bing said. Of course, before I left, the upper echelons talked to me alone. Their intention is that our Heaven-Defying Alliance must take control of 50% of the mineral veins. 50%, which was half. The Heaven-Defying Alliance wanted to monopolize half of such a huge mineral vein. Fang Chun sighed. As expected of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. It was fine if they didn't make a move, but once they did, it would make people's jaws drop. If it's half, it'll be much easier, Holy Emperor Mabai said. With the Heaven-Defying Alliance's strength, they could even occupy 80%. But the upper echelons also considered the overall development of the various forces in the Godfall battlefield and the stability of the situation. In the end, they chose to give in. After all, once the other forces were forced into a corner, they would join forces to fight against the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Even if they could suppress them in the end, the Heaven-Defying Alliance would suffer heavy losses. In this way, the Godfall battlefield that had gradually recovered after a long time would return to the wilderness. There's a fire core in the fire demons' bodies. After killing them, keep the fire core. At the same time, pay attention to the disciples of the other sect, Holy Emperor being reminded. Chapter 35-38. The demonic fire domain was boundless. The Fire City was located at the edge of the demonic fire domain. It was a transit station. The disciples of the various sects who came this time basically gathered in the Fire City and waited for the magic sky fire domain seal to open. Standing in the Fire City, Fang Chun's expression changed when he sensed the aura coming from the demonic sky fire domain. The blood in his body surged violently, as if it had been greatly stimulated. What a terrifying flame! Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Even with his chaotic sword body and sword armor, he might not be able to withstand the terrifying triple flame origin. I wonder if I can comprehend the origin of fire here. Fang Chun thought. If others were to know that he had such thoughts, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Since the demonic fire domain appeared, no one had dared to comprehend the origin of fire here. In history, there were 3 people who succeeded in comprehending the origin of fire in the demonic fire domain. However, 2 of them were corroded by the triple origin fire and died. What about the last one? Fang Chun asked curiously. What kind of expert could comprehend the origin of fire in the demonic fire domain and escape unscathed? The elusive leader of our heaven-defying alliance, Lu Lanqi said, curling his lips. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled and his eyes widened. Leader, after entering the heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen realized how powerful the heaven-defying alliance was. It was the most powerful force in the entire battlefield of gods. The leader of the heaven-defying alliance controlled thousands of worlds. He was the legendary #1 person in the battlefield of gods. However, Fang Chen had never seen him. He had only heard about his legend. Just how strong is he? Fang Chen asked subconsciously. How strong was the #1 person in the battlefield of gods? This was probably something that many people wanted to know, right? However, Lu Lanqi looked into the distance and shook his head. He did not know. The Alliance Master hasn't appeared for 2 epochs. As for where he went, no one knows. 9 years ago, 3 half-step primal chaos supremes angered the Alliance Master, and he killed all 3 of them with a single blow. What? Fang Chen exclaimed. Killing 3 half-step chaotic supreme realm experts with 1 strike. What kind of concept was that? It should be known that the 3 palace masters of the Dao Palace were half-step chaotic supremes. The 3 of them combined could sweep the entire God's Fall battlefield. However, the 3 of them were killed by Alliance leader defying heaven in a single blow. It was unbelievable. Back then, there were many top powerhouses in the God's Fall battlefield. It wasn't like it is now. However, after that battle, no other forces dare to challenge our position. Even the other half-step chaotic supremes have gone into seclusion. The impact of that battle was too great, and it was also the strongest battle the heaven-defying alliance had ever fought. Alliance Master, has he stepped into the primal chaos supreme realm? Fang Chen swallowed his saliva and asked while panting. The primal chaos sovereign was the most powerful existence in the world and an eternal existence. They could destroy heaven and earth with a single thought. Lu Lanqi shook his head. Before the God's Fall battlefield, there were many powerhouses and the cultivation environment was very good. At that time, there were primal chaos sovereigns. However, since the God's Fall battlefield, this world has been limited. Almost no one has been able to cultivate to the primal chaos supreme realm. The primal chaos supreme realm was only a legendary existence. No one in the world could cultivate it. Even a monstrous alliance leader defying heaven hadn't stepped into that realm. However, although the alliance leader isn't a primal chaos supreme realm expert, he can be said to be the strongest in this world, the first person below the primal chaos supreme realm. Without the primal chaos supreme realm, the alliance leader defying heaven was the strongest. Fang Chen sighed, but at the same time he was shocked. I once heard grandfather vaguely mention that the alliance leader's disappearance should have something to do with the disappearance of the primal chaos supreme realm. Lu Lanqi glanced at Fang Chen and said, There are many secrets in the God's Fall battlefield. What we know is only on the surface. Moreover, the primal chaos supreme realm is too far away for us. There's no need to think about it. Indeed, they were only low-level Saint Realm warriors now. There is still a long way to go before they were saints or even invincible saints. In the God's Fall battlefield, invincible saints were already the strongest who stood at the top of the pyramid. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head. He collected his thoughts and stopped thinking. Dong! 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 Just then, the crazy sound of horns came from Huiqing. It was as if the ancient war had reappeared. The seal is weakening, Lu Lanqi said. The 2 of them quickly rushed toward the depths of Huiqing. Whoosh! 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 Along the way, countless air-piercing sounds entered their ears. Soon, a dense crowd of warriors gathered in the depths of Huiqing. Among them, those who stood at the front were naturally many top forces. Fang Chen and Lu Lanqi walked behind Saint Emperor Frost and the other 2 and looked at the void crack. The seal is weakening. Fang Chen also noticed that the seal at the void crack was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void crack. Time passed. After 6 hours, the power of the seal was at its lowest. At this time, some sect finally couldn't hold back. Let's go. Under the lead of Jian Maiyun and Jian Qingyun, the experts of Sword Saint Mountain rushed toward the void crack. Whoosh, whoosh. When they rushed to the seal, they were immediately enveloped by flames and disappeared. They went in, the others were stunned and immediately swarmed over. Let's go in too. The 5 people of Defying Heaven Alliance also moved. Fang Chun followed behind the 4 of them and quickly arrived at the void crack. Hiss, hiss. The power of the poison rushed toward them, as if it was going to evaporate all the blood in their bodies. Activate the talisman. Lu Lanqi's voice sounded. The others shook their wrists, and a talisman appeared in their palms. An ethereal power was released from the talisman, forming an invisible armor that blocked the attack of the poison power. The talisman was given to the 5 of them by the higher-ups. It was specially used to resist the poisonous flames at the void crack. Fang Chun felt his vision blur, and then he fell into a sea of fire. Terrifying flames were everywhere, as if they would burn him down at any time. Is this the demonic sky, fire territory? Fang Chun looked around. Soon he was sure that this was not the demonic sky, fire territory, but the flame passageway that led to it. Let's go. It was too dangerous here. Fang Chun did not want to stay too long. He turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the end. Somewhere in the flame passageway, Jian Qingyun and a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain were rushing. They did not split up and were rushing at full speed. Senior brother Qingyun. Suddenly, the disciple called out. Jian Qingyun looked in the direction of the disciple's finger and suddenly discovered Fang Chun, who was rushing over. Defying Heaven Alliance? Jian Qingyun licked his dry lips and said eerily, "That Frost Saint Emperor is arrogant just because he is a disciple of Defying Heaven Alliance. He is too hateful. Before I kill him, I will collect some interest." Because of Frost Saint Emperor, Jian Qingyun hated the disciples of Defying Heaven Alliance. If it was someone else, he would not dare to act recklessly in the flame passageway. However, the person in front of him was just a 3rd-level holy king. This made him want to kill him. Senior brother Qingyun, there is no need for you to deal with this kind of trash. As long as we destroy the talisman in his hand, he will naturally die in the flame passageway. The disciple chuckled. Jian Qingyun nodded. The feeling of living is worse than death. Fang Chun, who was rushing forward, suddenly slowed down. There's another aura. Fang Chun frowned and looked around, but he did not find anything. He shook his head and continued forward. Perhaps, like him, there were others who were passing by. Buzz. However, just as he turned around, Jian Qingyun struck out with his sword. In the air above the flame passageway, 1,000 feet long sword shadow appeared out of nowhere. It tore through the flame passageway and slashed toward Fang Chun. Oh no! Fang Chun knew that things were not going well and instinctively blocked it. Boom! His hand recovered with a layer of sharp sword chi and blocked the 1,000 feet long sword shadow. Gotcha! At this moment, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind him. Taking advantage of his unprepared state, the ghost-like figure threw a round ball at his right hand. Rumble! When the round ball came into contact with the talisman, it exploded. The terrifying force of the explosion destroyed the talisman. Bang! Fang Chun's body was sent flying by the 3rd-level origin fire in the flame passageway. Ha! Jian Qingyun sneered with a long sword on his back. Without the protection of the talisman, the poisonous fire attacked his heart. Fang Chun's face instantly turned pale. He tried to use all his strength to expel the flames in his body. His face was filled with pain. Damn it! He recognized Jian Qingyun. How does it feel to have the poisonous fire attack your heart? Jian Qingyun sneered. Frost Saint Emperor dared to be arrogant in front of me. This is just the interest. Without the talisman, you will enjoy the pleasure of the poisonous fire until you die. With that, Jian Qingyun did not want to waste any more time and turned to leave. Kid, in your next life, don't stand on the wrong team. Hiss! The poisonous fire in Fang Chun's body was burning vigorously, constantly corroding his organs. Poochie! Blood spurted out of his nostrils and his body was in great pain. However, at this critical moment, the restless blood in his body played a crucial role. This, Fang Chun was a little stunned. The blood in his body flowed rapidly, and wherever it passed, the poisonous fire was instantly extinguished. It can actually do this? His blood could actually restrain the poisonous fire. This discovery made Fang Chun extremely surprised. Buzz. He quickly activated his blood to completely refine the poisonous fire in his body and form a defense to prevent the poisonous fire from invading his body. His complexion also recovered a little. Whoosh! He raised his head and looked at the disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain who had not gone far. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to die. A moment later, a furious roar resounded through the sky. In the endless sea of flames, Jian Xingyun held a long sword in his hand and constantly slashed out with terrifying sword chi. Bastard! How dare you kill a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain? I will definitely tear you to pieces. In the dark, Fang Chun looked coldly at the corpse at Jian Xingyun's feet. Just now, he had taken Jian Xingyun by surprise and killed the disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. Chapter 35-39. Jian Xingyun gripped his long sword, his face darkening. His heart was burning with rage. He could not accept the fact that the prey in his eyes had suddenly become the hunter. Most importantly, this prey had killed a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain right in front of him. This was a disgrace. A mere third-level holy king dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Jian Xingyun's robes fluttered in the absence of wind, and his body was filled with terrifying sword Dao runes. He slowly raised his palm, and a torrential sword will surged out from where his long sword passed. You deserve to die. Jian Xingyun glared at Fang Chun, gritting his teeth. Crash! After killing the disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Fang Chun appeared and looked coldly at Jian Xingyun. Only you are allowed to destroy my talisman, and I'm not allowed to retaliate? Is this the style of Sword Saint Mountain? If not for his blood that could refine the poisonous fire and prevent it from attacking his heart, he would have been dead. Everything had a corresponding price. Since he had done it, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Obviously, this price had driven Jian Xingyun crazy. My disciple of Sword Saint Mountain is not that easy to kill, Jian Xingyun said angrily. He slashed out with his sword, and a dazzling sword light quickly condensed into a huge sword shadow. It carried an unparalleled sword Dao aura and swooped down. Die! He roared and stomped his foot. His body followed the huge sword shadow and rushed toward Fang Chun. He did not want to give Fang Chun any chance, and directly used his strongest attack. Unparalleled sword art, sky cleaving sword. The 30,000-meter-long sword image that swooped down suddenly exploded when it was less than 1 meter away from Fang Chun. A strong ripple instantly appeared in the sky and quickly spread out. The terrifying impact of the explosion of the sword shadow instantly affected Fang Chun. At the same time, a blue light flashed and disappeared into Fang Chun's body. You should be proud to die under my unparalleled sword art. Jian Xingyun held his sword and looked coldly. Fang Chun frowned slightly as he looked at the incoming sword light. His attainments in swordsmanship had reached an extremely high level. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he was comparable to a saint. He could tell at a glance that the unparalleled sword art was extraordinary. His eyes flickered and the path of the sword shadow was instantly exposed before his eyes. Looking at the pattern in the void, Fang Chun was speechless. It's mixed with a trace of gold origin and a trace of wind origin. The real killing move of this unparalleled sword principle should be that blue light. Fang Chun muttered to himself. To be able to combine two origins into a single sword technique, as expected of the Sword Saint Mountain. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. It was very difficult for the same martial artist to comprehend two origins, let alone combine two origins into a single sword technique. It was even more difficult. However, the Sword Saint Mountain was a holy land for sword cultivators. As the head of the sect, they were the most powerful existence in the world. Their comprehension of the way of the sword had reached unprecedented heights, which was why they were able to create such a sword technique. Fortunately, Jian Xingyun didn't comprehend two origins. Fang Chun could feel that the origin that Jian Xinyan comprehended was the gold origin. As for the wind origin, it should be some kind of secret treasure that stored the origin power. When performing a sword technique, the power of the unparalleled sword art would reach its peak by releasing the power of the wind origin. Boom! Sword chi surged and shrouded Fang Chun. Seeing this scene, Jian Xinyan sneered. So what if you're a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? Didn't I still kill you? At this moment, Jian Xinyan was a little arrogant, and at the same time, he looked down on Fang Chun. It's not a loss to kill a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance with a portion of the wind origin power. With that said, Jian Xinyan took a step forward and prepared to search Fang Chun's body. It's about time, he muttered. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the crisscrossing sword chi exploded, and the entire flaming passage was filled with raging flames. Fang Chun stood in the sea of fire. He looked into his body and saw that there was a blue light that was trapped by his blood, unable to move. This blue light is a little strange. Fang Chun was speechless and suppressed it. Then, he looked through the flames and saw Jian Xinyan walking over. Huh? Why are you so sure? Jian Xinyan cried out involuntarily the moment he saw Fang Chun. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He used the wind origin power and performed the unparalleled sword art. How could this guy resist it? It seems that the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain are nothing more than this. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and smiled coldly. You can't even beat me. Who gave you the courage to challenge senior brother Hanbing? Jian Xinyan stared at Fang Chun, trying to find out what was wrong with his body, but he failed. It must be the treasure that the heaven-defying alliance gave him that allowed him to resist my attack. Yes, that must be it. Jian Xinyan thought to himself. He recovered and snorted coldly. The heaven-defying alliance really went all out to give you such a powerful treasure. However, I'd like to see how many times you can stop me. Swoosh! He performed the unparalleled sword art again. Rumble! Just like before, the blue light entered Fang Chun's body and the crisscrossing sword chi exploded. However, the result was the same. Fang Chun was safe and sound, which shocked Jian Xinyan. What's going on? He refused to believe it and continued to attack. Die! After failing 3 times in a row, Jian Xinyan was already in a state of madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chun. A mere 3rd-level Holy King. I don't believe that I can't kill you, Jian Xinyan shouted. However, Fang Chun did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he eagerly waited for Jian Xinyan's attack. This was because he felt that the blue light was extraordinary. It was very likely that the secret of fusing 2 origins into a secret technique was in it. His blood could restrain the blue light. He already had an idea. He would lure Jian Xinyan to continue attacking and restrain more blue light so that he could study it later. Unparalleled sword art, void shattering. Jian Xinyan bellowed as he unleashed his strongest move. Die! His eyes were scarlet as he used up the last bit of wind origin power. The huge sword shadow pierced through the sky and charged straight at Yi Shiwen. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chun slammed his palms together and retreated, skillfully avoiding the attack of the huge sword shadow. He then absorbed the blue light at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Without the support of the blue light, the huge sword shadow shattered. No! Seeing this, Jian Xinyan roared in anger and was filled with indignation. His heart was dripping blood. Before coming here, his older brother had helped him obtain 5 wind source essences, each of which was invaluable. With the wind origins, the power of his unparalleled sword art had increased tremendously. It could be considered as another life-saving measure. However, he had now wasted all 5 wind origins on a 3rd-level Holy King. It stopped just like that. Chapter 3540. Jian Xinyan clenched his fists tightly, his perlicue hurting. The 5 portions of origin of wind that his brother, Jian Mayun, had obtained for him had been depleted. However, Jian Xinyan was not injured at all. This made Jian Xinyan's expression turn grave. He reassessed Fang Chun and realized that the third-level Holy King before him had concealed his strength too well. His combat strength was definitely at the level of a sixth-level Holy Emperor or even higher. Recalling what had happened before, Jian Qingyun even thought that Fang Chun was the trump card of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. No wonder the Heaven-Defying Alliance would send a third-level Holy King to participate in such an important event. Jian Qingyun said in a low voice. He rolled his eyes and quickly understood. The origin of wind has been depleted. My unparalleled sword technique is unable to unleash its full power. It is impossible to defeat him. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well enter the demonic fire domain. Let's go. Thinking of this, Jian Qingyun waved the long sword in his hand and slashed at Fang Chun. Just as Fang Chun was about to block, Jian Qingyun's palm jerked, and he retreated quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Trying to escape, Fang Chun sneered. He had already been prepared for this. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword slashed out. A faint sword light pierced through the void and disappeared instantly. A moment later, in the distant void, there was a scream. Blood splattered all over the flaming passageway. A severed arm was burned by the flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Fang Chun rushed over, Jian Qingyun had already escaped. Substitute life charm. Sensing the aura in the surrounding void, Fang Chun said. The so-called substitute life charm was a talisman refined by a powerful talisman master. This talisman contained an extremely strong power and could replace the owner in a desperate situation to withstand a fatal blow. Therefore, people called it the substitute life charm. In the outside world, the substitute life charm was priceless. Even a dominant force like the Heaven-Defying Alliance would not casually give out a substitute life charm to their disciples. Unexpectedly, Jian Qingyun, the third disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain, actually had a substitute life charm. Count yourself lucky this time, Fang Chun said as he plunged into the depths of the flaming passageway. Hoo. After fleeing for an unknown period of time, Jian Qingyun, who was dragging his severed arm, finally walked out of the flaming passageway and entered the magic sky fire domain. Damned fellow. Jian Qingyun stopped his tracks and panted heavily. His face was contorted with rage, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chun into pieces. The enmity of my severed arm is absolutely irreconcilable. From this day forth, I, Jian Qingyun, will not rest until you're dead. Jian Qingyun howled into the skies. In a secret place within the flaming passageway. This place was shrouded in poisonous flames. Ordinary people would have a hard time discovering that in the center of the poisonous flames, there was a flight of stairs made entirely of poisonous flames. Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the steps with his eyes closed. He was trying to comprehend the blue light trapped in his body. The blue light was the power released by Jian Qingyun's unparalleled sword principle. The power contained two completely different origin energy. Fang Chun was very curious. What was it that could drive two different types of power to fuse together? He released his divine consciousness and enveloped the blue light. After being suppressed by the blood, the blue light had already lost its sharpness. It no longer struggled and allowed Fang Chun to invade. After entering the blue light, Fang Chun realized that there were translucent crystals swimming around. Seeing this, he was stunned. Epiphanies often happened inadvertently. At this moment, Fang Chun was in a state of epiphany. It was as if a brand new door had opened in his mind. He had never thought that different origins could be combined in such a manner. The more he comprehended, the more shocked and excited Fang Chun was. At the same time, Saint Emperor Han Bing and the other three had already gathered in the magic sky fire domain. They looked at each other and realized that Fang Chun had not arrived. Where's Fang Chun? Lu Lanqi was slightly anxious. Zidai shook her head. After we entered the flaming passageway, the poisonous flames were too strong and scattered us. We lost contact with him. With Fang Chun's strength, the flaming passageway should not be a problem for him, Saint Emperor Mobai said. Saint Emperor Han Bing nodded. The most important thing now is to kill the rank 6 fire demons. As for Fang Chun, will hunt while looking for him. They came with a mission this time. The Fire Marrow Mine was very important to the Heaven-defying alliance. They could not give up such a good opportunity to find Fang Chun. Although Lu Lanqi was worried about Fang Chun, he had to consider the big picture. Fang Chun, I hope you're okay. Lu Lanqi prayed. She knew Fang Chun's strength better than the other three. If it was just the flaming passageway, she would not be worried. As Saint Emperor Han Bing said, the most dangerous thing in a magic sky, fire domain, was not the fire demons, but the disciples of the other sect. The human heart was the most unpredictable, especially since Sword Saint Mountain had a grudge with Saint Emperor Han Bing. What if they encountered Fang Chun? Would they be ambushed? However, it was useless to think about it now. She flicked her hair, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She followed Saint Emperor Han Bing and the other two and continued to go deeper. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chun had been comprehending the profound of the blue light. Finally, one day after half a month, he had an epiphany. Buzz. He opened his hands, and a terrifying golden light shone from his body. It completely covered his body. The golden light continued to expand, and the poisonous fire around him dissipated. Condense. Fang Chun yelled, and the power of the metal origin quickly condensed into an origin star. Success. The 8th origin star was condensed. Looking at the 8 origin stars in his body, Fang Chun smiled brightly. I've comprehended almost half of the metal origin. Fang Chun muttered. The blue light was too important to him. It's a pity that in order to fully comprehend the profound of the blue light, I need to comprehend the wind origin. The 5 elemental origins were divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Fang Chun had comprehended the metal origin previously. An origin was like a great Tao. When comprehended to the extreme, it could destroy the world. Very few people could fully comprehend it. It was rare for the younger generation to comprehend almost half of it. I've gained a lot from this enlightenment. I've comprehended almost half of the metal origin and condensed the 8th origin star. In fact, I even feel that my affinity with the origin of wind has greatly increased. If there's a wind elemental spiritual herb, it might help me comprehend the wind origin. Huff. When he thought of this, Fang Chun took a deep breath and completely sealed the 5 dim blue lights within his body. After which, he stood up and looked towards the magic sky, fire domain, with a deep gaze. Magic sky, fire region? Fang Chun muttered. He had a feeling that the trip to the magic sky, fire region might be a major turning point in his life. He might take the opportunity to climb to the top. Chapter 35:41. After leaving the flaming passageway, what entered his eyes was a sea of fire. This was the real demonic sky, fire domain. Everywhere was filled with terrifying fire origin energy. Fang Chun sighed. If he could cultivate here, it would be much easier to comprehend the fire origin energy. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, this was the legendary demonic sky, fire domain. No one below the Saint King level could withstand the corrosion of the flames here. Only Fang Chun was an exception. Phew! Fang Chun took a deep breath and stabilized his body as he looked around. Wong! With a thought, the blood in his body became restless and turned into thick blood qi. On the surface of his skin, it formed a blood qi armor and instantly blocked the corrosion of the flames. It is indeed useful. Fang Chun grinned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the inheritance of the blood cavalry saint was too powerful. Now that my half-perfect bloodline is only a step away from the perfect form, it is already so outstanding. If it reaches the perfect form, how strong will it be? Fang Chun was a little excited. Of course, he also knew that this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. After entering the flaming passageway, most of the sect disciples were isolated. Fang Chun pondered. It will be difficult to find Senior Brother and the rest in the vast demonic sky fire domain. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun came up with a plan. While hunting the fire demons, he would look for Frost Saint King and the rest. With my current strength, I can still deal with 6th rank Holy Kings. However, if I were to face the fire demon, I'm afraid it would be troublesome, Fong Chen said. Compared to the fire demons, there was still a gap between them and the fire demons. The fire demons were a spiritual body formed by the triple origin flames. This spiritual body did not have any intelligence and only knew how to attack the invaders. Moreover, as this was the demonic sky fire domain, they were in the sea of fire and could explode with more power. Therefore, the overall strength of a 6th-level fire demon was close to a 7th-level saint. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, 2 fire demons rushed over from afar. Their bodies were filled with flames, and their bodies were similar to the red flame tiger. Roar! The fire demon roared and shot out a terrifying beam of flame from its eyes. It pierced through the void and shot towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged the 2 mechanical-like attacks. After the fiery light beams missed, they bombarded the ground and instantly exploded, turning into a majestic sea of fire that burned the world. At the same time, the 2 fire demons also quickly rushed over. 3rd-level Saint Kings. Fong Chen saw the patterns on the foreheads of the 2 fire fiends. The number of patterns represented the strength of the fire fiends. One of the patterns was a rank 1 fire demon. The 2 fire demons in front of him each had 3 lines on their foreheads. Fong Chen immediately used the primordial chaos sword art. The hidden star sword spun, and the blade released a dazzling radiance. The terrifying sword Qi swept across the heavens and earth. In a split second, it formed a sword net and blocked the 2 fire demons. Rip! The fire demons were strong, and the flames on their bodies could burn everything. They were burn on contact. However, Fong Chen didn't waste any time and used the Chaos Sword Art again. Chaos Sword Art. 8th Sword. The sword light that swept across the sky turned into tens of thousands of sword shadows that swooped down. As they descended, they formed a sword formation. The 2 fire demons were unable to resist at all and were instantly killed by the tens of thousands of swords. Bang! In just one move, the 2 rank 3 fire demons were killed by Fong Chen. After the fire demons died, their bodies collapsed and turned into flames. They returned to the magic sky fire region. At the same time, 2 palm-sized balls of flames appeared in front of Fong Chen. Fong Chen sucked in his palm and kept the 2 fire cores. This is the fire core. There was a strong power coming from the fire core. Rank 3 fire origin. Fong Chen felt the purest flame power in the world. This power came from the fire origin, and it contained a complex ultimacy. After studying it for a while, Fong Chen laughed heartily. The fire core was a priceless treasure for fire elemental cultivators. It was much more powerful than the rarely seen fire elemental elixirs. With the fire core, one would be able to comprehend the fire origin with half the effort. Although there were only 2 rank 3 fire cores, Fong Chen didn't throw them away. Instead, he kept them. Continue. In the following time, Fong Chen began to hunt the fire demons. A few days later, he couldn't help but sigh. Although the magic sky fire region was rich in fire demons, he had only encountered low-level fire demons. He hadn't seen a single rank 6 fire demon. It seems like there aren't many rank 6 fire demons. Fong Chen said. He stood on a mountain peak and looked around. It was a sea of fire, and he couldn't see anyone. Boom! A deafening sound came from the distant horizon. Fong Chen frowned. Fire demons? Soon, he shook his head. This didn't sound like the sound of a fire demon. Could it be a relic had appeared? Thinking of this, he quickly rushed toward the source of the sound. At the same time, in other directions, some disciples of the sect also noticed the abnormality and rushed with all their might. In a valley. Senior brother, we are so lucky. The second disciple of the Burning Mountain sect looked at the fire core and shouted excitedly. Their Burning Mountain sect was a second-rate force. The strongest person was just an ordinary saint. This time, only the 2 of them were sent to the Magic Sky Fire region. They majored in fire element, so the Magic Sky Fire region was very important to them. The sect had high hopes for them. They didn't expect them to get a share of the fire marrow mine, but they hoped to get more fire cores for the sect's development. Who would have thought that the 2 of them would stumble upon such a strange valley by chance? On the altar in the middle of the valley, numerous fire cores were placed. The heavens are on our side. Junior brother, the commotion caused by us breaking the seal will definitely attract the disciples of the other sect. Let's quickly take the fire cores away. The eldest disciple of the Burning Mountain sect reminded. The two of them came to the altar and prepared to take the fire cores. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and a rainbow of light pierced through the sky. Sir, we are disciples of the Burning Mountain sect. We found this first. Please don't interfere. The two disciples of the Burning Mountain sect found that the person who came was not a disciple of a top sect. They sighed in relief and reported the name of their sect, trying to scare the other party. Burning Mountain sect? Never heard of it. The person saw the fire cores, and his eyes shone. Ban Qing, want these fire cores. Leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The two disciples of the Burning Mountain sect looked at each other and said coldly, Sir, aren't you going too far? Chapter 35:42. Boom! In just one exchange, the two disciples of the Burning Mountain faction were sent flying. The second disciple took a full-powered blow from the black-robed man and was instantly heavily injured. Pucci, the second disciple, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The eldest senior brother's expression changed as he asked, Who are you? Which sect are you from? He had never heard of Ban Qing's name before. If he was a disciple of a top sect, he would know who he was. Kiki, the black-robed man, Ban Qing, laughed sinisterly. A layer of black aura surrounded his body, blocking the corrosion of the flames. He stepped onto the altar step by step. So many fire cores, it saved me a lot of time. After a rough inspection, there were over 1,000 fire cores on the altar. Most of them were low-grade fire cores, and there were only a few dozen 5th-grade fire cores. Seeing 3 6th-grade fire cores, Ban Qing was a little surprised. Whoosh! He waved his sleeve, wanting to collect them, but at this moment, a change occurred on the altar. Inscriptions appeared inside the altar, forming a new seal that enveloped the fire cores and prevented Ban Qing from collecting them. Ban Qing frowned, gathered all his strength, and punched out. Dong! The terrifying power collided with the seal, and Ban Qing's body was constantly pushed back by the seal. You want to stop me with a mere seal? Ban Qing continued to increase his strength, and even took out his life weapon, wanting to break the seal. Below the altar, the two disciples of the Burning Mountain faction had extremely gloomy expressions. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just as the thousands of fire cores were about to enter their pockets, such a freak appeared. Senior brother, what should we do? The second disciple of the Burning Mountain faction asked. The eldest senior brother shook his head. This person is very strong, and his cultivation technique is too strange. We can't fight him head-on. Let's retreat first. As he spoke, the two had already retreated to the edge of the valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another sound came. The two raised their heads and were stunned when they saw who it was. Heaven-defying alliance, Fong Chun. The two disciples of the Burning Mountain faction recognized Fong Chun. Senior brother, the second disciple of the Burning Mountain faction, rolled his eyes and asked excitedly, What if both of them are injured? On the altar, Ban Qing was somewhat angry. The seal seemed very weak, but it was actually very strong and countered his cultivation technique. It would be very difficult to break through it with brute force in a short amount of time. Damn it, Ban Qing cursed. This is the devil-slaying formation. It devours all devil chi and is the bane of devil Dao cultivators. Ban Qing suddenly heard a voice behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw Fong Chun. Heaven-defying alliance, Fong Chun? Ban Qing said sinisterly. You know me? Fong Chun was stunned. He didn't know this person, but this person knew him. It could only be said that the heaven-defying alliance's name was too resounding. Kiki, the heaven-defying alliance, sent a total of 5 disciples this time, led by the Frost Saint Emperor. You're the only 3rd-level Holy King, so how could you not be noticed? Ban Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. Based on what you just said, you seem to be very familiar with seals. Why don't you help me break through the seal? Ban Qing stared at Fong Chun with a smile, his killing intent overflowing. He was threatening Fang Chun. Fang Chun shrugged. I can indeed break through the devil-slaying formation, but why should I help you? I can open it myself and take all the fire cores inside. Do you think you can ignore everything just because you are a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? Don't forget, you are only a third-level holy king. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Ban Qing bared his fangs. Obediently help me break through this so-called devil-slaying formation, or else your life will end here. Ban Qing began to threaten Fang Chun. Fang Chun walked onto the altar, unafraid of Ban Qing's threat. Do you know why this formation is called the devil-slaying formation? Fang Chun suddenly asked. Ban Qing shook his head. Fang Chun flicked his finger, and a force touched the devil-slaying formation. The formation was instantly activated, and a monstrous power was released from the devil-slaying formation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The devil-slaying formation sensed the demonic qi on Ban Qing's body and furiously attacked. You're courting death. Ban Qing cursed as he resisted the devil-slaying formation's power. Because this formation specializes in killing the disciples of the no-demon sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chun attacked. He saw through the devil-slaying formation's trajectory and formed a seal with both hands, constantly increasing the devil-slaying formation's power to surround and kill Ban Qing. Ban Qing was furious. He had not expected Fang Chun to recognize him as a member of the no-demon sect. In that case, there was no need to hold back. Devil-slaying. Ban Qing roared. He blasted away the devil-slaying formation's power with both hands and charged toward Fang Chun. Outside the valley, many disciples arrived one after another. However, they were all second-rate sects with similar strength to the Burning Mountain sect. When they saw the two disciples of the Burning Mountain sect and the battle on the altar, they were all dumbfounded. Isn't that Fang Chun of the heaven-defying alliance? Who's the one fighting Fang Chun? Alas, with the heaven-defying alliance's interference, we have no fate with those fire cores. However, to be able to see such an intense battle, this trip was not in vain. When they saw Fang Chun, many disciples had already given up on the idea of fighting for the fire cores. Even the two disciples of the Burning Mountain sect had hoped that Fang Chun and Ban Qing would both be injured. However, as time passed, they became disheartened. To them, the extremely powerful Ban Qing was not even worth mentioning in front of Fang Chun. Perhaps the devil-slaying formation played a part in this, but Fang Chun once again showed them how heaven-defying the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance were. Boom! A sword slashed out, instantly shattering Ban Qing's defensive black qi. Then, the power of the devil-slaying formation invaded Ban Qing's body. Ban Qing screamed miserably. In an instant, his body turned into a pool of black water and was killed by the devil-slaying formation. The no-demon sect actually infiltrated the demonic sky fire domain. Although he had killed Ban Qing, Fang Chun was not happy at all. His expression became more and more serious. What is the no-demon sect planning? Drip. Fang Chun's gaze was attracted by the devil-slaying formation. After killing Ban Qing, the devil-slaying formation refined all the demonic power and turned it into blood that dripped onto the center of the altar. What happened here? Who set up the devil-slaying formation here? Why did they set up the devil-slaying formation? Fang Chun was filled with doubts. Outside the valley, he's too strong. Ban Qing defeated us too with a wave of his hand, but in front of Fang Chun, he couldn't fight back at all. The eldest disciple of the Burning Mountain sect said with a sigh. Let's go. The fire cores already belong to someone. We don't need to waste any more time. A third-level holy king is already so powerful. He's another rising star. In the near future, he'll definitely shine on the God's Fall battlefield. It didn't take long for the disciples outside of the valley to leave. Chapter 35:43. The Demon Slayer array could refine all demon gods. It seems simple, but in fact, it contained terrifying patterns. The slightest carelessness would put one in a desperate situation. However, after careful investigation, Fang Chun found that the Demon Slayer array would not take the initiative to attack ordinary warriors. but once it smelled demon qi, it would attack crazily. This was also the reason why Ban Xing, a disciple of the no-demon sect, was killed by Fang Chun in one blow. From the moment he stood on this altar, he was suppressed by the demon slayer array and could not exert his full strength. Drip! The demon slayer array refined the demon qi in Ban Xing's body and then turned it into blood, dripping in the center of the altar. At this moment, the altar started to change. A red halo appeared vaguely on the altar. In an instant, the entire altar was completely covered. The many disciples of the sect outside the valley could no longer see the altar. Hiss! The thousands of fire cores piled up on the altar collapsed and scattered under Fang Chen's feet. At the bottom of the fire cores, 3 layers of origin fire emerged and quickly condensed into a figure. As soon as this figure appeared, Fang Chun felt a huge pressure. Invincible Saint! Fang Chun exclaimed. He did not expect to meet an invincible saint here. Thinking of the Demon Slayer array and the Scarlet Altar, Fang Chun's face became solemn. Disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Fang Chun greets Senior. Fang Chun hurriedly cupped his fists. The illusory figure sat cross-legged on the altar, looking at Fang Chun with empty eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "You have the aura of the Blood Cavalry Saint." Fang Chun was stunned. This figure actually knew about the Blood Cavalry Saint. He looked at the illusory figure with some vigilance. He did not know whether he was a friend or foe of the Blood Cavalry Saint. If he knew about the perfect bloodline, would he attack him? However, Fang Chun soon knew that he was wrong. He had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Is the Blood Cavalry Saint still alive? The illusory figure asked. Fang Chun shook his head and answered truthfully. The illusory figure fell into silence with a complicated expression on his face. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Although I've only met him once, we're working towards the same goal after all, so we can be considered allies. Since he has chosen you, then you must have some outstanding qualities." Fang Chun listened quietly. "I just saw that the blood in your body hasn't completely evolved into a perfect bloodline. You still have a long way to go," said the illusory figure. When he spoke until here, the illusory figure grinned. After which, he no longer spoke about these matters and changed the topic. "Do you know why I set up the demon slaying formation here?" Fang Chun shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Then, the illusory figure told him that he used to be an invincible saint as well. Together with several other invincible saints, they were planning something important. However, at the critical moment, a mysterious expert appeared and heavily injured his primordial spirit. Although he escaped at that time, in the end his injuries were too severe and he died here. Before he died, the claws and teeth of the mysterious expert happened to invade this place. He set up the demon slaying formation and used it to kill those demons. The thousands of fire cores on the altar were left behind by the claws and teeth of the demon-slaying formation that were killed by the demon-slaying formation. After hearing this, Fang Chun was deeply shocked. An invincible saint was already one of the top experts in the battlefield of Godfall. In this world without a chaotic supremacy, who could compete with him if a half-chaotic supremacy didn't appear? Fang Chun was thinking, if there was anyone who had the ability to severely injure the invincible saint in front of him, then only the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace and the legendary heaven-defying alliance leader could. Other than them, no one else could do this. Thinking of this, Fang Chun's expression became serious. That mysterious expert is the biggest disaster in our world. His purpose is to completely destroy us, said the illusory figure. His face was full of fear. Thinking back to the battle back then, it was too shocking. He couldn't imagine that there was such a powerful person in the world. When he said this, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, the mysterious expert wasn't from the heaven-defying alliance. Could it be? He thought of the expert in the forbidden land of the North Sea, and the evil expert who hid a wisp of consciousness in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Is it him? Fang Chun felt that the expert mentioned by the illusory figure was most likely the evil expert who set up the trap in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. However, even the illusory figure couldn't explain it clearly, so Fang Chun could only guess. There will be a great disaster in this world in the future. Since you have a half-perfect bloodline, it means that you're the person chosen by the experts and the greatest trump card to deal with the disaster in the future. Speaking of this, the illusory figure looked at Fang Chun with a gentle gaze. Child, your cultivation is too weak. Hurry up and cultivate. You don't have much time left. The illusory figure pointed at the fire core on the ground. Unfortunately, before I died, I paid a great price to do something. As a result, I didn't leave anything behind and can't help you much. The illusory figure was a little lonely. Senior, Fang Chun wanted to ask what kind of disaster it was, but the illusory figure waved his hand to stop him. When your strength reaches a certain level, someone will come looking for you. You will know then. If you know now, it will be a disaster. Fang Chun nodded and didn't ask anymore. Senior, do you know about the fire essence mine in the demon sky, fire domain? Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, he returned to the topic at hand. Fire essence? The illusory figure smiled. I know about this. I think you came here for the fire essence mine, right? Whoosh! The illusory figure waved his sleeve, and a fiery red token appeared in front of Fang Chun. Fang Chun instinctively reached out and caught it. Instantly, a burning aura entered his palm, and a large amount of information entered his mind. Fang Chun's eyes widened, and he was overjoyed. This is the core control of the fire essence mine that I refined. As long as you refine it, the entire mine will be under your control. Fang Chun's mouth was wide open, and he was extremely shocked. For the current you, the Demon Sky Fire Domain is very suitable for you to cultivate. I saw that you comprehended the origin of metal. You can head to the core of the Fire Essence Mine and use the Fire Essence Crystals to comprehend the origin of fire, the illusory figure said. He also told Lin Fan that there were many Fire Essence Crystals, but they were very secretive. Unless one had the central control token, no one below the saint level would be able to find them. All right, I'm about to collapse. You can leave now, the illusory figure said. Senior, I will never forget the kindness you've shown me. May I ask for Senior's name so that I can engrave it in my heart? Fang Chun asked. In the ancient era, people called me Huakong. The voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared. Fang Chun woke up from his shock and found that the illusory figure had disappeared. The altar had returned to normal, and the Demon Slayer array was still there, but it had lost its essence. Huakong Saint, Fang Chun muttered to himself and bowed deeply to the altar. After that, Fang Chun stood on the altar and did not speak for a long time. What the Huakong Saint had said had touched him deeply. What had happened in the Battle of Gods back then? What kind of world was it in the ancient era? Why would there be a battle of gods that almost destroyed the chaotic space? What kind of unspeakable secret was behind the Battle of Godfall? Also, what was the disaster in this world? Who was the human expert in the forbidden land of the North Sea? What was the evil expert in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum planning? Fang Chun felt that he was too small. There were too many secrets hidden in this world. After thinking for a long time, he slowly raised his head and his eyes were firm. He understood that only when his strength reached a certain level could he know these secrets. Let's refine it here. He opened his palm and began to refine the token. Because he had gained the approval of the Huakong Saint, the process of refining the token went smoothly without any difficulties. 3 days later, the token turned into a blood-red light and drilled into Fang Chun's body, perfectly merging with his primordial spirit. At this moment, Fang Chun was extremely shocked. With just a thought, he could see every corner of the fire essence vein. Furthermore, he could control the fire essence within the fire essence vein with just a thought. Fang Chun was shocked. Only an invincible saint could do something like this, right? He tried to control in the fire marrow vein with his mind, and it was easy for him to do so. This is great. The mission given by the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was to occupy at least 50% of the mining rights of the vein. But now, Fang Chun could control the entire vein with his mind. No one would believe it. Fang Chun grinned. The disciples of the other sect were probably working hard to kill the fire demons, and he had already controlled the vein. Phew, After adjusting his state of mind and taking a deep breath, Fong Chun slowly got up. Let's find Senior Brother Frost and the others first and kill some fire demons. Fong Chun made up his mind. However, because the Frost Saint King and the others were not in the fire marrow vein, he could not use his mind to find them. The demonic sky fire domain was huge, and it would be difficult to find them. Well, I'll just treat it as an experience. Hopefully, I can use this opportunity to break through to the Saint King level. Fong Chun smiled. While others were fighting for their lives, he was having a relaxing experience. On a small hill in the demonic sky fire domain, Puchi, Jian Moyun pointed his finger and a fire demon fell to the ground. He then kept the fire core. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Jian Qinyun quickly ran over. Big brother, didn't I tell you to recuperate? Jian Moyun frowned. A disciple of the heaven-defying alliance cut off one of my arms. If I don't take revenge, I won't be at ease. Jian Qinyun's face was ferocious. This was his inner demon. If he cannot take revenge, his cultivation would be blocked. This was an extremely dangerous sign. Patting his younger brother's shoulder, Jian Moyun said coldly, "Don't worry. I've already asked the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain to find them. Once they are found, they will take revenge for you." Chapter 35:44. Most of the disciples who had entered the magic sky fire region were the top disciples of their sect. In the battlefield of gods, they could be said to be the top of the younger generation outside of the Holy Ji Palace. Among them, the most famous were Jian Moyun from Sword Saint Mountain, Luo Zi from Purple Robe Sect, and the Holy Sun from Nine Saint Palace. As time went on, there were countless battles. Lu Lanqi had once told Fong Chun that the most dangerous thing in the magic sky fire region was not the fire demons, but the disciples of the other sect. People's hearts were unpredictable. The fastest way to get fire cores was to kill the disciples of the other sect. This was a way to kill two birds with one stone. They could get enough fire cores and weaken the overall strength of their competitors. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they would not let go of any opportunity to weaken their opponents. In the time that Fong Chun was cultivating in the mysterious valley, there were countless battles in the magic sky fire region. Have you heard? A mysterious expert appeared and defeated Gu Fu, who was ranked 9th on the Saint Royal ranking. Of course I have. It was said that there was a huge commotion and many super experts on the Saint Royal ranking appeared. I heard from the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain that the mysterious expert was so powerful that he defeated Gu Fu with just one attack. Everyone was in an uproar, and their hearts were filled with shock. Gu Fu was the leading figure of the younger generation of the ancient clan. The secret techniques that he cultivated were passed down from the ancient times. The ancient clan was the oldest clan in the ancient times. They put all their resources on Gu Fu and cultivated him into a monstrous genius. Ever since Gu Fu made his debut, he had been invincible. He had never been defeated among the younger generation and was ranked 9th on the Saint Royal ranking. The Saint Royal ranking was written by the ancient clan. It included 100 young Saint Royal realm cultivators. They had a complete evaluation system. Those who could be ranked on the Saint Royal ranking were basically the top talents of their respective sect. Saint Emperor Frost and the others were ranked at the top of the Saint Royal ranking. To be ranked in the top 10 meant that they were invincible among the 3 Saint Royal realm cultivators. However, such a powerful Gu Fu had been defeated by a mysterious expert. How could they not be shocked? Who is it? Which sect's expert is it? The Heaven-Defying Alliance? Someone shook his head. There were a total of 5 disciples from the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and they knew all of them. This battle made many people feel a sense of crisis. It wasn't just the younger generation of the various large sects that could be ranked on the Sage Royal rankings. In the vast battlefield of God's Fall, there might be many monstrous rogue cultivators hidden. Other than that, there was another piece of news. Jian Mo Yun, ranked 3rd on the Holy Emperor ranking list, challenged Neo Mo, ranked 2nd. The two of them fought fiercely. Mountains were destroyed one after another. In the end, the two of them disappeared at the same time. No one knew what the result of this battle was. Fong Chun, who was cultivating on the altar, suddenly opened his eyes. Hmm? He frowned as he sensed the command medallion flickering. He shot to his feet. A heaven-defying command medallion flickering. Could it be Senior Brother Hanbing and the others? The 5 of them had heaven-defying tokens. Only when they reach a certain distance would their tokens attract each other and vibrate. Let's go. Fang Chan grinned, stopped comprehending, and leaped out of the valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dust flew in the air. In a fiery red wasteland, a woman in a black dress was running wildly. Her body was covered in blood, and her face was pale. She was clearly injured. Lu Lanxi, you can't escape. Behind her, there were 3 people chasing after her. Aren't you afraid of the heaven-defying Alliance's revenge? Lu Lanxi was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Not long ago, the 4 of them encountered a beast tide and got separated. After a few days, she encountered a rank 6 fire demon. In the process of killing it, she was discovered by the 3 people behind her. They attacked together and severely injured Lu Lanxi. Boom! A shocking sword shadow shot out and sent Lu Lanxi flying. Then the 3 of them stopped and looked greedily at Lu Lanxi, who was lying on the ground. I've heard that the heaven-defying alliance is full of beauties. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. The disciple of Sword Saint Mountain sneered. Lu Lanxi, I didn't think that you would have such a day. Brother Jian, we took such a big risk to attack a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. We can't go back empty-handed, right? The other 2 shrugged. They knew that Jian of Sword Saint Mountain was lustful and interested in Lu Lanxi. Therefore, they did him a favor and helped him capture Lu Lanxi. Gentlemen, this is a sword talisman made by an elder of Sword Saint Mountain. It contains the power of a rank 6 peak holy emperor. I'll give it to you. At this moment, Jian was blinded by the beauty and urged the 2 to leave. After keeping the sword talisman, the 2 laughed and turned to leave. Lu Lanxi realized that something was wrong and wanted to kill himself. Bang! Jian slapped him to the ground. Lu Lanxi struggled, and with a tearing sound, his sleeve was torn, revealing his snow-white skin. Come, Jian, will take good care of you. Come with me, and your strength will improve. Jian smiled wretchedly. Not far away, Fang Chun was rushing over. Suddenly, with a bang, the heaven-defying talisman on him shattered. His expression changed, and he sped up. The shattering of the heaven-defying talisman meant that a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance was in danger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun was like a golden-winged rock, traveling through the void, and quickly found the 2 disciples who were chasing Lu Lanxi with Jian. This Jian is blinded by beauty. He's willing to give us 2 sword talismans to give up. The golden-robed man shook his head. Brother Fu, do you think there'll be trouble? The black-robed man was worried. After all, Lu Lanxi was a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. If they were found out, even their sect would be punished. Don't worry. After enjoying himself, Sword Taboo will take this into consideration and kill him to silence him. Whoosh! The 2 of them who were talking suddenly felt a powerful aura enveloping them. They raised their heads and saw Fang Chun. What were you talking about? Fang Chun asked coldly. Who are you? Brat, are you tired of living? How dare you block my path? After sensing Fang Chun's cultivation base, the 2 of them threatened him. What were you guys talking about just now? Fang Chun repeated. You're courting death. The golden-robed man shouted and was about to attack. But the black-robed man stopped him. He turned his head. The black-robed man's expression changed. He's Fang Chun from the heaven-defying alliance. A 3rd-level holy king who dared to enter the demonic fire domain. Other than a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, there was no one else. The 2 stared at each other with murderous intent. Kill! Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded. The 2 joined forces, wanting to kill Fang Chun as quickly as possible. Die! Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and attacked furiously. The sword's shadow swooped down with endless power. When it was close to the 2, it split into 2 sword shadows. Poochie! The 2 were unable to resist and were heavily injured by the sword shadows, falling to the ground. Whoosh! Fang Chun turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, he felt a little worried. Lu Lanqi, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lanqi appeared in front of him. Fang Chun was furious. At this moment, Lu Lanqi's clothes were a bit tattered. Jianji's evil claws were approaching her body. Damn it! Fang Chun was furious. He slashed out with his sword, and a monstrous sword chi rushed towards Jianji. Bang! 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 Jianji reacted quickly and blocked Fang Chun's attack with his sword. But before he could react, Fang Chun had already taken Lu Lanqi away. Whoosh! Fang Chun took off his robe and covered Lu Lanqi with it. "How are you?" Fang Chun asked. Lu Lanqi, who was always cold and elegant, was trembling. She grabbed Fang Chun's arm tightly. She was greatly shocked. "As long as I'm here, everything will be over." Fang Chun comforted her softly. "It's you?" Jianji recognized Fang Chun. "How dare you ruin my plan? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Wait for me here." Fang Chun put Lu Lanqi aside and stepped forward. He came before Jianji and sized him up. "A hero saving a damsel in distress? Unfortunately, you met me." Jianji was very arrogant. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. He was 19th on the Saint Royal ranking, one rank higher than Lu Lanqi. In the demonic fire field, unless he met someone in the top 10, he had nothing to fear. Everyone knew Fang Chun's cultivation. He didn't think that Fang Chun could be that strong. "You're dead," Fang Chun said, as if he was talking to a dead man. "You?" Jianji's sword soared into the sky. His aura was overwhelming. Just as he was about to attack, Fang Chun suddenly asked, "What's your rank on the Saint Royal ranking?" 19th. "What about Jian Qingyun?" Fang Chun continued to ask. 11th. Fang Chun nodded thoughtfully. "Not long ago, I killed a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain in front of Jian Qingyun. I even cut off one of his arms." "Are you an idiot?" Jianji looked at Fang Chun as if he was an idiot. "You don't believe me?" Fang Chun said. "Looks like you didn't receive the news. But it doesn't matter. You'll believe me soon." Indeed, Jianji had lost contact with the team. He didn't receive any orders from Jian Mayun. Boom! The sky changed color. Jianji attacked with a sword. The two swordsmen were fighting. Shocking sword intent covered the entire area. Terrifying sword chi continued to spread. Even Lu Lanqi could feel his heart palpitating. Fang Chun. Fang Chun had come to her rescue when she was at her most helpless. She had mixed feelings. She was worried about Fang Chun. No. After a short while, a horrible shriek was heard. A sword chi that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time slashed through the sky and pierced through Jianji's chest. Bang! Jianji was sent flying. Blood gushed out from his chest. He was terrified. "Impossible. You're just a third-level holy king. How can you be so strong?" Jianji panicked. He sent a message to the other two. "There's a strong enemy coming. Come and help me. I'll thank you." He couldn't imagine how Fang Chun's swordsmanship could be so strong. Chapter 35-45. Jianji would never have thought that the two people who had helped him had already been severely injured by Fang Chun. Even if they were not dead, they had lost their ability to fight. After sending the message, Jianji realized that there was no response from Fang Chun. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun had a cold smile on his face. "You." Jianji kept retreating. Fang Chun was too strong. Unless Jian Mayun, the first disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, acted personally, no one would be able to suppress him. "I, Jianji, am willing to compensate for what I have done. What are your conditions?" Jianji begged in panic. But it was useless. Lu Lanqi was also a disciple of Heaven-Defying Alliance and had helped Fang Chun many times. If Fang Chun had not come in time, Lu Lanqi would have been humiliated. Thinking of this, Jianji was furious. If anything happened to Lu Lanqi, how could he explain it to peak Master Yin Luo? Therefore, Jianji had to die. Slash! The hidden star sword was swung, and Jianji instinctively reached out to block it. One of his arms was instantly cut off. He screamed in pain and tried to escape. However, Fang Chun had already locked onto him and had injured him severely. There was no way for him to escape. Bang! Jianji spat out blood. He could no longer support himself and sat on the ground. His face was ashen as if the end of the world had come. You can't kill me. Jianji's expression changed, and he gradually calmed down. He knew that Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. It was almost impossible for him to escape from under Fang Chen's nose. Rather than that, he would rather negotiate with him. He did not believe that there would be eternal enemies in this world. As long as there were enough benefits, even if it was an eternal enemy, they could work together. I am a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, and I am on the Saint Royal ranking. If you kill me, Sword Saint Mountain will definitely do their best to kill you, Jianji said. Aside from the heaven-defying alliance, Sword Saint Mountain was the strongest sect in the world, standing shoulder to shoulder with Purple Robe Sect and Nine Holies Palace. There were many disciples from the Sword Saint Mountain who were ranked on the Holy Emperor ranking list, but only a few of them were in the top 20. Those disciples were the most precious disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. They couldn't afford to lose them. The reason he brought out the Sword Saint Mountain was to make Fang Chun retreat in the face of difficulties. I was wrong before, but Lu Lanqi did not suffer any substantial injuries. I am willing to apologize for my reckless actions and give you an origin pill. Jianji gritted his teeth. The origin pill was extremely important to Saint Realm martial artists. Even Fang Chun was only given one when he became the chief among the new disciples. And now, for the sake of survival, Jianji had taken out an origin source pill. From this, one could see how much he desired to live. Fang Chun was silent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. 3. That's the limit. No more. Seeing this, Jianji hurriedly cried out. Fang Chun ignored Jianji and continued walking forward. Jianji's body was trembling as if the god of death was near. He was filled with fear. How about I add an origin saint weapon? Jianji roared hysterically. This was already beyond what he could bear. However, in order to survive, he had no other choice. Ha! Fang Chun sneered. The moment you attacked Lu Lanqi, your fate was sealed. With a bang, Fang Chun punched Jianji, crippling his cultivation. Then he threw Jianji to Lu Lanqi. Lu Lanqi had calmed down and regained his noble temperament. He looked at Jianji coldly. Miss Lulan, I was blinded by greed. Please, for the sake of the Sword Saint Mountain, let me live. Jianji knew that Lu Lanqi was the key to his survival. Kill him, Lu Lanqi said coldly. His voice was emotionless. Fang Chun nodded and raised his sword. No, I have a sworn brother. He's the disciple of ancestral patriarch Yizong Tang Yi. If you dare touch me, he won't let you go. Slash. With a single strike, Jianji died. Thank you. Lu Lanqi lowered his head and said softly. Jian Mayun sat cross-legged on the peak of the flaming mountain, breathing fire energy. After entering the demonic fire domain, the others were fighting to kill rank 6 and above. However, Jian Mayun was not in a hurry. He had an epiphany and was comprehending the origin of fire. Phew! After cultivating for a while, Jian Mayun opened his eyes. As expected of the demonic fire domain. I've only cultivated for a few days, and I feel like I've crossed the threshold. I'm about to comprehend the origin of fire. Comprehending a second origin source was simply too attractive for Sword Demon Yun. After I find the Fire Marrow Mine and refine the Fire Marrow crystals, I'll be able to speed up my comprehension. When I fully comprehend the origin of fire, I'll definitely be able to challenge him. Jian Mayun's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The only expert on the Sacred Royal leaderboard that could make him pay so much attention to was the mysterious expert at the top. His goal was to replace him and become the new top of the Sacred Royal leaderboard. Phew! The communication token rang, and Jian Qingyun's anxious voice came through. Big brother, Jianji is dead. Jian Mayun frowned and asked, What's going on? I'm not sure yet. However, I suspect that it has something to do with the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The voice came from the other side. The Heaven-Defying Alliance? If the loss of his younger brother's arm had already infuriated Sword Demon Yun, then the death of his younger brother, Jianji, had completely driven him into a frenzy. Soon, he gave an order to the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain to find Fang Chun at all costs. Not long after, a piece of news spread through the demonic fire domain. The Sword Saint Mountain had offered an origin elixir as a reward for finding someone. The target of the reward was the new chief disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chun. The news was so shocking that no one knew what was going on. Many martial artists who coveted the origin elixir started to look for Fang Chun frantically. At the same time, in front of a lava pool in the demonic fire domain, a man in crocodile armor muttered to himself, "Jianji is dead. I suspect that he was killed by the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance." Tang, he licked his dry lips and revealed a playful smile. "I don't want to kill anyone. However, the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance have forced me to take action." At this point, an extremely cold aura emerged from Tang Yi's body. Although Jianji's strength was weak, he was my sworn brother after all. We once said that we would share blessings and hardships together. Now that he is dead, I will overturn the entire Demon Sky Fire region to avenge him. The heaven-defying alliance? Tang, he said eerily. Let me see if the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance are worthy of their name. After treating Lu Lanqi's injuries, Fang Chun brought him deep into the demonic fire domain to look for Saint Emperor Frost and the others. Along the way, they met many disciples of the sect who wanted to kill Fang Chun in exchange for the origin elixir. However, almost everyone who tried to kill him died in the hands of Fang Chun. After a few days of traveling, Fang Chun finally met up with Saint Emperor Frost and the others. "Xiaoxi, are you all right?" Saint Emperor Frost was furious after knowing what had happened. "I'm fine." Lu Lanqi shook his head gently as Zi Dai comforted him. Saint Emperor Mo Bai looked at Fang Chun and said, "You're good. You actually killed Jianji. That guy is in the top 20 of the Saint Emperor leaderboard. The entire Sword Saint Mountain is looking for us for revenge. At the same time, Jian Mo Yun has also issued a reward for your whereabouts." Saint Emperor Frost said, "Senior Brother Frost, what do you mean?" Fang Chun asked, "Our heaven-defying alliance has never provoked anyone, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of trouble. Since the Sword Saint Mountain has issued a reward for your whereabouts, then we won't back down. From today onwards, we'll officially declare war on the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain," Saint Emperor Frost said. Saint Emperor Mo Bai added, "That's right. I've always disliked Jian Mo Yun. If he dares to come, I'll teach him a lesson." Fang Chun rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Senior brothers, Jian Mo Yun thinks he's strong and wants to do whatever he wants. He even looks down on our heaven-defying alliance and issued a reward. This is a public provocation." The two of them looked at Fang Chun, waiting for him to finish. "I wonder if the two of you want to do something big." Huh? The two of them didn't know what he was talking about. Fang Chun gestured at his neck with his palm. The two of them opened their eyes wide and their pupils constricted. The two of them fell in a deep thought while Fang Chun waited quietly. After a long while, Saint Emperor Mo Bai said, "I have no objections. But if we do this, how will we explain it to the Sword Saint Mountain?" Although the heaven-defying alliance wasn't afraid of the Sword Saint Mountain, if they killed all the top disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, the Sword Saint Mountain would definitely go crazy. Entering the demonic sky, fire domain, is dangerous. Let's rely on our own abilities. The Sword Saint Mountain has been targeting us. It's time to teach them a lesson. Saint Emperor Frost's eyes flashed coldly. However, this lesson was bound to cause a storm of blood. Soon, the three of them discussed and decided to do something big. Saint Emperor Frost took out a map from his bosom. "This is the rough map of the demonic sky, fire domain. This is where we are now." Saint Emperor Frost gestured on the map. "The fire essence mine is in the depths of the demonic sky, fire domain, which is right here." After introducing the general location, Saint Emperor Frost said, "Although the Sword Saint Mountain isn't as strong as the heaven-defying alliance, we have to be careful of Jian Mo Yun and the others. If he uses his trump card, we have to be prepared. We'll listen to Senior Brother Frost's orders." Saint Emperor Mo Bai said. Purple Butterfly and Lu Lanqi also nodded. A total of 18 disciples came from the Sword Saint Mountain this time. The one we have to pay attention to the most is Jian and Mo Yun. It won't be easy to catch them all. Chapter 35-46. In a magic sky fire region, all the top geniuses had gathered. They were all trying their best to kill rank 6 fire demons to gain more control of the fire marrow mine. However, they would never have imagined that the fire marrow mine that all the top forces in the Godfall battlefield would be controlled by a 3rd-level Holy King. Even Saint King Han Bing and the others would not believe it. The attraction of the origin elixir was too great. No one could resist the temptation. In the huge magic sky fire region, most of the disciples in the sect were looking for Fang Chun and the others. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In a wasteland surrounded by flames, there was a terrifying triple origin fire. Fang Chen's group of 5 suddenly appeared. The moment they came into contact with the 3 layers of origin flame in the air, their clothes burned. The expressions of the Frost Sage, Emperor, and the others changed drastically. They quickly circulated the energy in their bodies to resist. "Follow me," Fang Chun said. He led the 4 and continued forward. Soon, they came to the center of the wasteland. There was a pentagram on the ground. "Junior Brother Fang, why did you bring us here?" Saint King Mo Bai asked. Saint King Han Bing stopped and stared at the pentagram. He was on high alert. "This pentagram seems to be a powerful seal," Purple Butterfly said softly. Lu Lanxi also looked at Fang Chun curiously. They had been following Fang Chun all this time. They had not encountered any fire demons or other disciples in the sect. Was this a coincidence? At this moment, the 4 of them realized something. They looked at Fang Chun with sparkling eyes. Facing the gazes of the 4 people, Fang Chun grinned and stomped his foot. Suddenly, the pentagram underwent a shocking change. The 3 primordial flames in the surrounding void gathered crazily on the pentagram. In the blink of an eye, the power in the pentagram had accumulated to a certain extent. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. When he saw the 5-pointed star shatter and a pitch-black hole appear, Saint Emperor Frost's pupils constricted. "What is this?" Saint King Mo Bai exclaimed. The 4 of them were shocked by the terrifying aura that emerged from the black hole. They even suspected that there was an extremely dangerous creature under the ground. "What is this place?" Purple Butterfly anxiously asked. Fang Chun was in the middle of the resplendent 5-pointed star, and beneath his feet was a pitch-black hole. The aura emitted from the ground made the Frost Holy Emperor, whose battle strength was comparable to a 7th-order saint, feel somewhat frightened. However, Fang Chun was safe and sound. This made the 4 of them even more puzzled. What was Fang Chun doing? "The fire essence vein is underground," Fang Chun said bluntly. "What?" Holy Emperor Frost's eyes widened as he exclaimed. "Are you sure?" Fang Chun nodded and briefly explained how he had found the entrance to the fire marrow mine. Of course, this was all made up by him. This was a matter of great importance, and he was not going to tell Frost Saint Emperor and the others. Instead, he was going to report it to the Holy Ji Palace. Fire Essence Vein. Purple Butterfly and Lu Lanxi were also delighted. The 5-pointed star had not moved before. It was Fang Chun who had activated it. This meant that no one had been here before them. Didn't this mean that they were the first batch of sect disciples to come here? Let's go. Let's go in first." Fang Chun strode forward and plunged into the pitch-black hole. Frost Saint Emperor and the others looked at each other and finally followed him in. Fire essence was formed from the most powerful flames in the world. It contained a powerful triple origin fire. If a martial artist refined it, they would be able to comprehend the origin of fire faster. This was also the reason why all the top sect fought for control of the fire essence vein. Once they controlled the fire essence vein, it meant that in the near future, there would be a large number of saints in the sect. After the Battle of Gods, the chaotic world had declined and the path of cultivation had been blocked. Almost no one could rely on their own efforts to reach the chaotic sovereign realm. To be able to become a saint, one could already be considered to be famous in a region. Generally speaking, ordinary saint realm experts were the core, the most basic strength of every sect. With the fire essence vein, It meant that the yin-yang origin realm disciples in the sect could comprehend the origin of fire and reach the saint realm. It would not take long for them to rise. Therefore, when Frost Saint Emperor and the others entered the fire essence vein, they couldn't help but be shocked. Is this the fire essence vein? In the fire essence vein, a group of 5 walked on a very narrow path. Saint Emperor Mabai casually broke off a piece of red ore from the wall beside him and shouted excitedly, "What a thick triple origin fire!" Purple Butterfly also took a piece. She was very happy when the power of the fire essence vein entered her palm. The triple origin fire in the demonic sky fire domain was one of the most primitive flames in the world. It could not be directly absorbed and refined. However, the fire essence ore's triple origin flame was different. It had undergone the baptism and tempering of countless years before finally being nurtured, and its degree of purity was utterly not something that the third-level origin flames in the outside world could compare to. Even Fong Chun could not help but exclaim. Everyone, after sighing, they returned to the main topic. Don't be in a rush to refine the fire essence vein. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Frost Saint Emperor raised his head and said thoughtfully, "You said before that we should find a dangerous place, set up an array, and wait for the prey. Are you talking about this place?" Combining Fong Chen's actions and words, Frost Saint Emperor felt that the former was becoming more and more mysterious. He had to reevaluate Fong Chen. The biggest question in his heart was, how did Fong Chen find the fire essence vein? Fong Chen nodded. The fire essence vein is located at the center of the demonic sky fire domain. The disciples of the various sects go there to hunt the fire demons. Although Sword Saint Mountain has put out a bounty for us, they won't be able to hold back if they don't have any news of us. Frost Saint Emperor understood what Fong Chen meant. But Mo by Saint Emperor interrupted. This is the fire essence vein. It's full of danger. We don't know anything about it. If we set up the array randomly, wouldn't it be counterproductive? Zidai and Lu Lanshi were also thinking about this. Fong Chen shrugged and said calmly, "Do you trust me?" Time passed. Many disciples of the sect had entered the demonic sky fire domain for some time. Many rank 6 fire demons had been killed, which had enraged the fire demons. There were even rumors that the fire demon king had awakened and said that it would kill all the disciples of the various sects that had entered the demonic sky fire domain. When this news spread, all the disciples of the sect were excited. The weak cultivators were very worried, but the strong cultivators, for example, the top 10 cultivators of the Holy Emperor ranking list, were having a secret meeting. They wanted to cooperate and see if they could kill the Fire Demon King. The difference between a rank 7 Fire Core and a rank 6 Fire Core was like heaven and earth. It was too tempting. Even Sword Saint Mountain was tempted. "Big brother," one-armed Jian Xingyun said, "It's been so many days. Is there no news at all?" Jian Moyun sat cross-legged. He had just finished refining a fire core. He shook his head and said, "The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance must have heard the news and hid. Otherwise, they would have exposed themselves." Humph, a guy in the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking only knows how to be a coward. Jian Xingyun gritted his teeth. He hated Fong Chun to the core. "Don't worry. I'll avenge you for losing your arm." Jian Moyun stood up and patted his younger brother. "Now that the Fire Demon King has appeared, many people are planning to kill it. We can't fall behind." But Jian Xingyun wanted to say something, but his brother had already disappeared. The fire essence vein. Fong Chun used 5 days to set up an array at the entrance. It's still not enough. Fong Chun pouted. He was a little dissatisfied. Before the fire sky saint completely disappeared, he had imprinted the mark of the Demon Slayer array in his mind. These days, Fong Chun had barely comprehended a bit of it with his powerful array skills. Now, the vast array in front of him was the Demon Slayer array. Junior brother Fong is really good. It's hard for a 6th-level Holy Emperor to escape from such an array. Saint Emperor Mabai said. He could feel the terrifying energy within the array. Han Bing, Saint Emperor nodded. He had just tried it himself. Unless he used his trump card, he wouldn't be able to break the array. Moreover, The Demon Slayer chi within the array would condense into a powerful Demon Slayer blade as time passed. A 6th-level Holy Emperor would find it hard to block the attack of the Demon Slayer blade. Most importantly, the Demon Slayer chi could suppress the strength of a martial artist, greatly reducing their combat strength. Among the disciples of the various sects that had entered the demonic sky, fire domain, almost all of them would be affected to some extent. With this array, we're confident that we can suppress all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Zidai smiled. If they knew that this array only had 1/10 of the power of the Demon Slayer array, how would they feel? Wang. Fang Chun inserted the last array foundation into the wall of the mine. With a Wang, the Demon Slayer array closed completely and disappeared into the void. Phew, it's done. Fang Chun wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the depths of the fire marrow mine. Fang Chun and the others felt the earth tremble as a monstrous force attacked. What's going on? Han Bing's Saint Emperor's face changed as he felt a terrifying creature approaching. In the depths of the fire marrow mine, a fiery red light lit up the entire space. A fire demon covered in fire marrow crystals suddenly drilled out from the ground. It looked up to the sky and let out a furious roar, causing an earthquake. Kacha! Its large claws grabbed onto the fire marrow ore, and with a slight force, it instantly crushed it. Damned human martial artist! How dare you barge into the territory of my fire demon clan and kill my descendants? You're courting death. The fire demon king spat out the human language, and his nostrils spat out fire. Those who dare to kill my fire demon clan will all die. Just you wait. When this king comes out, the demonic sky, fire domain will be filled with blood once again. Chapter 35:47. What's going on? Holy Emperor Frost's face was grave. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from the depths of the fire marrow mine. The aura was so powerful that his scalp went numb. Fang Chun. Lu Lanqi also looked at him anxiously. Let's go. Fang Chun waved his hand, and the 4 of them were sent into the Demon Slayer array. Stay in the Demon Slayer array. I'll go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the mine, leaving behind 4 people who looked at each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had left the Demon Slayer array's range and arrived at the depths of the fire marrow mine. Roar! Just then, he saw a shocking scene. An incomparably huge fire demon rushed out of the lava formed by the triple origin flames. It raised its head to the sky and let out a furious roar. Human. When the fire demon king saw Fang Chun, its eyes spat fire. It slapped out and the mine shook. Fang Chun felt the world spinning. The palm formed by the triple origin fire swooped down and enveloped Fang Chun. The surrounding air condensed, but Fang Chun could not care less. With a thought, a flame essence wall instantly appeared in front of him to block. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out as the flaming palm collided with the fire essence mine, causing the earth to shake. Crack! The flame devil king's strength was too strong. He directly smashed the flame essence wall with a palm strike. The terrifying shock waves sent Fang Chun flying. Rank 7 Fire Demon King. Fang Chun cried out involuntarily, his heart trembling. At the same time, he released the Saint Puppet and wanted to activate it. However, at this moment, the fire demon with its monstrous aura instantly stopped attacking. It widened its eyes and sized up Fang Chun seriously. Seeing this, Fang Chun was somewhat stunned. The Fire Demon King shook its head and came to Fang Chun. It sniffed as if it was looking for something. What happened? Fang Chun was very puzzled. Just now, he had clearly felt that the 7th rank fire demon was filled with anger and killing intent towards him. Why did it suddenly stop attacking? You gained the recognition of the Fire Sky Saint. The Fire Demon King spoke in human language. Hearing this, Fang Chun was stunned, and then he understood. Come to think of it, the Fire Demon King must be related to the Fire Sky Saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped. Fang Chun nodded and told the Fire Demon King what had happened in the valley. The Fire Devil King's breathing was a little hurried. Its face was trembling. It was very excited. "Greetings, Master." The Fire Demon King knelt on one knee and worshipped Fong Chun sincerely. This, Fong Chun shrugged, somewhat stunned. The Fire Demon King stood up and explained the situation in detail. It turned out that the Fire Demon clan was once a very powerful clan in the ancient times. However, because of the Battle of Godfall, they were almost wiped out. Only a few clansmen were left, and they fled frantically. In the end, they fled to the Demon Sky Fire region. For countless years, the people of the Fire Demon clan lived carefully and worked hard to cultivate. They wanted the Fire Demon clan to rise again. However, one day, a mysterious expert came and discovered them. He started a crazy massacre. Fortunately, the Fire Sky Saint appeared in time and saved them. From then on, the Fire Demon clan followed the Fire Sky Saint and protected him. It was a pity that the Fire Sky Saint fell. I see. Hearing this, Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the Fire Demon King in front of him to be the servant of the Fire Sky Saint. He was finally relieved. My clan is almost wiped out. Strictly speaking, the fire demons living in the Magic Sky Fire region can't be considered as my pure-blooded descendants. Fong Chun could control the ores in the Fire Marrow mine at will. Moreover, he had the aura of the Fire Sky Saint and the Demon Slayer formation that the Fire Demon King discovered. He believed in Fong Chun's identity without a doubt. The Fire Sky Saint has his reasons for choosing you. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Fire Demon clan. The Fire Demon King said. Fong Chun nodded and didn't refuse. There were many enemies in the Magic Sky Fire region, such as the Sword Saint Mountain. With such a powerful servant, it would be easy. Have you always lived here? Fong Chun asked. The Fire Demon King nodded. Fong Chun told him his plan. The Fire Demon King said, "Humph, how dare he attack my master? I think he doesn't want to live anymore." Immediately, the Fire Demon King said that he wanted to find the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain for revenge. However, he was stopped by Fong Chun. He had his own considerations. If the news that the Fire Demon King obeyed his orders spread, it would cause a huge uproar in the sect. In the end, the news that he had obtained the approval of the Fire Sky Saint and controlled the entire Fire Marrow mine couldn't be hidden. At that time, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the various top forces. They would do everything they could to capture him. Although he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he wasn't strong enough to ignore the threats of the various sects. Therefore, Fong Chun chose to keep a low profile. Hide in the mine and don't attack. When I'm no match for him, you can attack, Fong Chun said to the Fire Demon King. Not long after, Fong Chun returned to the Demon Slayer formation. The tremors in the Fire Marrow mine had already disappeared. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others asked, Fong Chun just brushed it off. In a wasteland not far from the Fire Marrow mine, there was a fierce battle. Whoosh! Resplendent saber lights filled the sky. A cultivator wielding a saber sent out saber after saber strike. With every saber strike, the sky darkened even more. The ancient race young master only has this much ability? The man with the long blade sneered. With a flick of his wrist, the long saber moved horizontally and suddenly appeared behind Gu Fu. The saber slashed at his back. Although Gu Fu dodged, he was still injured. Pucci. The long saber contained a terrifying origin energy, and it sent Gu Fu flying with a single blow. The latter retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yin, you've hidden your strength well, Gu Fu said coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The man called Lin Yin sheathed his long blade. You're only my first opponent in this trip to the demonic sky fire domain. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Back then, Gu Fu had become the most dazzling genius of the ancient race. His ancient demon annihilation art had reached perfection, and there were few who could match him in the younger generation. After reaching the Saint Emperor realm, he had directly entered the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking. Before entering the demonic sky fire domain, he had never lost. But now, in such a short period of time, he had lost 2 consecutive battles, and his confidence had been shattered. Gu Fu stared at Lin Yin solemnly. This guy was ranked 10th on the Saint Emperor ranking, and he came for a weak sect. Who? Who? Fong Chun rushed over from afar. Someone's fighting? When he arrived, he saw the end of the battle. It was the clash between the two. Gu Fu of the ancient race. Fong Chun had once read the records of the Sage Emperor rankings and recognized Gu Fu's identity with a single glance. Who's that guy? He can actually defeat Gu Fu? Fong Chun looked at Lin Yin seriously. Lin Yin, ranked 10th on the Saint Emperor ranking, had actually defeated Gu Fu. If he had guessed correctly, Lin Yan's strength was comparable to the Frost Saint Emperor. Indeed, there are no weaklings on the Saint Emperor ranking. Fong Chun sighed. Shoo! At this moment, a terrifying saber radiance tore through the void and appeared before him, stabbing towards his chest. Fong Chun frowned and struck out with his palm. Crack! The saber radiance shattered, and Fong Chun took a few steps back. He blocked it. Obviously, Lin Yin was surprised. He had not expected a third-rank Holy Emperor to be able to block his saber radiance. You're indeed a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. You can't be judged by common sense. Lin Yin stared at Fong Chun. I've long wanted to experience the skills of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples. Coincidentally, I met you today. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Lin Yin struck as soon as he finished speaking. Shoo! Wherever the saber radiance went, the void shattered. 9 Saber Sky Extinction. Lin Yin let out a low growl as he displayed his unique skill. The sky changed color as the saber was executed. However, Fong Chun was not a pushover. He took out the star-concealing sword and executed the chaos sword art. Bang! 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 The saber radiance and sword radiance clashed together, and there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. Lin Yan's expression changed when he saw that Fong Chun had blocked the 3 saber radiance effortlessly. To be able to block the first 3 Saber Sky Extinction is enough to prove that your strength is comparable to a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. Lin Yin swung his saber radiance again. The 4th saber radiance, the 5th saber radiance, and the 6th saber radiance. 3 saber radiance intertwined. Lin Yan's strength should be comparable to Holy Emperor Mo Bai. He might even be stronger. Fong Chun muttered to himself, if I go all out, it won't be a problem to defeat him. However, his strength would definitely be exposed. If the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain knew about it, it would be difficult to lure them out and kill them. With that thought, Fong Chun swung his saber radiance and intertwined with the 3 saber radiance. Then, he leaped and appeared in the void 1,000 miles away. Today's battle ends here. Trying to leave? Lin Yin swung his saber radiance for the 7th time. It pierced through the void and chased after Su Mo. However, Fong Chun had already disappeared without a trace. Boom! The saber radiance exploded 1,000 miles away and shattered the void. Lin Yin narrowed his eyes and pondered. Interesting fellow, Lin Yin said. In the distance, Gu Fu, who had been watching the battle, was even more shocked. An unknown disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had actually unleashed such terrifying strength. His combat strength was comparable to Lin Yan's. He could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Holy Emperor ranking board. Monster! Gu Fu could not help but exclaim. It was difficult for other top sect to nurture a demon-like disciple who was ranked in the top 10 of the Holy Emperor ranking board. However, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had casually sent out a 3rd-rank Holy King disciple, and he was so powerful. In the void, Fong Chun stepped on the clouds and moved quickly. With my current strength, it should be difficult for me to find a match among the 6th-rank Holy Emperors. Fong Chun muttered to himself. Other than the top 5 demon-like disciples on the Holy Emperor ranking board, he was fearless. However, he was confident that he would surpass them in the near future. Chapter 35-48. In fact, with Fong Chun's strength, it was not difficult to defeat Lin Yin. However, he had a mission now and did not want to be entangled with Lin Yin, so he chose to leave. However, in the eyes of Lin Yin and Gu Fu, this scene made them think that Fong Chun was no match for them, and had fled. All of this was no longer within Fong Chun's consideration. At this time, he was already far away from the Fire Marrow Mine, and was heading towards the place where the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain gathered. Along the way, Fang Chun stopped in front of an impressive mountain. This mountain was blood red and contained a terrifying triple origin fire. At the top of the mountain, there was a fire dragon circling around, giving off an extremely shocking feeling. After asking around, he found out that the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain had gathered here and seemed to have discovered something. Sword Saint Mountain? Fang Chun smiled sinisterly and immediately released his primordial spirit golden core. His consciousness spread out and extended to the top of the mountain, instantly discovering the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain. Who is it? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Then, the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain discovered that someone was spying on them and exploded in anger. Swoosh! In the sky, a dazzling blade light swooped down with invincible blade, chi, and slashed towards the void, trying to force Fang Chen's consciousness to retreat. However, they miscalculated. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Even an ordinary saint might not be stronger than him. Crack! With a thought, Fang Chun withdrew his consciousness and gathered it together, easily blocking the blade light that swooped down and then crushing it. What's going on? At this time, he could vaguely hear the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain discussing on the mountaintop. Crash! Fang Chun leaped up, and in a few strides, he arrived at the mountaintop. When they saw Fang Chun, many disciples of Sword Saint Mountain cried out, "It's you!" After a moment of shock, everyone glared at Fang Chun, wanting to tear him into pieces. "You actually dare to appear? Humph. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Since you're here, then stay here forever. Brat, you've killed a disciple of our Sword Saint Mountain and even severed one of senior brother Jian Xingyun's arms. Our Sword Saint Mountain will spare no effort in killing you." In an instant, many disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain surrounded Fang Chun, their killing intent surging. Fang Chen's gaze swept through the crowd, but he didn't see Jian Xingyun and Jian Moyun. He shook his head regretfully and asked, "Where is Jian Moyun? If eldest senior brother was here, do you think you could still stand here and speak? What's the point of talking to him? Just kill him." Some of the disciples could no longer hold themselves back and were about to make a move. "Is Sword Demon Cloud not here?" Fang Chun murmured. At that moment, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain attacked together. "Kill!" Fang Chun bellowed. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed a fierce and overbearing swordsmanship. Every time he brandished his sword, it would trigger the triple origin fire in the void and even cause the entire mountain to tremble. "Let's attack together and kill him." A fourth-level Sage Emperor was the first to rush to Fang Chun. His face was filled with joy. If he could kill Fang Chun, he would definitely be regarded highly by his eldest senior brother. At that time, he would be able to hold his head high among the younger generation of disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain and achieve a meteoric rise. It was as if he could already see the future. Poochie. However, at that moment, a shocking pain pulled him back to reality. He lowered his head and saw a long sword piercing through his chest. Blood flowed out continuously. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he realized that his vitality was rapidly fading away. "No!" A miserable shriek came out from his mouth. In the end, he fell head first onto the ground. This scene had completely enraged the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. "Damn you!" The disciples attacked in a frenzy. Countless saber glows intertwined with one another, forming a barrier that suppressed Fang Chun. Poochie. Sword after sword. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was extremely tricky. Even Lin Yin could not deal with his strength. How could these disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain withstand his attacks? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain had fallen and collapsed on the ground. On the mountain peak, blood was dyed red and intertwined with the triple origin fire, forming a unique scene. At that moment, the other disciples finally realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Chun had started a massacre. The disciples below the 6th level could not resist and were slaughtered directly. Run! In the distant horizon, The disciples of the other sect sensed the bloody aura and looked over. When they saw that Fang Chun was slaughtering the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, they were all stunned. They could not imagine that a third-level Sage King would charge into a group of Sage Emperors and slaughter them. This was simply indescribable. Pucci, the hidden star sword, killed a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain that was close to him. Fang Chun stopped his massacre. "It's about time," Fang Chun murmured. All the disciples below the 6th level of the Sword Saint Mountain were slaughtered by him. He did not chase after the few 6th-level disciples who had escaped because he had other plans. "If Jian Maiyun hears this, he will come looking for me, right?" Immediately, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after he left, 2 silhouettes shot over from the distant horizon. Seeing the blood-soaked mountain peak, Jian Maiyun let out a furious roar. "What's going on?" Jian Maiyun's face was extremely gloomy. He had never been so furious before. Whoosh, whoosh. The few 6th-level disciples who had just escaped returned. They were battered and exhausted, but they were barely holding on. Jian Qingyun hurriedly asked, "Who is targeting the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain?" "Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chun." Hearing Fang Chen's name, Jian Maiyun and Jian Qingyun's faces turned ferocious. "Frost Saint Emperor, how dare you attack my Sword Saint Mountain when I haven't even gone looking for you?" Jian Maiyun said coldly, "You're all going to die for killing my disciples." In the distance, countless disciples of the sect fell silent. This was a declaration of war and revenge. Any force that dared to look down on the heaven-defying alliance would be annihilated. Even the Sword Saint Mountain was no exception. Many people sighed. At the same time, some were excited. The disciples of the Sword Saint God were almost annihilated. Jian Maiyun was furious and wanted to take revenge. In the near future, there would be a shocking battle. They would be able to feast their eyes. Not long after, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain left. The news quickly spread. Fang Chun was once again a figure on the tip of the blade. Even the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Saint Emperor ranking started to ask about Fang Chun. Lin Yin and Gu Fu were also shocked when they heard the news. Soon, the news spread that the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Saint Emperor ranking had appeared in the dangerous places of the Demon Sky, Fire Domain. The Holy Son of the 9 Saint Palace, Xian Shu, Luo Zi of the Purple Dress Sect, Ox Demon, and the other top 10 monstrous geniuses were also paying attention to the battle. Rip! A magma river was suddenly torn apart, and a burly man in red armor walked out of it. His body released a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. He opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out, flattening a mountain in the distance. He had an evil smile on his face. "Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chun?" Tang Yi's voice was hoarse. He was the personal disciple of old ancestor Yizong. He was also ranked 5th on the Saint Emperor ranking. He had inherited the skills of old ancestor Yizong and was regarded as one of the most promising geniuses among the Saint Emperors. Ever since he entered the Demon Sky Fire Domain, he had been cultivating in the magma. Now he had taken that step, and the 7th-ranked Saint Realm was right in front of him. However, as soon as he came out of seclusion, he heard about Fang Chun and the matter of him becoming sworn brothers. 3rd-ranked Saint King? Tang Yi's expression was cold as he expelled the 3rd origin fire around him. He squinted his eyes and his killing intent soared. "I don't care who you are. If I want you to die, you must die," Tang Yi said. He had taken that step, and his strength had surpassed Saint Emperor Hanbing and Jian Maiyun. He was not even afraid of Ox Demon, who was ranked 2nd. His goal this time was to challenge the 1st on the Saint Emperor ranking. The Demon Sky Fire Domain is where I, Tang Yi, will rise. My master is very confident in me. He said that I would reach the top of the Saint Emperor ranking at some point. Now that I, Tang Yi, am here, you should all tremble. Tang Yi stomped his foot and the entire ground shook. I will step on the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance and reach the top. The remaining disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain followed Jian Maiyun and chased after Fang Chun. In fact, The reason why they could chase after Fang Chun so easily was because of the clues that he had deliberately left behind in the demon-slaying formation in the fire marrow mine. How was it? Saint Emperor Han Bing and the others asked curiously when Fang Chun returned. Fang Chun gave a simple explanation. Lu Lanxi and the other three were all stunned when they heard it. After a long while, Saint Emperor Ma Bai gave him a thumbs up. I admire you. Junior brother Fang is so brave. Junior brother Fang killed the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. The heaven-defying alliance has completely fallen out with the Sword Saint Mountain. Purple Butterfly wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Lanxi. The Sword Saint Mountain issued a bounty for the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. From then on, we will fight to the death. I think Fang Chun did a good job. Saint Emperor Han Bing nodded. When Jian Maiyun issued the bounty, there was no turning back. They had set up the demon-slaying formation to catch all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Since they were going to play, they might as well play big. The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance had never been afraid of anyone. Now is not the time to chat. Everyone, get back to your positions and be ready to fight, Saint Emperor Han Bing ordered. Saint Emperor Ma Bai, Purple Butterfly, and Lu Lanxi returned to their positions according to the previous arrangement. Senior brother Han Bing, Fang Chun asked, is it really impossible to contact the upper echelons of the sect in the Magic Dome Fire Domain? If all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain were killed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. When the saints out involved, it would be difficult to deal with. He needed to contact Palace Lord Lei of the Dao Palace and report the true situation of the Fire Marrow Mine. Chapter 35-49. Under Jian Maiyun's lead, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain were rushing towards the Fire Marrow vein where Fang Chun was. Senior brother, look! Suddenly, a disciple shouted. Jian Maiyun jerked his head up and was astonished. After a short moment of shock, excitement appeared on his face. Is that the Fire Marrow vein? The Fire Marrow vein was the core of the sect's mission. Before entering the Magic Sky Fire Domain, although they knew about the Fire Marrow vein, they didn't know where it was. Only by killing a certain number of fire demons could they enter the Fire Marrow vein. From there, they could distribute the rights to the Fire Marrow vein. But now, Jian Maiyun had discovered the Fire Marrow vein in advance. This meant that they could enter and obtain the Fire Marrow vein without anyone noticing. I didn't expect the Fire Marrow vein to be here. Jian Maiyun's eyes flickered. I think the other sect's disciples are still killing fire demons. Since we found the Fire Marrow vein, we have the upper hand. Jian Maiyun's intention was simple. He wanted to enter the Fire Marrow vein first and take it for himself. Senior brother, don't you think it's strange? A disciple asked. They had followed Fang Chun all the way here and found the Fire Marrow vein. What did that mean? You mean, one-armed Jian Qingyan frowned. Has the heaven-defying alliance found the Fire Marrow vein? But if that's the case, why would they expose the location of the Fire Marrow vein? Fang Chun had killed the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, so they must have found him. This was tantamount to exposing the location of the Fire Marrow vein. Jian Qingyun couldn't understand. Did they set a trap to kill us? Suddenly, Jian Qingyun was shocked and his eyelids twitched. He looked at his brother and saw that Jian Maiyun was deep in thought. I think senior brother Jian Qingyun's words make sense. The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance must have heard the news when we posted the bounty. With our understanding of the heaven-defying alliance, they will definitely do everything they can to take revenge. A disciple analyzed. That day, the strength Fang Chun displayed was comparable to the experts in the top 20 of the Sage Emperor rankings. If he wanted to, none of us would be able to escape, but he let us go. Hearing the analysis of his disciples, Jian Maiyun's face darkened. An ambush? His gaze was deep as he looked at the fire essence mine. At the end of the wasteland, there was a mine shrouded in flames. It was very tempting. With just them, said another disciple disdainfully. In their opinion, Holy Emperor Bingbing was only ranked 4th on the Holy Emperor ranking list, while their eldest disciple was ranked 3rd. In terms of overall strength, Jian Maiyun completely suppressed the Frost Holy Emperor. That was because everyone knew that the top 3 on the Sacred Emperor rankings were on a completely different level compared to the bottom 3. With eldest senior brother's strength, even if they set up a trap, we have nothing to fear. The other disciples nodded as well. Since they lured us here to ambush us, there's no need for us to hold back anymore. Let's just kill them and make them stay here forever. When Jian Qingyun heard that, his eyes darted around as he pondered. He hated Fang Chun to the bone. If it weren't for Fang Chun, he wouldn't have lost his arm. The enmity of losing an arm was absolutely irreconcilable. Big brother. After a long moment of silence, Jian Qingyun finally spoke. In the heaven-defying alliance, only the Frost Saint Emperor is ranked in the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking, and his ranking is lower than yours. I think this is a rare opportunity. In the outside world, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. However, this was the magic sky fire region. Moreover, this was the mysterious fire essence mine. Even if he killed them, there would be no evidence. If we want to take the initiative and secretly mine the mines, we have to kill them all. Soon, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain reached a consensus and waited for Jian Mayun to agree. Whoosh! Jian Mayun took a deep breath, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He raised his head. His eyes were scarlet, and his body was filled with killing intent. Fine. I want to see what kind of trap the Frost Saint Emperor has set for me. In the fire essence mine, a circular ball of light appeared in the Frost Saint Emperor's palm. This ball of light contained a spatial mark. They were in an independent space like the magic sky fire region. If they wanted to communicate with the outside world, they could only do so through the spatial mark. The spatial mark was extremely precious. Even experts skilled in the Tao of space might not be able to condense it. Only the heaven-defying alliance could take out such a precious item. Wang. The Frost Saint Emperor activated the ball, and the spatial mark flashed. The spatial mark has been activated. If you have anything to say it quickly. Fang Chen nodded and sent a message with his primordial spirit. A soul Tao ripple twisted in the void before it was absorbed by the spatial mark and disappeared. Kacha! The spatial mark dissipated and the ball instantly shattered. The Frost Saint Emperor's body staggered a few times. His face was pale. It was obvious that activating the spatial mark had made him uncomfortable. Senior Brother Frost. Fang Chen asked. The Frost Saint Emperor shook his head. I'm fine. The news is already spread. When Peak Master Yin Luo receives the news, he will immediately send a message to Palace Master Lei. However, he wasn't sure if Palace Master Lei would come. After all, the fight for the Fire Essence Mine was a rule set by the various sect. Even the Heaven-Defying Alliance had to abide by the rules. Senior Brother Frost, you should go and rest. I think the people from the Sword Saint Mountain will be here soon. Fang Chen said. As the Frost Saint Emperor rested, Fang Chen took the opportunity to check the situation of the Demon Slayer array. After everything had stabilized, he sat cross-legged in the control center. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After some time, Fang Chen heard the sound of footsteps, following which a clamor of voices could be heard. With a thought, Fang Chen could feel the changes in the devil-slaying formation. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered that Jian Mayun and the remaining disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain had already entered the devil-slaying formation. Be careful, Jian Mayun exhorted. He walked at the front and felt that something was amiss. This is all of a sudden, he made a grabbing motion in the air, and a ripple was caught in his hand. Array? Jian Mayun shouted and threw out a punch. The Demon Slayer array rippled and shook, but it eventually stabilized. A powerful force swept through the Demon Slayer array. Jian Mayun looked coldly at the control center. It's you, Jian Mayun said coldly. His gaze swept across Saint Emperor Frost and the other three. You want to deal with me, Jian Mayun, with such a formation? Soon, Jian Mayun regained his composure and stood with his hands behind his back. Tao Palace, Myriad Tao World. Palace Master Lei was about to leave the Myriad Tao World after settling the matters of the Tao Palace. However, right at this moment, the void tore apart and a figure flashed out. Daoyan? The person was Wang Daoyan, the genius of the Nine Regions branch. He was also in charge of keeping an eye on Fong Chen's daily life. Palace Master Lei was surprised to see him rushing over. Palace Master, Fong Chun has sent back a message, Wang Daoyan said. Palace Master Lei's face changed instantly. Fong Chun should be aware of the value of the spatial imprint. Back then, he had given them one as a precaution. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Now that the space mark had sent back a message, something big must have happened. What's the message? Palace Master Lei asked sharply. Peak Master Yin Luo told me that the message from the space mark was from Huakong. In fact, Wang Daoyan was also confused. What did it mean? When Palace Master Lei heard the name Huakong, he was sure that the message was from Fong Chun. I see. You can leave now. Palace Master Lei waved his hand and asked Wang Daoyan to leave. He must have sent back the name Huakong because he did not want the other disciples to know about it. Back then, Huakong Saint and Xueqi Saint were part of the same batch of experts. He should know about the secret of the perfect bloodline. I think Fong Chun must have obtained the inheritance of Huakong Saint, Palace Master Lei guessed. It's a serious matter. I'd better go there personally. No matter what it was, the name Huakong was enough for Palace Master Lei to make a trip there personally. When Palace Master Lei left the Myriad Dao world, there was also a fierce battle in the Fire Marrow Mine. Fong Chun had used the power of the Demon Slayer array to kill all the remaining disciples of Sword Saint Mountain, leaving only Jian Xingyun and Jian Moyin. It's your turn now, Fong Chun shrugged. The Demon Slayer array could suppress the origin energy of the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain, but they could not. Instead, it would increase their strength slightly. Damn it! Jian Moyun's eyes were red, and he was furious. He had attacked several times, but was stopped by Sacred Emperor Han Bing, Sacred Emperor Mo Bai, and the other two. He could only watch helplessly as his junior brothers were killed. You have successfully infuriated me. Sword Chi burst out from Jian Moyun's body as he tore apart the seal. I was going to use this trump card to challenge the top of the Sacred Emperor leaderboard, but you made me use it in advance. Today, all of you will die. As he spoke, the aura on Jian Moyun's body had reached its peak. Sacred Emperor Han Bing cursed inwardly. Jian Moyun's strength had broken through the shackles and reached the level of a sage. Rank 7? Sacred Emperor Mo Bai's voice was anxious. No, he did not break through his cultivation level. He must have cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed his strength to break through the shackles in a short period of time. This kind of secret technique should have a time limit. We can't take it head on, we just have to drag it out, Purple Butterfly said. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Jian Moyun laughed maniacally as his sword chi burst out into the sky. Even Jian Xingyun was terrified. Demon Slayer array, slay all evil. Fong Chun quickly formed seals with his hands, and the structure of the Demon Slayer array changed continuously to suppress the berserk Jian Moyun. The four of you, return to your original positions, Fong Chun called out. Sacred Emperor Han Bing and the other three did not hesitate and returned to their original positions to help Fong Chun control the Demon Slayer array. You repulsive people, join hands to deal with my brother. How can I let you succeed? Chapter 3550. Jian Xingyun's goal was simple. He wanted to kill or severely injure any one of the four Saint Emperors. He wanted to destroy their positions and destroy the internal structure of the Demon Slayer array. In that case, he and his brother would no longer be suppressed by the Demon Slayer array and could unleash their full strength. As long as his brother could unleash his full strength, the five Saint Emperors would definitely die, even if they all attacked together. Die! Although Jian Xingyun had been lusting after Lu Lanqi's beauty, he did not hesitate to use the strongest swordsmanship of Sword Saint Mountain in such a life-or-death situation. He stabbed his sword at Lu Lanqi. Hiss! The terrifying sword chi in the Demon Slayer array pierced through the obstacles and appeared in front of Lu Lanqi. If he took another step forward, Lu Lanqi would be severely injured. You are courting death. Fong Chun saw this and attacked in anger. Humph! In front of Fong Chun, Jian Moyun snorted coldly and performed a powerful swordsmanship. He condensed a dense sword light and blocked Fong Chun. He realized the power of the Demon Slayer array and was waiting for his brother, Jian Qingyun, to severely injure Lu Lanqi and destroy the internal structure of the Demon Slayer array. However, he did not expect Fang Chun to be able to control the entire mine. With a thought, a wall made of fire marrow appeared in front of Lu Lanqi. Puchi. The sword chi was blocked by the fire marrow wall. Lu Lanqi was shocked, but not hurt. Although he was shocked, he heaved a sigh of relief. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others saw this, their eyes widened, and they were tongue-tied. The more time he spent with Fang Chun, the more the Frost Sage Emperor realized that Fang Chun was hiding too many secrets. He was simply unfathomable. Activate. However, he knew that it was not the time to think about this. He shouted, and the four of them opened their palms. Strands of origin energy entered the base of the Demon Slayer array. Suddenly, the power of the Demon Slayer array increased greatly, and the pressure on Jian Mayun increased. Bang! Jian Qingyun's sneak attack failed, and he was sent flying by the rebounding force. He forcefully stabilized himself and looked at Jian Mayun anxiously. "Brother, what should we do?" Jian Mayun held his sword and said coldly, "Humph, a third-level Saint King is still a third-level Saint King. Do you think you can defeat me with this array?" Jian Mayun sneered. In his opinion, although the Demon Slayer array could suppress him, Fang Chun was too weak and could not do anything to him. "My partner hasn't drunk human blood for a long time. I think your blood should satisfy him." Buzz. Jian Mayun's aura. Sword Saint's hand. Jian Mayun bellowed as he executed his ultimate technique. His battle prowess was comparable to a 7th Order Saint, and his body exuded an aura of unparalleled arrogance. The Saint Mayun was the Saint Emperor of the Saint Emperor ranking Saint King. His objective this time, besides the right to mine, was an even more important mission, and that was to challenge the top of the Saint Emperor rankings and establish his status as a supreme expert of the younger generation. From there, he would be able to enter the legendary secret realm that could allow him to become a chaotic sovereign. Kill! Sword Demon Yun roared as he waved his longsword. Terrifying sword radiance shot out from his longsword one after another. Fang Chun controlled the Demon Slayer array with ease and suppressed Jian Mayun with absolute power. He took out the star-hidden sword and attacked with all his might. He had to admit that Jian Mayun was very strong. He was the strongest person he had met in the younger generation so far. Jian Mayun was even stronger than Saint Emperor Hanbing. Jian Mayun licked his dry lips, and the blood in his body surged. Only an expert like Jian Mayun was worthy of his full strength. "I'll let you test my true strength," Fang Chun said softly. Then, he used the Chaos Sword principle. Sword radiance shot out from his sword and formed a sword net in the Demon Slayer array. It shrunk and tried to trap Jian Mayun. "Humph! I am the strongest sword cultivator in the younger generation. How dare you draw your sword in front of me?" Jian Mayun sneered when he saw Fang Chun attacking. Sword Saint Mountain had always been the strongest sword cultivator sect in the battlefield of gods. They had produced countless sword cultivators, and the heaven-defying alliance couldn't compare to them. There was even a rumor that there had been a half-step chaotic supreme realm super sword cultivator in Sword Saint Mountain before the Battle of Gods in ancient times. Puchi. The star-hidden sword let out a loud sword cry. Terrifying sword radiance shot out at Jian Mayun. The latter roared and slashed out. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated in the sky. A blinding light swept across the entire Demon Slayer array. The Chaos Sword radiance was shattered by Jian Mayun. The shattered sword radiance shot out in all directions. Puchi. Jian Qingyun, who was standing not too far away, was just about to dodge when he was struck in the chest by a burst of sword chi. Bang! The energy in his body quickly dissipated. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. In just a few seconds, he felt the energy in his body being drained. He knelt on one knee, and his life force was fading. Big brother. Jian Qingyun's throat moved as he stretched out his hand towards Jian Mayun. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He felt that he was about to die, and he was unwilling to accept this. Brother. Jian Mayun cried out when he saw this. He gave up on attacking and rushed to Jian Qingyun's side to help him up. Wong. He frantically injected energy into Jian Qingyun's body. However, Jian Mayun's face turned increasingly gloomy. This was because his brother's body temperature was constantly dropping and his life force was still fading. I don't want to die, big brother. Jian Qingyun shook his head in pain. He never imagined that he would end up like this. He was a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain and was fated to become one of the upper echelons of Sword Saint Mountain. He might even become one of the giants in the battlefield of gods. But now he was going to die in the fire marrow mine. Tears hung from the corners of his eyes as he feared death. Jian Mayun was in pain. He suppressed his grief and comforted his brother. With me here, you will be fine. Bang! Jian Qingyun's body could no longer support itself as he fell to the ground. Jian Mayun held his brother's hand tightly. No, I won't let you leave. Take revenge. In the end, Jian Qingyun still died. The primordial chaos sword qi contained the origin of metal. It tore apart his organs. Arg! An angry roar came from Jian Mayun's mouth. He closed his brother's eyes. You will not die in vain. Big brother will avenge you and bring you back to Sword Saint Mountain. Following that, he placed Jian Qingyun's corpse into a spatial ring. He slowly stood up. His eyes were scarlet and his hair was disheveled. A bloody aura surrounded his body. At this moment, Jian Mayun was like a giant beast. He glared at Fang Chun. Chapter 35:51. Jian Mayun's heart was bleeding. He had taken care of his younger brother since he was a child until he became a top disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. Along the way, he had developed a deep relationship with his younger brother. An image of the past appeared in his mind. Before he became the top disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain, he was in danger. It was his younger brother who stood out at the crucial moment and blocked the most critical attack for him. He vaguely remembered that there was a smile on his younger brother's pale face. That day, he swore that he would never let his younger brother get hurt again. If this world couldn't tolerate him, then he would become the enemy of the whole world. He clenched his fists in anger. His eyes were red and he was panting heavily. He was like a prehistoric monster. He had lost his mind, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to avenge his younger brother. You shouldn't have attacked my younger brother, Jian Mayun roared. He didn't protect his younger brother and let him die. This was the most painful thing in his life. It was an indescribable pain. He could only use his iron fist to extinguish the anger in his heart. Sword Saint's hand. Jian Mayun made his move. He used the strongest sword technique of the Sword Saint Mountain. It was a supreme sword technique. When cultivated to the peak, one could form the Sword Saint's hand and destroy the world. Wong. Jian Mayun waved his long sword rapidly. Sword Qi shot out in front of him and condensed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a blurry palm appeared in front of him. This was the Sword Saint's hand. Fang Chen was excited. He had heard of the strongest sword technique of the Sword Saint Mountain a long time ago. Today, he could finally experience it. This is the Sword Saint's hand? His half-perfect blood was restless. He was getting more and more excited. Fang Chen majored in the Sword Dao, and Jian Mayun was a rare genius in the Sword Dao. How could Fang Chen not be excited when two geniuses of the Sword Dao clashed? Moreover, there weren't many people on the Sacred Emperor ranking board who had personally experienced the Sword Saint's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Sword Saint's hand was condensed. Although it was blurry, it released a thunderous force. Two different types of origin energy rushed into the Sword Saint's hand. In an instant, the power of the Sword Saint's hand soared once again, causing the demon-slaying formation to tremble. The expressions of the Sacred Emperor and the others changed greatly as their hearts skipped a beat. This is, among the four, the one who was the most shocked was none other than the Frost Saint Emperor. He was ranked 4th on the Holy Emperor ranking list, while Jian Mayun was ranked 3rd. In the past, the two of them had fought to a draw. However, how many years had it been since then? Had Sword Demon Yun become so powerful? The rumors are true. The Frost Saint Emperor's face darkened. He didn't expect Jian Mayun to have taken the last step. He was only one step away from entering the 7th Order Saint Realm. Pucci, Lu Lanshi, and the other two were slightly weaker and were pushed back by the terrifying power released by the Sword Saint's hand. Die! All of you will accompany my younger brother in death." Sword Demon Yun roared as he placed the sword in the Sword Saint's hand. At the same time, his entire arm fused into the sword. Then, he suddenly raised his arm, and the Sword Saint's hand floated in the air. The entire fire marrow mine trembled. "This is..." Fang Chun frowned as he performed the mixed universe sword art to block it. Boom! 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 The power of the Sword Saint's hand was completely revealed. Although Fang Chen's mixed universe sword art was strong, it couldn't block the Sword Saint's hand at all. Seventh Order? Fang Chen quickly retreated and said in a low voice. At the same time, a wisp of Sword Saint's hand's aura entered the Hidden Star Sword, trying to destroy the internal structure of the Hidden Star Sword. Buzz! When Fang Chun sensed this aura, the blood in his body instantly erupted and drilled into the Hidden Star Sword, suppressing this aura. After being suppressed by the blood, the sword chi was immediately dissected, and the internal operation was perfectly displayed in front of Fang Chun. Seeing the complicated patterns, Fang Chun was stunned and immediately fell into an epiphany. "Sword art can be operated like this?" Fang Chun exclaimed. The operation of the Sword Saint's hand was too mysterious. He only glanced at it and felt a great blow from the depths of his primordial spirit. Buzz! Countless images flashed quickly in his mind, all of which were images of him practicing the mixed universe sword art. Boom! In a few seconds, dense sword information gushed out crazily in his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. At this moment, he understood. With a shake of his wrist, the aura of the Sword Saint's hand was instantly crushed. At the same time, Fang Chun once again displayed the mixed universe sword art. However, this time, the power of the mixed universe sword art was much stronger than before, because this was the 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art. The trouble of being stuck at a bottleneck was finally solved. Fang Chun mastered the 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art in one fell swoop. I see. Looking at the sword light that evolved into a prairie fire in the Demon Slayer formation, Fang Chun smiled brightly. He had taken a wrong path. If he didn't feel the power of the Sword Saint's hand and the internal patterns, he didn't know when he would be able to master this sword. The world of swords is completely natural. Fang Chun was in high spirits. The 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art seemed to have raised his understanding of the sword to a whole new level. When he looked at Jian Mayun again, there was only a high fighting spirit in his eyes. "It's useless. No one can resist my Sword Saint's hand unless they're a saint," Jian Mayun said coldly. In fact, he was overloaded when he displayed the Sword Saint's hand. He couldn't maintain it for a long time. However, it was enough to kill Fang Chun. Sword Saint's hand. He bellowed once again. Under his control, the Sword Saint's hand charged toward Fang Chun from all directions. However, this time, the scales of victory were not tilted in his favor. The 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art unexpectedly blocked the Sword Saint's hand. The tip of the Hidden Star Sword pierced into the Sword Saint's hand, blocking its path. "Ah!" Jian Mayun roared crazily. The Sword Saint's hand shone brightly, but it was useless. The sword art that he was proud of could no longer pose any threat to Fang Chun. No one can resist the Sword Saint's hand. Jian Mayun was in a frenzy. He wanted to avenge his brother. At this moment, he no longer regarded Fang Chun as a 3rd-level holy king. Instead, he regarded him as an expert of the same level as himself. "Your strongest sword art has been blocked by me. What else do you have?" Fang Chun said. "Ah!" Angry roars reverberated throughout the fire essence mine. With a crack, Jian Mayun broke an origin mark in his body. His aura continued to soar. His power was like a flood breaking through a dam. 7th-level saint. Holy Emperor Frost exclaimed. Jian Mayun had broken through to the 7th-level saint realm at this moment. Chapter 35:52. After the Battle of the Gods, Jian Mayun was the most outstanding disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. He had the potential to revive the sect. The Sword Saint Mountain had used all their resources to nurture Jian Mayun. He was shouldering the hopes of everyone in the Sword Saint Mountain. Therefore, Fang Chun wasn't surprised at all when Jian Mayun broke through. He clenched his fist. The hidden star sword seemed to have sensed the fluctuation in its master's heart and let out a loud sword cry. So far, no one had been able to force Fang Chun to use his strongest combat strength. Fang Chun licked his dry lips and exuded a strong fighting spirit. "Come on, let me see how strong a 7th-level saint is." Fang Chun growled. His voice was hoarse, and the blood in his body was abnormally excited. Boom! Inside the Demon Slayer array, a terrifying aura was wreaking havoc. The aura of a 7th-level saint forced Frost Saint Emperor and the other 3 to retreat. However, the power of the Demon Slayer array was greatly reduced when they took a few steps back. Rip! Countless terrifying sword lights emerged from Jian Moyin's body. They carried endless power and attacked the Demon Slayer array as if they wanted to tear it apart. Steady! The Frost Saint Emperor roared and hurriedly returned to his original position. The other 3 also woke up from their shock and hurriedly returned to the base of the array. They continued to work together to control the Demon Slayer array. At this moment, they didn't have the heart to care about how Fang Chun was so strong. All they wanted to do was to kill Jian Moyin as soon as possible. This person's potential was too monstrous. Once he stabilized his realm, the situation would change. The 5 of them might even die here. Facing Fang Chen's eagerness, a crazy smile appeared on Jian Moyin's face. He looked at Fang Chun with scarlet light shooting out from his eyes. It was as if he wanted to tear Fang Chun into pieces. He opened his palm, and the terrifying sword light gathered together to form a sword of light. The sword of light contained his life strength. As long as this sword slashed down, not to mention Fang Chun, even an ordinary 7th-level saint wouldn't be able to block it. Jian Moyin's mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. He slashed down with his sword. In the demonic sky fire region, many disciples were still hunting fire demons. Of course, the top 10 disciples on the Saint Royal ranking were looking for opportunities to increase their strength. At a certain moment, everyone raised their heads at the same time and saw a magnificent scene. In the distant horizon, the clear sky was suddenly covered by thunderclouds. Lightning flickered and exploded. The entire magic sky fire region instantly darkened. Everyone's hearts were trembling. What exactly happened? Why did such a phenomenon appear? At that moment, the top 10 experts on the Holy Royal ranking all came out of seclusion and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Some of the weaker Saint Emperors were forced back by the terrifying power of lightning. They were terrified to the extreme. Very soon, news spread in the demonic sky fire region that someone was breaking through to the 7th-ranked saint realm. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. When the news spread, Niao Mo, Luo Zi, Chu Xian, Tang Yi, Gu Fu, and the other top experts on the Saint Royal ranking all moved to the place where the phenomenon was. Could it be him? A bull-headed man stood up on a rock. His eyes were filled with confusion. Among the top 10 on the Saint Emperor leaderboard, there's only that person who reached the 7th Order Saint realm before me. He was talking about the top genius on the Saint Royal ranking. Let's go take a look. Niao Mo quickly flew towards the place where the phenomenon was. At the same time, Luo Zi from the Purple Robe sect, Chu Xian from the Nine Saint Palace, and Tang, the personal disciple of old ancestor Yi Song, all rushed over. As for the younger generation who were weaker, they all hid far away and did not dare to get close. They could feel that the lightning energy in the area covered by the thunderclouds was beyond what their physical bodies could withstand. They would definitely die if they went in. Who? Soon, a few cultivators appeared in the wasteland where the fire marrow mine was. The first to arrive was Gu Fu, who used to be 9th on the Saint Royal ranking. As soon as he stopped, he saw Lin Yin coming from another direction. His expression changed, and he nodded to him in greeting. At their level, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Although he had been defeated by Lin Yin, there was no deep hatred between them. Furthermore, he represented the ancient clan, so he could not casually make enemies. What have you discovered? Lin Yin asked. Gu Fu shook his head. The flame mine ahead should be the fire marrow mine. I'm guessing that the top 10 experts on the Saint Royal ranking are undergoing their tribulations. Just as the two were talking, there were a few more sounds. Chu Xian from a nine-saint palace, Luo Zi from the Purple Robe sect. Chu Xian was the holy son of a nine-saint palace. He gave off a majestic aura, and with his good reputation, he had made many friends. Lin Yin and Gu Fu had a good relationship with him. You too. Chu Xian held a fan in his hand and smiled. The four of them stood in the wasteland, guessing who was undergoing their tribulations. The aura of the thunderclouds in the sky is very strong. The person undergoing their tribulation is definitely in the top 10 of a saint royal ranking. Even I wouldn't be able to do it, Chu Xian said. Luo Zi shook her head. Gu Fu and Lin Yin looked at each other and narrowed the range. On the saint royal ranking, Chu Xian was 7th and Luo Zi was 6th. If the two of them couldn't do it, then the person undergoing the tribulation must be in the top 5. Who? At this moment, more experts arrived. You're early. The one who spoke was wearing crocodile armor and holding an ancient halberd. He was Tang Yi, 5th on the Saint Royal ranking. The other person was Niu Mo, 2nd on the Saint Royal ranking. After seeing the two of them, everyone was even more certain that the person undergoing the tribulation was the legendary 1st on the Saint Royal ranking. Far away, countless disciples of the sect exclaimed when they saw Chu Xian and the others. The top 10 disciples of the Saint Royal ranking are all gathered. How spectacular! I wonder who's undergoing the tribulation. No matter who it is, they'll be attacked by Chu Xian and the others. They'll interrogate them about the treasures they obtained from the fire marrow mine. Fang Chun, who was in the fire marrow mine, didn't know what was going on outside. Crack! At the base of the formation where the purple butterfly was, a huge hand suddenly appeared. With a forceful grip, the base of the formation was directly crushed. The Sword Saint's hand. After reaching the 7th step Saint realm, Jian Maiyun used the Sword Saint's hand again. However, this time, the Sword Saint's hand was so strong that it could sweep through Saint Emperors. Moreover, this was the Sword Saint's hand. Although it wasn't the ultimate Sword Saint's hand, its power wasn't something that ordinary Saint Emperors could resist. Chapter 35:53. Wang. Fang Qian's understanding of the Demon Slayer formation was still at the beginner level. Its power couldn't reach the level of Huokong's Saint. But even so, it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Under normal circumstances, no one below the 7th level of the Saint realm would be able to withstand the power of the Demon Slayer formation. But Jian Moyun was different. He had an origin mark sealed in his body. He activated the origin mark and forcefully absorbed it, stepping into the level 7 Saint realm. Although saints and sage kings were only one step apart, there was a fundamental difference. The Sword Saint's hand, formed from sharp metal sword chi, destroyed one of the formation bases that the purple butterfly was guarding with ease. Immediately, the demon-slaying formation shook as if it was about to collapse. Oh no! Frost Saint King and the other two sensed that something was wrong. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their forces were locked by the Sword Saint's hand. They couldn't escape. Break! Jian Maiyun's eyes turned red like a beast. He controlled the Sword Saint's hand and charged at Lu Lanxi with unparalleled sword chi. Among the four, Zidai and Lu Lanxi were the weakest. He chose to break through them. Condense. Fang Chun controlled the flame marrow, or to form a barrier, blocking the attack of the Sword Saint's hand. Rip! The Sword Saint's hand exerted force, and wild sword chi surged out, messing up the barrier formed by the flame marrow organ. Fang Chun stepped forward, holding the hidden star sword, and slashed at the Sword Saint's hand. The Demon Slayer formation no longer had any effect on Jian Maiyun. His strength had reached its peak. With the might of a saint, he clashed with the hidden star sword. Boom! 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 The terrifying chi blasted Frost Saint King and the other three away. At the same time, the Demon Slayer formation was completely shattered. The surrounding walls were destroyed, and countless flame marrow or fragments danced in the air. Outside, everyone felt the earth shake as if the end of the world had come. The thunderclouds in the sky became even denser. The lightning dragons swimming within them gathered together and transformed into a majestic giant dragon. It dove down and drilled into the fire essence vein that was shaking the earth and mountains. Did it work? Ox Demon and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. The top 10 on the Saint Royal ranking were basically all peak 6th rank Saint Emperors. Although there were differences in strength, the difference was not very big. Now, someone had broken through to the 7th Order Saint realm. This meant that their competitiveness had been weakened. Frost Saint Emperor, Sword Demon Cloud? It's still that monster at the top of the list. Xian guessed. Their gazes landed on Bull Demon, because he was the only one who had fought against the top-ranked monster. Ox Demon shook his head in the face of everyone's gazes. His expression was complicated. When he thought back to that battle, his heart began to pound. It shouldn't be him. Ox Demon said, "It's rumored that I fought with him for first place. In fact, I couldn't even block a single attack from him. I didn't even see his face from beginning to end." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The number 1 expert on the Holy Emperor ranking board had always been a mystery. Almost no one had seen him before, and no one knew his identity. Even Bull Demon, who had fought with him before, did not see his face. This, Xian and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Although it was a few years ago, Ox Demon was already a peak 6th Order Saint Emperor at that time. His strength was not to be underestimated. Defeating Ox Demon in one move and not letting him see his face. Wasn't this strength too terrifying? Everyone's hearts palpitated as they pondered. Then, the person who broke through is most likely Frost Saint Emperor. Suddenly, Lin Yan's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. Everyone thought carefully. The possibility of it being Frost Saint Emperor was very high. Although the plan to fight for the Fire Marrow Mine was discussed by many top sects, it should be the Heaven-Defying Alliance's subjective idea. Since they dared to send a Saint Emperor disciple here, it means that they have nothing to fear. Xian also analyzed. The Heaven-Defying Alliance controls most of the cultivation resources in the God's Fall battlefield. They also know many secrets. It's understandable that Frost Saint Emperor broke through here. Everyone fell silent. They had strange expressions as they stared at the Fire Marrow Mine. At this moment, the battle in the Fire Marrow Mine had reached its climax. Whoosh! In the void, a terrifying sword chi pierced through Sword Saint Emperor's hand. However, it only pierced through and was instantly crushed by Sword Saint Emperor's hand. Thump! Thump! Fong Chen's body retreated as he felt an unprecedented impact. He licked the blood on his lips. His eyes were overflowing with fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a battle on the edge of life and death. Today, he could finally fight to his heart's content. Flame Demon King could no longer hold back. He was about to attack, but was stopped by Fong Chun. Frost Saint Emperor and the other 3 climbed up from the ground and retreated to a safe area. They stared at the battlefield without blinking. They gradually understood that Fong Chun was tempering himself. Amazing. Saint Emperor Mabai sighed. As a 3rd-level Holy King, he dared to train himself under the might of a 7th-level saint. This in itself required a great deal of courage. Junior Brother Fong is not simple. They had been indifferent at the start of the team mission. Later, they were shocked. Now, they were trembling. Frost Saint Emperor's attitude towards Fong Chun had changed completely. He admired Fong Chun from the bottom of his heart. Unknowingly, Fong Chen's strength had surpassed his. Now he finally understood why Yun Luo Peak wanted Fong Chun to take part in this mission. I have cultivated for so many years. Junior Brother Fong is the strongest 3rd-level Saint King I have ever seen, Purple Butterfly said softly. Previously, Fong Chun had saved her life. She was very grateful. A 3rd-level Saint King against a 7th-level Saint King. It was simply a fantasy. However, Fong Chun had done it. Sword after sword, attack after attack. Although every time, he would be blocked by Sword Saint Emperor's hand and might even be sent flying, he still enjoyed the intense battle. Damn it! Sword Demon Yin also noticed this. He roared angrily and attacked with all his might, wanting to kill Fong Chun. Indeed, under the pressure of a life and death battle, I improve rapidly. Fong Chun said. After such a short battle, The 8th sword of the mixed element sword art had been completed. He had also touched the threshold of the 9th sword. In the past, he would not even dare to think about it. After a fierce collision, Fang Chen quickly retreated. It's about time. There is no point in continuing the battle. The battle here would definitely attract the attention of many disciples of the magic sky, fire domain. Once the higher-ups of the other sects arrived, it would be troublesome. Sword Demon Yun felt that the energy in his body was quickly depleting. He did not want to drag on any longer. He opened his hands, and the origin star floated in his palms. He was ready to make the final attack. Fang Chun turned his head and looked at the depths of the fire marrow mine. Chapter 35:54. Jian Maiyun was prepared for a lose-lose situation. He used his strongest attack, wanting to kill Fang Chun. However, Fang Chen's tempering had already reached a limit. There was no point in continuing to fight. Jian Maiyun formed the Sword Saint's hand again. A majestic aura surged out from the Sword Saint's hand, causing the sky and earth to change color. The surrounding fire essence veins were unable to withstand the terrifying impact and were directly annihilated. Die! Jian Maiyun's eyes were bloodshot as he went into a frenzy. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to tear this despicable guy into pieces. Roar! Just as the Sword Saint's hand was about to touch Fang Chun, a demonic beast's roar came from the depths of the fire marrow mine. Immediately after, the Fire Devil King's aura filled every corner of the fire essence vein. The tall and sturdy Fire Devil King rushed out of the lava and rushed over. Crack! It was too powerful. With just a claw, it tore the Sword Saint's hand apart. It then opened its mouth and bit at Jian Maiyun. Boom! The Sword Saint's hand shattered, causing a strong backlash to Jian Maiyun. His organs were shattered, and he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Pucci! He spat out blood, and his face was pale. No! He shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept the reality in front of him. He was the chief disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain and the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation in the Godfall battlefield. His attainments in the way of his sword had reached an extremely high level. Especially after entering the Magic Sky fire domain, he had refined the fire core and taken the most important step. He had also refined the origin mark and entered the 7th rank Saint realm. He had been ambitious and wanted to challenge the top of the Saint Royal ranking. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a 3rd rank Saint King? Run! Seeing the Fire Demon King rushing towards him, he did not even think. He activated the remaining energy in his body and ran away. However, he did not know that this was the Fire Marrow Mine and Fang Chun was the ruler here. Fang Chun secretly controlled the Fire Marrow Mine and changed its internal structure to block Jian Maiyun's escape route. At the same time, the Fire Demon King was extremely fast and caught up with Jian Maiyun in the blink of an eye. Rip! At this moment, Sword Demon Cloud no longer had the strength to fight. He was unable to withstand the Fire Demon King's attack and was torn apart by the latter's claws. Miserable cries reverberated throughout the Fire Essence Mine. After a long time, the voice disappeared and the Flame Devil King was nowhere to be found. The Frost Holy Emperor and the other 3 looked at each other, feeling extremely shocked. Jian Maiyun is dead, murmured Saint Emperor Han Bing. Beside him, Saint Emperor Mo Bai was speechless. Lu Lanxi and Zi Dai were dumbfounded. Junior Brother Fang is truly too powerful. Saint Emperor Ma Bai sighed. Even though the Flame Demon King had killed Jian Maiyun at the last moment, there was no doubt about Fang Chen's strength. The fact that he could fight with Jian Maiyun, who was a 7th Order Saint, was enough to prove his strength. Hoo. The fire essence vein regained its calm, and the ground was covered in blood. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others saw Fang Chun, they quickly walked towards Fang Chun. What happened when we arrived just now? Why did the Fire Demon King attack Jian Maiyun? Asked Lu Lanxi. That Fire Demon King should be the leader of the Fire Demon Clan in the Demonic Sky Fire Domain. He should have been hiding in the Fire Essence Vein and was awakened by our battle, said Fang Chun. He did not say that the Fire Demon King had recognized him as his master. Outside, Bull Demon and the others felt that the ground was shaking. Their gazes all landed on the fire essence load. Is it over? Lin Yin asked softly. Gufu's expression changed, and he was confused. There's no movement. It should be over. The one who spoke was Tang Yi. His body flashed, and he came to the entrance of the fire essence vein. He looked down, and what entered his eyes was a chaotic battle scene. That is, he cried out when he saw the Frost Saint Emperor and the others. Why are they here? Was it Frost Holy Emperor who had broken through to the Saint Realm? Tang Yi's expression changed. He was ranked 5th on the Holy Emperor leaderboard, while Frost Holy Emperor was ranked 4th. Their strength was similar. However, if Frost Holy Emperor had really broken through to the Saint Realm, there would be an insurmountable gap between them. Tang Yi could not accept that. What's going on? The others also rushed over. When they saw Fang Chun and the others, they were shocked. In the fire essence vein, Fang Chun shrugged. He knew that the battle would alert many people, but he did not expect to be discovered so quickly. Let's go and take a look. They would have to face it sooner or later. Since they had been discovered, it was time to face it. Under Fang Chun's lead, the 5 of them walked out of the fire essence vein. Frost Holy Emperor, were you the one who was undergoing the tribulation? Bull Demon could not help but ask. However, he soon felt that something was wrong. Frost Holy Emperor did not have the aura of a 7th-rank saint. No, you did not break through. Then what happened just now? Bull Demon frowned. The others also looked at Frost Holy Emperor. Why do I feel that there are remnants of sword chi in the air? Tang Yi said. It's the Sword Saint Mountain's sword chi. There must have been a great battle here. Tang Yi's eyes were cold as he stared at Saint Emperor Ice. What happened? Why are you in the fire marrow mine? Bull Demon's body also emitted a powerful aura that threatened Saint Emperor Frost. Frost Saint Emperor glanced at Fang Chun. The latter took a step forward and stood with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, when we were hunting fire demons, we accidentally discovered the fire marrow mine. As soon as we entered, we discovered Sword Saint Mountain's Sword Demon Yin. Then, Fang Chun made up a lie. He said that Jian Mayun had used his power to take revenge and had attacked them. In the end, they defeated him and he escaped into the depths of the fire essence vein. So, the one who just broke through was Jian Mayun? The geniuses on the Saint Royal ranking were confused. If Jian Mayun had broken through to the 7th-rank Saint Realm, how could he have been defeated by Saint Emperor Han Ning and the others? They looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. They thought that there was a secret in the fire essence vein. Saint Emperor Frost, none of us here are fools. If you've discovered anything, just tell us straight away. Demon Ox said. There was a hint of threat in his voice. Humph, Junior Brother Fong already said it clearly. Jian Mayun wanted to kill us, but we defeated him and he escaped into the depths of the fire essence vein. If you don't believe me, go and find him yourself. Frost Holy Emperor sneered. Besides, they were also disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. How could they lose their morale? I've always suspected that the Heaven-Defying Alliance had more information about the fire essence vein. Looking at the current situation, it should be true. Tang Yi said, it's fine that the Heaven-Defying Alliance bullies others, but now you want to take the resources that all of our sects share. Dream on. After Tang Yi spoke, the others also expressed their support. Back then, the rules set by the various forces were that the ownership of the fire essence vein was determined by the proportion of fire cores. Now, the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have broken the rules by trespassing, Lin Yin said coldly. Frost Holy Emperor, please give us an explanation. Fang Chun looked at this scene quietly. He knew that these people were just using this as an excuse. What they really wanted was the so-called unfounded secret. After such a big commotion, they were sure that the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had obtained great benefits and wanted to threaten them. I've said what I should say. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Frost Holy Emperor's attitude was firm. The people on the Holy Emperor ranking looked at each other. Then Lin Yin stepped forward and said mockingly, I've long heard that Frost Holy Emperor is very strong. I, Lin Yin, would like to see it for myself. Before Frost Holy Emperor could speak, Fang Chun spoke first. You can't. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Lin Yin glared at him. Humph, How dare a loser like you boast in front of me? Back then, when Lin Yin and Gu Fu fought, Fang Chun did not want to be entangled with Lin Yin and escape directly. However, he left Lin Yin with the impression that Fang Chun was no match for him. Therefore, he was so arrogant in front of Fang Chun now. If you didn't escape quickly that day, you might have died in my hands. Lin Yin sneered. What? Do you want to die? Fang Chun did not speak. Frost Holy Emperor's face was gloomy. Everyone, the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance, don't cause trouble. But it doesn't mean that we're afraid of trouble, Purple Butterfly said. Even Jian Maiyun, who had stepped into the 7th-rank Saint Realm, was severely injured by them. They were not afraid of these people in front of them. I'll cause trouble today. What can you do about it? Lin Yin was very arrogant. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura swept across the world. He looked straight at Fang Chun. Do you dare to attack? Facing Lin Yan's provocation, Fang Chun shrugged helplessly. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die, Fang Chun said. I won't attack, but once I do, there will be blood. This sentence made Lin Yan even angrier. You're courting death. Lin Yan attacked with lightning speed. The triple origin fire in the void was collapsing. He clenched his fist and punched out. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. With a sound, Lin Yin flew out and crashed heavily on the ground. Everyone looked over and gasped in shock. This was especially true for Gu Fu, who was in a state of shock. Back then, he had said with his own eyes that Fang Chun was no match for Lin Yin and escaped into the void. Now, not long after, Lin Yin was seriously injured by the other party. It was unbelievable. What's going on? Ox Demon and the others looked curiously at Fang Chun. Lin Yin got up from the ground, spitting out blood. He roared angrily and unwillingly. He rushed at Fang Chun again, but the result was the same. Fang Chun sent him flying with a simple punch. His attack was no threat to Fang Chun. Boom! Finally, after being sent flying for the 3rd time, Lin Yin lost his ability to fight. He sat on the ground in a daze, unwilling to wake up. Chapter 35:55. Lin Yin, who had replaced Gu Fu on the Saint Royal ranking, had actually been defeated. It wasn't just him. Even Ox Demon and the others narrowed their eyes. Obviously, they had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. As a 3rd-level Holy King, Lin Yin had been unable to fight back. Gu Fu's heart trembled as he recalled the battle between Fang Chun and Lin Yin. His forehead was covered in sweat. That battle was most likely because Fang Chun didn't want to waste time tangling with Lin Yin. Otherwise, Lin Yin would have been defeated. It's too scary. Thinking of this, Gu Fu had already regarded Fang Chun as a 7th-level Holy King. Anyway, he would rather die than become enemies with such a person. Lin Yin was in great pain. His entire body was covered in blood. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His throat moved as if he wanted to speak, but in the end, he didn't. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Lin Yin also understood this principle. Today, he had been defeated by Fang Chun. He had been utterly defeated. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. He had given up. Everyone's gaze turned away from Lin Yin. They happened to hear Fang Chen's words. The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance don't cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of trouble. If you still want to fight with us, then just attack. He stood with his hands behind his back, his aura majestic. Behind him, the Frost Saint Emperor and the other 3 all felt a trace of shame. Especially Frost Saint Emperor, his heart trembled. The monstrous talent that Fang Chun had displayed was enough for him to enter the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. At this time, he finally understood why Peak Master Yin Luo had personally come forward and asked Fang Chun to participate in this mission. It turned out that the so-called demonic fire domain mission was just a way to train Fang Chun. Compared to Fang Chen's brilliance, Frost Saint Emperor felt ashamed. Xian and Luo Zi looked at each other and didn't say anything. Now that Fang Chun had defeated Lin Yin so powerfully, even if they attacked, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat him completely. Moreover, behind Fang Chun was the Heaven-Defying Alliance. They wanted to see just what the Heaven-Defying Alliance was planning. Could it be that they wanted to become enemies with all the other factions of the Godsfall battlefield and monopolize this flame marrow mine for themselves? However, Tang Yi licked his dry lips and took a step forward, arriving in front of Fang Chun. Third level Holy King. To be able to reach this step in the entire Godsfall battlefield, your potential is undeniably number one. However, there are times when potential cannot be exchanged for actual combat power. Perhaps you may become a top fighter in the future, but for now, you are at least a third-level Holy King. What Tang meant was, I don't care what happens in the future. As long as I, Tang am here, you will never be able to steal my limelight. Fang Chun looked at Tang Yi. Tang, it was the only independent cultivator in the top 10 of the Sacred Emperor ranking who had not joined any sect. However, no one present dared to underestimate him. After all, behind him stood a super powerhouse, Old Ancestor Yitsong. Old Ancestor Yitsong was a peak invincible saint. He was very famous in the Godsfall battlefield. There were even rumors that he was most likely an old monster who had survived the ancient Godsfall battle. Even the Heaven-defying Alliance and many other factions were not willing to provoke him. Old Ancestor Yitsong had spent all his life on Tang Yi, hoping to train a disciple who could inherit his mantle. Now, it seemed that Tang Yi had done well. It could be said that Tang Yi was at the peak of his cultivation. As soon as he finished his apprenticeship, he swept away warriors of the same realm with an invincible stance. When he entered the Saint realm, he was even more arrogant and looked down on those of the same realm. Now, he was only one step away from entering the 7th level Holy Realm. He had the right to be proud. Of course, the reason why he took action was mixed with some personal reasons. Jianji of the Sword Saint Mountain was his sworn brother. He was killed by Fang Chun. Jian Xingyun's arm was cut off, and the other disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain were slaughtered. All these factors combined gave Tang Yi a reason to take action. My master used to have some friendship with the higher-ups of the Sword Saint Mountain. When I left the mountain this time, he repeatedly told me to help the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain if they are in trouble. Tang Yi said. The crocodile armor on his body exuded a terrible light that shrouded his entire body. Not only did you cut off Jian Xingyun's arm, but you also slaughtered so many innocent disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. It is reasonable for me to take action and suppress an evil villain like you. Fang Chun sneered when he heard this. Just take action. Don't make it sound so righteous. Who didn't know Tang Yi's character? Fang Chun was fearless, but he reminded Tang, you can take action if you want, but I have to remind you that my long sword has killed countless people. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tang, shameless boasting. You're still not strong enough to kill me. Tang Yi sneered. Bull Demon and the others were also waiting with interest. Tang Yi's strength was infinitely close to Frost Saint Emperor and Jian Mayun. You should be able to test Fang Chen's strength. I'm just afraid that when I hit the young one, the old one will jump out. Fang Chen joked. You? Humph. If you can kill me, I have nothing to say. But if I kill you, I hope the Heaven-defying Alliance won't come after me, Tang Yi said coldly. Fang Chun waved his hand. In that case, make your move. Frost Saint Emperor and the others were surprisingly calm. To them, no matter how strong Tang Yi was, could he be stronger than Jian Mayun, who was a 7th-order saint? Everyone had underestimated Fang Chen's strength, and this would be a huge blow to them. Back then, Wang Daoyan walked out of the Nine Regions branch and became famous. He joined the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the Nine Regions branch would produce an even more amazing genius, Purple Butterfly said. Lu Lanqi nodded. Among the 4 of them, she had known Fang Chen the longest. She recalled the man who had stepped onto Yunluo Peak for the first time for a stalk of golden flame grass. He had surpassed them in the blink of an eye. Her state of mind had undergone a great change. Junior Brother Fang's potential is unprecedented. Even in the ancient times, he would be ranked, Saint Emperor Mabai said. A 3rd-order Saint King is already so strong. I'm curious, how strong will he be when he becomes a 7th-order saint? Will he be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with an invincible saint? The other 3 were shocked by the Frost Saint Emperor's words. A seventh order saint standing shoulder to shoulder with an invincible saint only existed in legends. Even if it was a legend, many people couldn't accept it. Looking at the battle not far away, the four of them looked hazy. It was as if they could really see that day coming. Boom! The battle was intense, and there was a lot of commotion. Tang, he didn't give Fang Chen a chance. He attacked first. With the help of his armor, he exploded with his strongest power. The entire sky darkened. Fang Chen was in the middle of the whirlpool, but he was still calm. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. In the distance, many disciples of the sect screamed. Chapter 35:56. Taking turns to fight, Fang Chen stood in the middle of the whirlpool with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm as if he had nothing to do with it. He suddenly raised his head and said something that made everyone's jaws drop. "Those of you who want to fight, come at me together." He patted the dirt off his sleeves and said indifferently. However, it gave the others an incomparable shock. He was going to challenge the top 10 on the Holy Royal ranking. Many of the sect disciples were stupefied. Great waves were stirred up in their hearts. It was just too shocking. Even the top genius on the Holy Royal ranking wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. At the same time, they were also guessing whether Fang Chen really had such confidence, or was he just putting on an act to please the crowd. Buzz! The terrifying chi in the sky suddenly stopped. Tang Yi, who was floating in the air, looked even more gloomy. His body was filled with cold, killing intent. Who was Tang Yi? He was 5th on the Holy Royal ranking. His overall strength wasn't any weaker than Holy Emperor Bing and Jian Mo Yun. He wasn't even afraid of Niao Mo. However, he was being humiliated by a 3rd-rank Holy King. Boom! He slammed his palms together, causing the ground to explode and dust to fly everywhere. His chest was burning with rage as he looked at Fang Chen with a ferocious expression. At this critical moment, Fang Chen had actually said such words. It was simply a great humiliation to him. "No one has ever dared to humiliate me like that. You're the first one. You will pay an unbearable price." "Tang," he said coldly. Everyone could hear that Tang, he was furious. "Don't waste time. If you want to fight me, just do it. I will take it all." Fang Chen was unyielding. He wasn't afraid of facing the top 10 on the Holy Royal ranking. "You are courting death." Finally, Tang, he couldn't control his anger anymore. He clenched his fists and a powerful energy covered his fists. He threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. That punch contained powerful original strength. Even Xian and Luo Zi didn't dare to take it head-on. Tang, he has become stronger. Xian and Luo Zi thought to themselves. However, in just a second, there was a deafening sound. The two punches collided and the ground shook. Boom, boom, boom. Out of everyone's expectation, Fang Chen not only blocked Tang Yi's attack, he even pushed Tang Yi back. On the other hand, Fang Chen didn't move at all. He just stood there with his hands behind his back, as if he hadn't fought at all. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Xian, Luo Zi shook her head in disbelief. Niao Mo is... All of a sudden, he was overwhelmed with shock. He looked at Fang Chen in a new light and felt that his guess was correct. Let me experience it as well. The sudden change stunned everyone. No one had expected that Niao Mo, who was ranked 2nd on the Holy Emperor ranking board, would join hands with Tang Yi to attack. Dong, dong, dong. Every time Niao Mo took a step, the ground would crack. At the same time, he raised his head and roared. 2 horns appeared on his forehead, and his whole body was covered by the blood armor of the Niao Demon clan. At this moment, he turned back to his original form. He stomped his hooves and rushed towards Fang Chen. Boom! When Bull Demon made his move, Tang Yi also made his move. Although it was the first time the two of them worked together, their coordination was very smooth. The two of them had a clear division of labor. One of them attacked Fang Chen's upper body, while the other attacked Fang Chen's lower body. Finally, you can't take it anymore? Fang Chen sneered. He didn't want to waste time here. It was good that Niao Mo and Tang Yi were working together. If he could defeat them, then the younger generation wouldn't have the guts to challenge him. Fang Chen pulled out his hidden star sword. Sharp metal sword chi gushed out like a tide. Chaotic universe sword art. He immediately used his strongest sword technique. With a slash of his sword, 8 sword shadows appeared in the void. Each sword shadow contained a different sword principle aura. The 8 auras complemented each other and burst forth with the strongest power. "Die!" Nyoemo shouted. Terrifying bloodline chi gushed out from his blood armor. His horns tore through the void and pierced towards Fong Chen's head. "Puchi!" The sword light pierced through one of Nyoemo's horns. He screamed in pain. Another sword light pierced through his blood armor. Nyoemo's body was covered in blood. On the other side, Tang Yi's attack was easily blocked by Fong Chun. His crocodile armor was pierced through by the chaotic universe sword light. Both of them had suffered injuries of varying degrees. This scene shocked many of the cultivators in the distance to the point where they could not be any more shocked. They had never thought that there would be such a monstrous talent among the younger generation. "Who is he?" someone asked. Was he really just an ordinary outer disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? But the strength he displayed now was comparable to a 7th-level saint. Such a monstrous talent could be ranked among the top, even in the Holy Ji Palace. For a moment, all kinds of guesses were made. Xian and Luo Zi were confused. What did they see? Was this really not a dream? Lin Yan lowered his head in shame. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, Fong Chun did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would not be standing here. As for Gu Fu, he looked like he had seen a ghost. From the beginning to the end, only Saint Emperor Bing and the other 3 were calm. After seeing Fong Chen's battle with Jiao Mo Yun in the Demon Slayer formation, Tang Yi and Nyo Mo were nothing. After this battle, Junior Brother Fong will become famous in the Godfall battlefield, said Saint Emperor Ma Bai. I'm curious. Between him and the guy who ranked first on the Saint Emperor ranking, who is stronger? Zaidi teased. Lu Lanqi had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He looked at Fong Chun with an indescribable look in his eyes. A rare, monstrous talent. He is destined to stir up a storm. Saint Emperor Bing was more and more certain that the Holy Ji Palace had already decided on Fong Chun. This mission was just one of the trials. He was even more certain that Fong Chun had used a special method to send a message back. The upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance would definitely come. Even Lei Gong would come personally. The Heaven-Defying Alliance could not afford to lose such a genius. The world is changing, Saint Emperor Bing said thoughtfully. On the battlefield, Fong Chun easily blocked Neo Mo and Tang Yi's attacks. In just one round, the 2 were covered in injuries. Bang! Neo Mo was sent flying by Fong Chun again. One of his horns was broken and the other cracked. He endured the pain and retreated quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the battlefield. Neo Mo, admit defeat. Neo Mo, ranked 2nd on the Saint Emperor ranking, admitted defeat in front of everyone. Chapter 35:57. Who was Neo Mo? He was a young genius of the ancient Demon Ox clan. Since the ancient Demon Ox clan had declined after the Battle of the Gods, they had been cultivating generations after generations of geniuses. Finally, Neo Mo had been cultivated. It was said that Neo Mo had the reckless ox battle body, which was extremely strong. Once it was activated, his combat strength could be superimposed 9 times. His power was extraordinary, and there were few among the younger generation who could match him. Back then, when the Sacred Emperor ranking was compiled, he was only ranked 2nd because of the difference of 1 move. Even so, the other experts on the Sacred Emperor ranking did not dare to disrespect him. However, today, Neo Mo, who had the reckless ox battle body, joined forces with Tang Yi, the personal disciple of ancestor Yi Song, but they were no match for Fong Chun. The latter's strength was too strong. His swordsmanship had reached an incredible level. People even thought that the unique techniques of the Sword Saint Mountain were no match for him. Before Fong Chun, everyone respectfully called Jiao Mo Yun the Little Sword Saint. However, after seeing Fong Chen's battle, the title of Little Sword Saint belonged to him. He's too strong. Even Jiao Mo Yun is no match for him. I'm beginning to suspect that the vision just now might have been Jiao and Mo Yun breaking through, and the five from the heaven-defying alliance were blocking him. A great battle broke out. Everyone had different opinions. When they recalled that Neo Mo and the others had sensed a trace of Sword Saint Mountain's aura in the Fire Marrow mine, they were even more certain that there had been a fierce battle. At this moment, a question appeared in everyone's mind. Where did Jiao and Mo Yun go? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Fong Chun with their mouths agape. At this moment, their hearts were filled with shock. This was because they had thought of an unimaginable result. Impossible. Jiao Mo Yun is the chief disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain and is respectfully called the Little Sword Saint. His swordsmanship cultivation has reached an incredible level. Even Neo and Mo might not be able to defeat him. Moreover, the vision just now clearly showed that someone was undergoing a tribulation. Maybe it was Jiao Mo Yun. He couldn't have died in battle. Many people did not believe that Jiao Mo Yun had died in battle. They shook their heads frantically. Dong. However, at this moment, a deafening voice sounded. After Bull Demon admitted defeat, he left the battlefield. Tang Yi's heart was burning with anger. Although Fong Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, it was too late for him to stop now. This was because his attack had already been unleashed, and it had already arrived in front of Fong Chun. Kill. Without Ox Demon holding him back, he would have to face Fong Chen's strongest attack. However, he had no other choice but to bite the bullet and fight. Die for me. Tang Yi's palm slammed into the void. Suddenly, gray powder scattered. The three primordial fires in the void were refined by the gray powder and then condensed together to form a flame. As soon as this flame appeared, it caused the surrounding void to collapse. Humph! Facing Tang Yi's attack, Fong Chun snorted and slashed out with his sword. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match for him. A mere Tang crocodile was nothing. Sure enough, the result was as expected. All of Tang Yi's attacks instantly turned into nothingness under Fong Chen's star-hidden sword. Puchi! The star-hidden sword pierced through the void flame and then stabbed Tang Yi as fast as lightning. The latter had almost no time to react and was stabbed by the long sword. Blood spurted out, and his body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered, and a miserable scream was heard. Rip! When Tang Yi's body fell to the ground, everyone gasped. The crocodile armor on his body was beyond recognition. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. One should know that the crocodile armor was the remains of old ancestor Yi Song when he stepped into the invincible saint realm. He then personally refined it into the crocodile armor and even integrated his blood into the crocodile armor. Strictly speaking, this crocodile armor was considered to be the top among the origin sacred weapons. However, in the face of Fong Chen's attack, the crocodile armor was beyond recognition. It couldn't block the attack for Tang Yi at all. Tang Yi's legs were shattered, and he was dragging half of his body. In the distance among the crowd, someone exclaimed and wanted to save Tang Yi, but after thinking about it carefully, he stopped in the end. Even Tang Yi and Bull Demon were no match for him. They would be courting death if they went. Quickly inform old ancestor Yi Song. Some disciples of the sect used special means to pass the news back. There are also people who tried to send a message to old ancestor Yi Song. They believed that soon, the demonic sky fire domain would become a hell of Azura, and all the top saints would come. You! Tang Yi endured the pain and glared at Fong Chun. You dare to break my legs. You will regret it. At this time, Tang Yi was still threatening Fong Chun. My master, old ancestor Yi Song, will be here soon. When the time comes, you will die without a burial place. Fong Chun shrugged. I knew it. If I hit the young one, the old one would jump out. Old ancestor Yi Song? If he wants to avenge you, just come. Does he really think that there is no one in the heaven-defying alliance? He had already sent a message back. Presumably, Palace Master Lei would be arriving soon. Once Palace Master Lei arrived, old ancestor Yi Song would be nothing. You lowly human with dirty blood in your body. What qualifications do you have to talk about my master? Tang Yi was furious. Fong Chun shook his head. but the lowly human in your eyes defeated you. You will even die in his hands. Who do you think you are? Not far away, Bull Demon was silent. He had fought with Fang Chun and had the right to speak, but he didn't want to speak. He knew very well how terrifying Fang Chun was. If Tang Yi didn't use his master to threaten Fang Chun, he might have a chance to live. However, he was courting death. At this point, he still threatened Fang Chun and even called him a lowly race. It was simply courting death. Xian, Luo Zi, Gu Fu, and the others kept their mouths shut, fearing that they would anger Fang Chun. Everyone's eyes were on Fang Chun. This young guy shocked the world with one battle, sweeping the top 10 of the Saint Royal list. This battle was enough to leave his name in history. Dang, dang, dang. Fang Chun walked towards Tang Yi step by step, and the latter finally felt a trace of fear. What do you want to do? Tang Yi's half-body kept retreating. The ground was stained with blood. His face was full of fear, and his body was trembling slightly. You can't kill me. Fang Chun didn't hide his killing intent. Tang Yi was no longer stubborn and began to beg for mercy. Bang! Fang Chun sent Tang Yi flying with a punch. I have no enmity with you, but you want to kill me. If I let you go today, I can't guarantee that you won't do anything to me in the future. Moreover, it's useless to keep a trash like you alive. I might as well just kill you. He had destroyed half of Tang Yi's body and cut off his cultivation path. This was already an irreconcilable hatred. His master, old ancestor Yi Tsang, would never let him go. Instead of that, he might as well go all out and kill Tang. No, if you let me go, my master will definitely give you cultivation resources to help you break through to the Saint Royal realm. Tang Yi was anxious, and from now on, I swear that I will never do anything to you again. I will even become your right-hand man and work for you. If it were an ordinary person, they might be attracted by Tang Yi's conditions, but Fang Chun wasn't. Not to mention that he had a lot of cultivation resources. Just his identity as a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was enough for him to not worry about resources. Now, he even controlled the entire Fire Marrow load. Tang Yi's conditions were really not that attractive. I have cultivation resources. It's simply an eyesore for a trash like you to be my right-hand man. Fang Chun took a step forward and came in front of Tang Yi. The latter fled in a panic, but he couldn't escape from Fang Chun's palm at all. Let me tell you a secret. In order to survive, Tang Yi used all his means. Humph. Fang Chun snorted coldly. He didn't want to pay attention to Tang Yi at all. However, the latter's next sentence made him stop abruptly. I once inadvertently obtained a flag at the edge of the primal chaos battlefield. This flag contained a great opportunity. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out an orange flag from his arms. Buzz! On the flag, a murderous aura escaped and instantly swept across the world. Even Fang Chun couldn't help but frown when he felt this aura. What a strong murderous aura. Dong dong dong. The blood in Fang Chun's body suddenly became restless. He looked at the flag seriously and noticed a trace of strangeness. Seeing Fang Chun's reaction, Tang Yi continued. According to my master, the murderous aura contained in this flag is too shocking. If it is released, it will destroy the world. And this flag is very likely to be related to the battle of the ancient gods. Everyone gasped. A flag related to the battle of the ancient gods? Everyone's eyes fell on the flag. This flag, the size of a palm, looked very ordinary. On the orange flag, there was a little light black light. There was nothing except for the murderous aura. What's going on? The more Fang Chun looked at it, the more shocked he became. At some point, he seemed to have fallen into an illusion. He saw that inside the flag, the dark aura condensed into a ferocious face. When he saw this ferocious face, he almost cried out. Fang Chun's face became serious. The ferocious face was actually the face of the mastermind behind the demonic emperor's mausoleum. This discovery made Fang Chun completely shocked. Sure enough, the aura is the same. After calming down, Fang Chun felt that in the murderous aura, there was the same aura as the evil cultivator in the demonic emperor's mausoleum. He suppressed his shock and held the flag in his palm. The terrifying murderous aura madly drilled into his body. Fortunately, The perfect blood blocked it, so he was safe. Who is he? Is he really the mastermind behind the battle of the ancient gods? Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Fang Chen also saw the extraordinary nature of this flag. He could at least delay until his master arrived. Humph! When my master arrives, you will definitely die, Tang Yi thought to himself. Fang Chen looked at Tang Yi sharply. Where did this flag come from? Chapter 35:58. Tang Yi could feel the cold, murderous intent from Fang Chen. He began to feel guilty, afraid that Fang Chen would kill him regardless of everything. If that was the case, even if his master avenged him, what could he do? His top priority now was to survive until his master arrived. Therefore, he had told Fang Chen about his greatest fortuitous encounter in order to stall for time. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The other sect disciples in the distance were also moved. In the ancient times, the battlefield of gods was originally a macro world. However, after the battle of gods, the macro world was completely shattered, and all the cultivators were almost wiped out. The battles between the top cultivators created countless dangerous places. The battlefield of chaos was one of them. Although it was called a dangerous place, it was actually a place for training. Of course, this training place was not for ordinary people to enter. Under normal circumstances, one's cultivation had to be at least at the 7th level of saint to be qualified to enter. However, that was only the qualification. If one wanted to obtain an opportunity in it, one had to be at least a 9th level saint. In the battlefield of gods, most of the top cultivators in the sect would go to the battlefield of chaos to look for opportunities. Now, the flag that Tang Yi mentioned was actually from the battlefield of chaos, which surprised everyone. Feeling the change in Fang Chen's mood, Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took out the flag. Rumble. As soon as the flag appeared, the color of heaven and earth changed. The dark clouds in the sky instantly turned blood red, and the air was filled with a terrible smell of blood. The disciples of the weaker sects in the distance quickly retreated, their hearts full of shock. What is this? Fang Chen's eyes widened, and his primordial spirit locked onto the flag in Tang Yi's hand. At this time, Tang Yi was holding a palm-sized blood-red flag in his hand. This flag released a monstrous evil aura. Buzz! An overwhelming, baleful aura surged wildly from the blood-red flag. In the end, it pressed down on Fang Chen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Dong dong dong. The blood in Fang Chen's body was restless. When he came back to his senses, his face became gloomy. He suddenly rotated his palm and brandished the hidden star sword. The sword light exploded and turned into a 10,000-meter-long sword light in the air. It rushed into the incomparably dense, evil qi. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The evil qi rushing towards Fang Chen was forcibly cut apart by the 10,000-meter-long sword light. At the same time, primordial chaos sword qi erupted, completely suppressing the blood-red flag. The evil aura in the air gradually scattered, and the blood-red flag, which was suppressed by the perfect blood, also gradually calmed down. Bang! Tang Yi, who was still in shock, was slapped away by Fang Chen, trying to use the murderous aura of the flag to deal with me. Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he walked towards Tang's crocodile. He was a little angry. If he didn't have the perfect bloodline, he might have been killed by Tang's crocodile. Tang, I didn't expect that Fang Chen could resist the evil qi of the flag so easily. He got up from the ground with blood all over his body. A look of horror appeared on his face as he kept retreating. It was an accident. I'll give you the flag now. After that, Tang, he hurriedly threw out the flag in his hand. Fang Chen opened his palm, and the flag fell into his palm. Suddenly, a murderous aura drilled into his palm, trying to destroy his meridians, but it was suppressed by the perfect bloodline. Interesting. After a short contact, Fang Chen felt that the flag was extraordinary. It was very likely that it really came from the chaos battlefield. Fang Chen played with the flag and looked up at Tang Yi with interest. The latter trembled and hurriedly said, "I've given you the flag. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and let me go?" Fangchen didn't say anything. Tang, he was a little anxious. His master was already rushing over, but the journey was long and it would take some time. In the meantime, he would be in extreme danger. He had to find a way to survive. He clenched his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He didn't hold back anymore and told Fangchen everything about the flag. Saint Emperor Han Bing and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect things to develop to this extent. Although they were very curious about the origin of the flag, they knew their own limits. Moreover, they were from the same sect, so it was impossible for them to attack Fangchen. When they saw Fangchen and Tang looking at each other, they knew that the two were communicating through telepathy. Saint Emperor Han Bing said, "The flag is too important. There will definitely be people who will be jealous. Be careful. If anyone tries to do anything, kill them without mercy. Don't worry. Junior brother Fang is strong. Unless the number one on the Saint Emperor ranking makes a move, no one will have a chance," Saint Emperor Ma Bai said confidently. Bull Demon, Chu Xian, Luo Zi, and the others looked at the flag in Fang Chen's hand curiously. A blood-red flag with 3 vertical lines, 6 horizontal lines, and 9 mixed lines. Where have I heard of it before? Bull Demon racked his brain and had a vague impression of it. After a while, Bull Demon slapped his head and his eyes lit up. That's the flag of command? His breathing became a little rushed. He looked at it seriously and was even more certain that the blood-red flag in Fang Chen's hand was the legendary command flag. The flag of command has appeared. Bull Demon was incomparably excited. At the same time, he was also very shocked. He had once heard the patriarch mention a secret in the clan. Their Bull Demon clan had a blue flag of command. It was said that the previous clan leader had brought it back from the chaotic battlefield. Since then, it had become the most precious treasure of the Bull Demon clan. Many ancestors of my Bull Demon clan have studied it for countless years and obtained a terrifying piece of information. Bull Demon thought to himself, the flag of command is actually the key to an ancient ruin. There are 3 of them. If we can gather all of them, we can open the ancient ruin and obtain the ancient inheritance. Moreover, they also found that the inheritance should have come from an invincible saint or even a half-step chaotic supremacy. Although they couldn't confirm whether it was true or not, just the words half-step chaotic supremacy were enough to drive people crazy. Over the years, the Bull Demon clan had been searching for it, but to no avail. Who would have thought that the second flag of command would appear here? There are a total of 3 flags of command. One is blue, one is blood red, and the last one is purple. Bull Demon used a special method to send the news back to the clan. Then, he tried hard to remain calm, not wanting others to see any clues. After a while, Fangchen retracted his gaze and seemed to be thinking. It seemed that he had obtained some important information from Tang. It has something to do with the origins of the 5 elements? Fangchen thought to himself. Tang, he had told him that after obtaining the flag of command, a piece of information had appeared in his mind. This information was related to the origins of the 5 elements. Chapter 35:59. Fangchen's expression changed. He did not expect the commanding flag to be related to the Lord of Origin. What was the Lord of Origin? At the beginning of the chaos, the yin and yang qi were created and finally evolved into the 5 elements origin. As everyone knew, the 5 elements origin was the basic structure of the chaotic world and the foundation of the cultivation of Saint Realm warriors. Every Saint Stage cultivator had more or less comprehended an origin. However, there were very few who could truly comprehend the origin to the extreme. Since ancient times, those who could comprehend the 5 elements origin to the extreme and condense a 9-story origin tower would be crowned with the title of Lord of Origin. In fact, there were at most 5 Lords of Origin in an era, each representing the 5 elements. The Lord of Origin was just a title that represented an origin that had reached the extreme. Therefore, only 5 people in each era could obtain this title. However, under normal circumstances, those who could obtain the title of Lord of Origin had most likely reached the level of an invincible saint or even a half-step chaotic sovereign. Fangchen stared at Tang with scorching eyes. After calming down, He was a little confused and wary of the latter. Why would such an important commanding flag be with him? Even his master, great ancestor Yi Song, could not remain calm in the face of the inheritance of the Lord of Origin. What else are you hiding? Fang Shen questioned Tang Yi imposingly. Tang Yi's expression changed, and he said with some fear, I've said everything that needs to be said. You should fulfill your promise. Fang Chun shook his head. He did not believe what Tang Yi said. What do you want? Tang Yi retreated and glared at Fang Chun as he roared. Let me search your soul, Fang Chun said calmly. Since it was related to the lore of origin, he was not willing to let go of any important clues. Tang Yi was infuriated. Searching one's soul was the biggest taboo for a warrior. Once he opened his mind and let the other party search his soul, it was very likely that he would be killed. If Fang Chun secretly made a move, Tang Yi would definitely die. Furthermore, he had many secrets that no one knew about. How could he allow Fang Chun to search his soul? Master hasn't arrived yet? Tang Yi was anxious. He secretly tried to contact his master, but there was no response. He had no choice but to raise his head and pretend to be calm as he faced Fang Chun. I've already given you this flag and told you everything I know. I believe that a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance wouldn't go back on his word. Fang Chun sneered. He stretched out his hand and arrived in front of Tang Yi at lightning speed. The latter couldn't dodge in time and was grabbed by Fang Chun. A miserable scream came out from Tang Yi's mouth. His face was pale as he struggled desperately. I'll give you one last chance. Based on Fang Chun's past character, he would have killed Tang Yi a long time ago. But now, for the sake of the secret of the Origin Lord, he was in no hurry to take action. However, there was a limit to his patience. Swish! At that moment, a blinding light shot over from afar. Following that, the crowd heard a thunderous explosion. Seeing this, Fang Chun threw Tang Yi aside and waved his sword to block the attack. Puchi! With a slash of his sword, the cold sword aura forcefully shattered the layer of energy in front of him. Then, the tip of his sword was pointed at Bull Demon, and with infinite power, he stabbed out madly. Bull Demon Fist. Bull Demon's face was ferocious as he shouted loudly. At the same time, he transformed into his human form. He clenched his fists and waved them in front of his chest. The terrifying fist aura condensed into a huge fist shadow. Rip! The hidden star sword didn't stop and pierced into the fist shadow. Then, Fang Chun's wrist shook and instantly shattered the fist shadow. Bull Demon took this opportunity to retreat quickly and came to Tang Yi's side. He pulled him up and retreated to a safe area. You sneak attacked me? Fang Chun was furious. Bull Demon had just admitted defeat in front of everyone and swore that he would never attack him again for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that he would sneak attack him in the blink of an eye? Fang Chun, although Tang offended you first, he has paid a heavy price after all. Why do you have to be so lenient? Bull Demon said. Moreover, Tang Yi's master is ancestor Yi Song. If you alarm him, do you think the heaven-defying alliance can protect you? Xian and Luo Zi were confused. The Bull Demon, they knew, wasn't such a reckless person. But why did he lose his mind and become an enemy of Fang Chun? Xian's expression changed. He recalled that when the blood-red flag appeared, Bull Demon was absent-minded for a short moment. He guessed that Bull Demon had attacked him because of the blood-red flag. Could it be that Bull Demon recognized its origin? Xian's expression changed. He was more and more curious. What was the origin of the blood-red flag? Why would Bull Demon become an enemy of Fang Chun? Fang Chun sneered and stared at Bull Demon sharply. Bull Demon clan's genius, second on the Saint Emperor ranking list, Bull Demon. But I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to become an enemy of mine? Just now, he had single-handedly defeated the joint attack of Tang Crocodile and Bull Demon. Bull Demon admitted defeat on the spot, while Tang Yi was covered in blood and almost died. Bull Demon supported Tang Yi with one hand, as if he had forgotten what had just happened. He confronted Fang Chun, as if he was determined to save Tang. Fang Chun, old ancestor Yi Song, has once shown kindness to my Ox Demon clan. Today, can you give my Ox Demon clan some face and let Tangy go? My Ox Demon clan will definitely thank you in the future. The Ox Demon brought up his clan, trying to force Fong Chun to back down. Shameless. Lu Lanchi gritted his teeth in anger. Zaidi was so angry that her shoulders trembled. She couldn't help but want to attack. Saint Emperor Ma Bai and Saint Emperor Han Bing watched quietly. They had never doubted Fong Chen's strength. They believed that Fong Chun could solve all these problems. Boom! Fong Chen slashed out with his sword without warning. The sword light was extremely fast, approaching the speed of light. It instantly arrived in front of Bull Demon, who used the Bull Demon fist to block it. Bang! The combat strength of the two was not on the same level at all. Bull Demon was sent flying in one blow. Thump, thump, thump. After he stabilized himself, he looked down and saw that the bones in his fist were broken and blood was spurting out. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth. Fong Chun, ancestor Song, is already on his way. He will be here soon. If you continue to be stubborn, you will regret it. Hearing Bull Demon's words, everyone understood. It seemed that Bull Demon's attack had something to do with ancestor Song's arrival. However, only Bull Demon himself knew that although ancestor Song had sent him a message through the Bull Demon clan to ask him to help Tang, the real reason why Bull Demon was willing to become enemies with Fong Chun was the commanding flag. Tangy knew a lot. Bull Demon might be able to get some clues from him. This was his real purpose. Brother Bull Demon, I can't thank you enough. Chapter 3560. Tang, he was covered in blood and had lost his fighting strength. If Fong Chun continued to attack, he would not be able to fight back. Therefore, he only had one thought now, and that was to stall for time. Fong Chun, you're going back on your words. Tang, he was furious. In order to survive, he did not hesitate to take out the commanding flag and told the latter the secret. Who would have thought that Fong Chun would go back on his words and still attack him? I didn't expect that a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance would be so hypocritical. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Tang, he said angrily. On the side, Bull Demon also spoke. He claimed to be the descendant of the ancient Bull Demon clan and said, Brother Fong, I admit that you are strong, but please let Brother Tang go for the sake of my Bull Demon clan. How about it? It seemed to be a negotiation, but it was actually a threat. Oomph. Fong Chun snorted coldly, not giving Bull Demon any face. Hunyuan Sword Art. Fong Chun displayed the Hunyuan Sword Art. Terrifying sword light condensed in the air one after another, exuding a terrifying sword aura. Fong Chun leaped up and floated in the air. He stood on the densely packed sword lights. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes as he looked down at the two of them. Seeing Fong Chun's attack, Bull Demon was shocked and displayed the Bull Demon fist without hesitation. Bull Demon fist. Bull Demon roared and merged his origin strength with the Bull Demon fist perfectly. His combat strength skyrocketed as his fist shadow rushed towards Fong Chun. Pucci. However, in merely a single exchange, the tens of thousands of sword rays pierced through his fist shadows. A frightening power spread out, causing Ox Demon's body to tremble. Break! Bull Demon roared into the sky and let out a beastly roar. He turned into his original form and stomped his hooves on the ground. His huge body rushed towards Fong Chun and stomped his front foot on Fong Chun. In the distance, everyone trembled in fear. The power of this stomp was extraordinary. An ordinary Saint Realm expert would not be able to withstand it at all. They would definitely die. What a terrifying Bull Demon. Xian and Luo Zi were also shocked. Their impression of Demon Ox wasn't this strong. The Demon Ox in front of them had overturned their understanding. As expected of the strongest genius of the ancient Demon Ox clan, I heard that the hope of the clan's revival is all placed on him. There are even rumors that the Demon Ox clan is secretly plotting something. If it succeeds, the Demon Ox will be able to step into the invincible Saint Realm, Gu Fu whispered. He was a disciple of the ancient clan. The upper echelons of the ancient clan and the ancient Demon Bull clan were both ancient remnant clans. Their influence was outstanding, and there were some connections between the upper echelons. Therefore, he knew this secret. However, it is somewhat reckless of him to make an enemy out of Fang Chun. Gu Fu muttered. Lin Yin was already numb, his heart cold. He was glad that Fang Chun hadn't killed him just now. Otherwise, how could he still be standing here alive? In the distance, those ordinary disciples were even more shocked to the point that they couldn't be any more shocked. Pucci, even if Demon Ox used a divine skill like the Demon Ox Fist, it was useless. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. His battle strength was comparable to a 7th-order saint. With a flick of his wrist, a 10,000-foot-long sword light pierced through Ox Demon's defense and nailed him to the ground. Ox Demon's huge body was drenched in blood. In just a few short seconds, his vitality had been greatly damaged, and he was dispirited. Brother Demon Ox. Tang Yi retreated, looking at Demon Ox, and exclaimed. Before his master came, Demon Ox was his only hope of survival. Who would have thought that Fang Chun would dare to kill him? Fang Chun, are you really going to kill us all? Tang Yi roared hysterically. He didn't believe that Fang Chun would offend his master, old ancestor Yi Song, and the Demon Ox clan at the same time. Hee. Fang Chun ignored Tang Yi's cries. With a slash of his sword, a terrifying sword light wrapped around Demon Ox's body. The latter struggled and roared ferociously, but to no avail. Fang Chen's face was cold. With a flick of his finger, Demon Ox's body was instantly pierced through by thousands of swords. I can't accept this. Demon Ox's unwilling voice came from the blood mist. Boom! Demon Ox's body exploded after being pierced by thousands of swords, shocking everyone. Oh my God! At this moment, everyone exclaimed. The second strongest person on the Saint Royal list, the peerless genius of the ancient Demon Ox clan, Demon Ox, was dead. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a 3rd-order Holy King. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Ah, you killed Brother Demon Ox? The ancient Demon Ox clan will not let you go. Tang, he was obviously frightened. He screamed crazily and retreated. His eyes were filled with fear and his heart was trembling. Master, save me. In a hurry, Tang, he sent out his last call for help. Whoosh! Fang Chun flicked his wrist and took away Demon Ox's Sumeru ring. After all, he was a genius of the Demon Ox clan and should have many good things. As for the revenge of the Demon Ox clan, he did not care. After this matter was over, he would enter the Dao Palace to cultivate. With his potential, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Saint Realm. As long as he did not leave the Myriad Path Realm, even the Demon Ox clan could not do anything to him. Furthermore, Fang Chun hated threats the most. Not only did Ox Demon threaten him, but he even tried to sneak an attack on him after he admitted defeat in front of everyone, even though he had let him live. It could only be said that the evils brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. When he attacked Fang Chun and protected Tang, the outcome was already decided. Even Frost Saint Emperor and the others did not expect the outcome to be like this. Their expressions changed as they thought about the consequences of Demon Ox's death. Kill. Since Tang Yi did not want to tell them the secret of the Origin Lord, they could only kill him. No, you can't kill me. Tang Yi, who was retreating, tripped over Demon Ox's body. He felt the aura of death coming and prayed for his master to come quickly. Pucci, the dazzling sword light cut off his arm as if it was cutting glass. Blood spurted out, and Tang Yi no longer looked like a human. You will regret this. Tang Yi, who was in despair, let out an angry roar. My master will exterminate your 9 generations and make sure you never reincarnate. At least, you won't be able to see that scene. Now, Tang Yi had completely lost his combat strength. Fang Chun raised the star-hidden sword. With a light wave, he could end Tang Yi's life. Stop, thief! However, at this moment, in the distant sky, the fiery red void was instantly torn apart. A terrifying aura swept across the world and burst out. Everyone was shocked. Old Ancestor Yi Song had arrived. At this time, Old Ancestor Yi Song did not care so much. He directly activated his supreme technique, forcibly tore the void at the entrance of the demonic sky, fire domain, and entered it. When he saw his disciple, Tang Yi, he was even more furious. He punched out across the endless void. Boom! Boom! Chapter 35:61. The sky instantly darkened, and dark clouds covered the sky. The void collapsed, and cracks spread out. The triple origin fire in the air spun wildly, forming a terrifying vortex. The demonic fire domain instantly turned into a furnace. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that the person who came was Tang Yi's master, old ancestor Isang. Sure enough, after the terrifying fist light dissipated, an old man with wrinkles appeared from the void crack, surpassing the speed of sound. As soon as he appeared, he brought a huge pressure to the world. Fengshen couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing this, Frost Saint Emperor and the other three's faces suddenly changed, and they exclaimed, "Old ancestor Isang!" Xian, Luo Zi, and the others also took a few steps back, fearing that old ancestor Isang would be angry and implicate them. Master! Tang almost burst into tears. At the most critical moment, his master had appeared. His hanging heart was finally at ease. Buzz! Old ancestor Isang held Tang Yi with one hand. A little starlight flickered, constantly injecting power into Tang Yi's body. At the same time, he fed Tang Yi a healing pill. After a while, Tang Yi's face became a little ruddy. Although his body hadn't recovered yet, his injuries had obviously improved, and his life was no longer in danger. No matter who it is, no matter how great his background is, I will avenge you. Old ancestor Isang gently patted Tang Yi's shoulder and said slowly, "Master, it's this guy. Not only did he want to kill me, but he also took away my flag. Brother Ox Demon of the Ox Demon clan died tragically in his hands in order to save me." With old ancestor Isang around, Tang Yi was fearless and began to complain. After listening, old ancestor Isang's expression didn't change. He looked at Fengshen with a condescending attitude. In his opinion, as long as it wasn't the invincible sage of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, others were no different from ants. When did the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples become so arrogant? Old ancestor Isang whispered. Frost Saint Emperor and the others trembled in their hearts. Tang Yi almost died, and old ancestor Isang was famous for being protective. He would never let this matter go. Now, they could only pray that the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance would arrive quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to bear the anger of old ancestor Isang. Senior Isang, Frost Saint Emperor cupped his fists. He was a top outer sect disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and also the leader of this mission. It was only right for him to stand up and resist the pressure. Old ancestor Isang flicked his sleeve and slapped Frost Saint Emperor away. "I don't want to hear any explanations. I only know that my disciple almost died in the hands of your Heaven-Defying Alliance, so I need an explanation." If they didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he wouldn't mind going on a killing spree and killing all 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Xian and Zi shook their heads. Was a rising star going to die just like that? No matter how heaven-defying Fengshen was, it was impossible to challenge old ancestor Isang. Old ancestor Isang stared at Fengshen. At first, he looked down on him, but the more he looked at him, the more frightened he became. 3rd level Holy King? Killed Bull Demon and severely injured Tang Yi? Old ancestor Isang couldn't believe his eyes. After a short thought, a thought emerged in his mind. He believed that Fengshen must have a secret treasure or a heaven-defying bloodline. I have never been able to touch the threshold of the half-step chaotic supreme realm. If I can get his bloodline, I might have a chance to become the Origin Lord. Old ancestor Isang thought to himself. He raised his palm and said indifferently, "Where is the flag?" He faced everyone with the attitude of top powerhouse. In fact, even among the invincible saints, he was a top existence. Few people dared to provoke him. Fengshen's forehead was dripping with sweat. His body couldn't bear the pressure from old ancestor Isang. A cracking sound came out, and his bones cracked. He gritted his teeth and persisted. "You have severely injured my disciple. You will pay with your life. As soon as his voice fell, old ancestor Yi Song made his move. With a flick of his finger, the entire void trembled. The triple origin fire was directly defeated. A terrifying air wave swept across the world and instantly arrived in front of Fang Chun. Boom! Fang Chun had almost no resistance. The sword Dao armor on his body shattered directly. At the same time, his body flew out upside down. Rip! Blood sprayed and covered his whole body. Fang Chun felt his internal organs trembling. His meridians reversed, and he was seriously injured. After feeling Fang Chun's blood, old ancestor Yi Song's eyes flickered. He was even more certain that Fang Chun's bloodline was very heaven-defying. He licked his dry lips and took another step toward Fang Chun. Bastard, weren't you very arrogant just now? Aren't you like a dog now, waiting to be slaughtered? Tang Yi Song gloated and constantly mocked Fang Chun. Master, spare his dog life. I want him to taste all the poisons in the world, and then kill him with my own hands. Not only that, but I will also exterminate all the people related to him. Tang Yi Song went mad. After walking through the gates of hell, his hatred for Fang Chun was unprecedented. Hiss! Fang Chun, who fell to the ground, quickly climbed up. However, an even more terrifying big hand suppressed him directly, making him a little breathless. Everyone thought that old ancestor Yi Song would directly kill Fang Chun, but they were wrong. What's going on? Someone noticed that something was wrong. In front of Fang Chun, blood continued to gather, forming a blood-red ball in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Fang Chun's face was hideous. He tried his best to stop it, but it was useless. Old ancestor Yi Song was too strong. He was no match for him at all. What a powerful bloodline. Old ancestor Yi Song stared greedily at the blood-red ball. Fang Chun felt that the blood in his body was rapidly draining away. If this continues, he will definitely die. Old ancestor Yi Song, your disciple, Tang Yi, is not dead. Please give face to the heaven-defying alliance and let junior brother Fang live. At the critical moment, Saint Emperor Bing stood up. Get lost. What responded to him was a terrifying attack that directly sent Saint Emperor Bing and the other three flying. As I said, no matter who he is, no matter what he relies on, no one can save him if he dares to attack my disciple. Old ancestor Yi Song said calmly. The reason why he didn't kill Fang Chun was that the latter's blood was crucial to him. Saint Sage. Fang Chun felt his body weakening. He couldn't sit still and wait for death. Enduring the pain, he took out the Saint Sage and put the last 5 energy blood crystals into it. Boom! The Saint Sage attacked with all its might, trying to rescue Fang Chun. Boom! Boom! The Saint Sage's attack didn't pose a threat to old ancestor Yi Song, but it was a puppet. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it would continue to attack. This is really annoying. Chapter 3562. The Holy Kiln was personally refined by the Blood Cavalry Sage. Its toughness was extraordinary. At this moment, the Holy Kiln successfully restrained old ancestor Yi Song. Fang Chun's life was temporarily out of danger, but he still didn't let his guard down. He secretly arranged the Demon Slayer formation. Old ancestor Yi Song was the strongest among the rogue cultivators. He was also a genuine invincible sage. His combat effectiveness was too strong. Fang Chun couldn't resist at all. Facing old ancestor Yi Song, Fang Chun didn't even have the confidence to make a move. At this moment, he could only hope that the Holy Kiln could delay a little more time. However, he was using the Demon Slayer formation to resist old ancestor Yi Song. As long as he could delay until the heaven-defying alliance's higher-ups arrived, his life would be saved. In the distance, many disciples of the sect had retreated to the edge of the magic sky, fire domain. They watched this amazing scene from a distant void. Too strong. Is this the pressure of an invincible sage? A sage can't be humiliated. Fang Chun is courting death. Old ancestor Yi Song came in anger to avenge his disciple. If the heaven-defying alliance's higher-ups don't come, Fang Chun will definitely die. Many people weren't optimistic about Fang Chun's chances. In this desperate situation, even an ordinary invincible sage might not be able to withstand old ancestor Yi Song's angry blow. Xian and the others originally thought that Fang Chun was dead. Who would have thought that he could actually come up with such a method? That's the Holy Kiln, Xian exclaimed. He had once seen records of the Holy Kiln in the sect's ancient books. I didn't expect Fang Chun to have such a legendary puppet like the Holy Kiln. It's incredible, but after a short while, Xian noticed the power of the Holy Kiln. He shook his head gently and sighed. It's a pity that such a young genius with the potential to step into the chaotic supreme realm in the future has fallen just like that. Luo Zi looked over in confusion. Xian explained, the saint puppet is a kind of high-level puppet. As long as enough energy crystals are placed on it, it can release the pressure of a saint. It's a pity that Fang Chun doesn't have that many energy crystals. The saint puppet in front of us is at most a 5th-rank holy emperor. However, due to its special properties, it can withstand a saint's attack. Boom! Old ancestor Yi Song's angry strike directly blasted the sacred puppet away, but the latter didn't feel any pain at all. The crystal in the energy center was quickly refined, and a vast power emerged again. It tirelessly rushed towards old ancestor Yi Song, doing everything it could to stop his attack. Courting death, old ancestor Yi Song sneered. He immediately stretched out his hand, and a terrifying power swept across the world. As his palm pressed down, it completely shrouded the Saint Kiln. Crack! There was a crisp sound in the holy lion's body. The internal energy could no longer operate. The energy center was also sealed by old ancestor Yi Song. Rip! Almost at the same time, old ancestor Yi Song's other hand stretched out and grasped the energy center of the Saint Kiln. The remaining energy in the energy crystal was instantly exhausted. Boom! The Saint Kiln fell to the ground, losing its fighting power. A little Saint King actually has the Saint puppet. Interesting. Old ancestor Yi Song licked his dry lips and said eerily, with your potential, you should have a high status in the heaven-defying alliance. If I kill you, those old farts will definitely be distressed. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. With a wave of his hand, old ancestor Yi Song put away the saint puppet. For him, the saint puppet was naturally useless, but he could give it to his disciple, Tang Yi Song. As long as there were enough energy crystals, the saint puppet could exert the power of an invincible saint. With the saint puppet, his disciple would have the protection of an invincible saint. He felt much more at ease. After putting away the saint puppet, old ancestor Yi Song stepped out and came in front of Fang Chun. Old ancestor Yi Song had traversed the God's Fall battlefield and killed countless people. However, you're the first Saint King in the past 100 years who can make me personally take action. With old ancestor Yi Song's identity, if he wanted to deal with a Saint King, as long as he raised his arm and shouted, there would be countless followers working for him. There was no need for him to take action at all. However, today, Fang Chun caused some trouble for him. To be praised by old ancestor Yi Song, one could imagine how monstrous Fang Chun was. Unfortunately, this monstrous genius was destined to fall today. Die! Old ancestor Yi Song no longer talked nonsense. His big hand pressed down directly, wanting to smash Fang Chun's head. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, Fang Chun endured the pressure of a saint and stomped his foot. In an instant, with him as the center, the ground released dense rays of light. These rays of light soared into the sky and intertwined, forming a majestic array formation. The array formation was filled with an extremely vast power. This power had a subtle restraining effect on old ancestor Yi Song's power. Demon Slayer Array. Fang Chun yelled in a low voice and devoted himself to the Demon Slayer Array. Above his forehead, the origin star flickered. His hands were pressed against the array's core. Crash! Pieces of fire essence flew out of his robe and sank into the array base. Suddenly, the power of the Demon Slayer Array increased again. In the face of absolute strength, everything is fleeting. Old ancestor Yi Song looked down at Fang Chun condescendingly. His big hand continued to press down. Terrifying rays of light swept across the earth, resisting the Demon Slayer array. Rumble. The Demon Slayer array shook and was about to shatter at any time. Fang Chun was also under great pressure. With a bang, he knelt on one knee, and a trace of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Buzz! When his blood dripped on the ground, it was instantly absorbed by the Demon Slayer array. In an instant, the Demon Slayer array seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. The restraining power became more and more powerful. For a moment, old ancestor Yi-Song felt like he was in a different world. Break for me. Old ancestor Yi-Song felt a little strange. He shook his head vigorously, groaned, and pressed down with his other hand. The power of both hands soared suddenly. The Demon Slayer array couldn't withstand the pressure, and countless cracks appeared. Poochie! Fang Chun vomited blood. He was severely injured, and he relied entirely on his faith to support himself. Die for me. At this moment, old ancestor Yi-Song also realized that Fang Chun's potential was much stronger than he imagined. He must kill Fang Chun. Otherwise, once the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance arrived, it would be troublesome. Old ancestor Yi-Song released the pressure of a sage. The Demon Slayer array couldn't resist and collapsed directly. Fang Chun's body was suppressed by the big hand. No! Lu Lanqi screamed. Han Bing, Holy Emperor, and the others were also burning with anger. Is he dead? Xian and the others widened their eyes and stared at the shattered Demon Slayer array, wanting to confirm Fang Chun's life or death. Kacha! At this moment, the void changed again. A big hand appeared out of thin air and slammed down, instantly neutralizing old ancestor Yi-Song's attack. At the same time, a very majestic voice sounded. Chapter 3563. Shocking Thunder. The deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the shocking sound in the void echoed in everyone's ears for a long time. After the big hand that appeared in the void defeated old ancestor Yi-Song's attack, it swung its hand backward. The origin power surged and turned into a bewitching flower that quickly rushed towards old ancestor Yi-Song. Seeing this, old ancestor Yi-Song's expression suddenly changed. His hands kept forming seals while his whole body was covered in armor. His body soared into the air, trying to avoid the bewitching flower. Boom! In the end, the bewitching flower collided with old ancestor Yi-Song's hands and burst open. The origin power covered his hands like a tide, emitting a corrosive sound. Damn it! Old ancestor Yi-Song shook violently and pulled his hands out. He then gritted his teeth, crossed the origin power, and rushed towards Fang Chun. He seemed to already know the identity of the person who came and was a little afraid. He wanted to completely strangle Fang Chun before this person's real body arrived. Go to hell! Old ancestor Yi-Song growled, and his speed soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fang Chun. At this time, Fang Chun had not recovered from the heavy pressure just now. He was unable to resist old ancestor Yi-Song's attack at all. The latter raised his hand and slapped Fang Chun's head, wanting to destroy his body and soul. You're courting death. In a void crack, a shocking voice came again. However, this time, there was no big hand to help Fang Chun resist old ancestor Yi-Song's attack. Obviously, the people from the Heaven-Defying Alliance were still far away from the Magic Sky, Fire Territory. It was difficult for them to launch a second long-distance attack in such a short time. Although he was furious, he could not stop old ancestor Yi-Song's attack. If he dies, I will kill you. The people from the Heaven-Defying Alliance threatened. However, old ancestor Yi-Song did not care so much. He was a rogue cultivator. After killing Fang Chun, he just needed to hide. Unless the legendary Heaven-Defying Alliance Master or the 3 Palace Masters of the Dao Palace attacked together, no one could kill him. Therefore, he was fearless and stubborn. Old man Lei, you can't stop it. Seeing that Fang Chun's head was about to be crushed by Yi-Song, he turned his head, looked at the void crack, and sneered. The hearts of the Frost Saint Emperor and the others trembled. They seemed to have guessed who it was. Palace Master Lei. Zidai cried out in alarm. She was extremely anxious and stamped her feet. She was praying that the Thunder Palace Lord could save Fang Chun. Xian and the others had already left. Invincible saints came one after another. The battle here had clearly exceeded their scope of understanding. Am I going to die? Fang Chun was not willing to give up. He gritted his teeth and circulated the blood in his body. His origin star collided, producing dazzling sparks. He was burning his blood essence, wanting to make a final desperate struggle. It's useless. Old ancestor, Yitsong sneered. Burning blood essence in front of him was simply too stupid. If I want you to die, no one can stop me. His hand continued to press down until it was about to touch Fang Chen's head. The latter's body trembled as if all his bones were about to shatter. A terrifying power was wreaking havoc on his body. Buzz! Suddenly, a layer of ripples appeared in front of Fang Chen's head, wrapping around old ancestor Yitsong's palm in an instant. The ripples rippled, and with a gentle force, it removed old ancestor Yitsong's power and transferred Fang Chen's body out of thin air. Old ancestor Yitsong, I trust you have been well since we last met. At the end of the earth, a bald old man, holding a crutch, said with a smile. He took a step forward and used spatial shrink to arrive in front of ancestral patriarch Yitsong. He waved his walking stick gently, and Fang Chun, who had been teleported away, landed lightly in front of Holy Emperor Frost and the others. Junior Brother Fang. The Frost Saint Emperor and the others hurriedly supported Fang Chun. After seeing the bald old man, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nine Saint Palace Master. Luo Zi and the others exclaimed. Only Xian was slightly calm, but his mind was filled with complicated thoughts. He didn't expect the Palace Master to come at the critical moment and save Fang Chun. Nine Saint Palace Master, are you trying to stop me? Old ancestor Yitsong was a little angry. He wanted to kill Fang Chun before Palace Master Lei arrived. Who would have thought that Nine Saint Palace Master would come and insist on protecting Fang Chun? Is this the decision of your Nine Saint Palace? In order to kill Fang Chun, old ancestor Yitsong didn't hesitate to break ties with the heaven-defying alliance. His face was gloomy as he stared at Nine Saint Palace Master. Palace Master Lei was still some distance away from the magic sky, fire domain. He had to speed up. Nine Saint Palace Master was wearing a white robe, his head was bald, and he was leaning on a crutch. From a distance, he looked no different from a Buddhist expert. However, only those who truly understood him knew how terrifying Nine Saint Palace Master was. Nine Saint Palace and the Heaven-Defying Alliance are considered allies. Besides, Palace Master Lei and I were once close friends. I naturally have to do what he entrusted to me. Nine Saint Palace Master's intention was very clear. He wanted to protect Fang Chun. With him around, old ancestor Yitsong would never be able to kill Fang Chun. Old ancestor Yitsong was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he wasn't afraid of Nine Saint Palace Master, he couldn't defeat the latter. Good, very good. Although old ancestor Yitsong gritted his teeth in anger, there was nothing he could do. Ha ha, it's really lively. In the sky, there were several sounds of breaking through the air. A violent aura swept over, and soon, several figures appeared. At the edge of the magic sky, fire domain, many disciples of the sect were completely stunned. Usually, they wouldn't see an invincible saint, but today, they saw many legendary figures one after another. It was too shocking. Purple Robe Sect Master, Ancient Clan Leader, and other top experts arrived one after another. Old Ancestor Yitsong, let the younger generation settle the grudges between themselves. You are an invincible saint. How dare you lower yourself to deal with a young disciple? Purple Robe Sect Master said coldly. Many top forces had an agreement that invincible saints couldn't casually attack weak martial artists. Otherwise, if someone went crazy and slaughtered a sect and then escaped, the order of the Godfall battlefield would be messed up. Old ancestor Yitsong snorted coldly. He grabbed the half-crippled Tang crocodile and was ready to leave. Palace Master Lei was about to arrive, and the situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He had to leave. What? You bullied my heaven-defying alliance's disciples, and you want to leave just like that? However, it was too late. Palace Master Lei had arrived. Whoosh, whoosh. On the horizon, a seemingly ordinary martial artist suddenly appeared. He approached from afar and appeared on the route that old ancestor Song wanted to leave. Everyone saw that around Palace Master Lei's body, the three origin fires automatically gathered. The aura of the origin in the void also madly poured into his body. Even the order of this world was changing invisibly. This was the power of a half-step chaotic sovereign. Frost Saint Emperor and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Chen's pale face also showed a smile. However, when he looked at old ancestor Song, his killing intent soared. It's okay. Chapter 3564. Palace Master Lei had come in a life-and-death situation. Fang Chen's expression gradually calmed down. The blood in his body was circulating, healing his injuries. However, the one who attacked was old ancestor Song. The latter was a genuine, invincible sage and one of the best among them. Therefore, Fang Chen's injuries were quite serious. Junior brother Fang, how are you? Saint Emperor Han Bing and the others also came to Fang Chen's side and asked with concern. Everything that had happened today had far exceeded the scope of their understanding. Their hearts were also shaken. Fortunately, Palace Master Lei had arrived, and all the problems had been solved. In the distance, the ordinary disciples of the sect had long been scared out of their wits and had left the demonic sky fire domain. The huge demonic sky fire domain was filled with a terrifying pressure, causing people to feel suffocated. Especially when Palace Master Lei had just arrived, the entire place felt as though Mount Tai was pressing down on them. The origin energy in the air was even scarier. Only a few of the top 10 experts on the Saint Emperor list stayed in the demonic sky fire domain. They could not wait to see the earth-shattering battle that was about to happen. The heaven-defying alliance was the undisputed overlord of the God's Fall battlefield. Their disciples were even more outstanding, and they swept away all those of the same cultivation realm. As for the Tao Palace, it was an important location of the heaven-defying alliance. Nearly all of the peak and most monstrous geniuses of the world were gathered there. As one of the three palace masters of the Tao Palace, Palace Master Lei was one of the higher-ups of the heaven-defying alliance. He was also a genuine half-step chaotic sovereign. Buzz! He strolled over, and with a flick of his sleeve, he dissolved old ancestor Song's terrifying attack. Then, a look of displeasure appeared on his face as he stared at old ancestor Song. Give me an explanation. The Palace Master of the Thunder Palace said calmly. However, his voice contained an irresistible pressure. Palace Master Lei. After seeing Palace Master Lei, old ancestor Song gave up his determination to kill Fang Chen. His expression changed, but he finally stabilized his body and said in a low voice, "Logically speaking, I shouldn't intervene in the duel between the younger generation of disciples. However, the heaven-defying alliance violated the rules first. What's wrong with me teaching them a lesson?" Old ancestor Song pushed the responsibility to the heaven-defying alliance. He believed that the reason why Fang Chen and others were able to find the fire essence mineral vein first was because the heaven-defying alliance secretly informed them. This also caused everyone to be at a disadvantage in the competition among the younger generation. This is a battle between the younger generation. Life and death are up to fate. But as an invincible saint, you openly interfered and even tried to kill a disciple of my heaven-defying alliance. Do you really think my heaven-defying alliance is a pushover? Clearly, Palace Master Lei was a little angry. Palace Master Lei, my disciple is seriously injured, and his cultivation path is almost interrupted. On the other hand, your heaven-defying alliance disciple has not suffered any substantial damage. Why don't we both take a step back and stop here? What do you think? Old ancestor Song was obviously a little afraid of Palace Master Lei. After all, the latter was the Palace Master of the Tao Palace. He was not someone ordinary people could compare with. If it were any other sect leader, old ancestor Song would have definitely fought. The Thunder Palace Master was thoroughly enraged. He raised his hand, and instantly, the void before him was in a mess. The three primordial flames gathered together and formed a horrifying vortex. Within the vortex, there was a gigantic hand that brought along an invincible might as it slammed out. Block it! Seeing this, old ancestor Song's expression changed drastically. He channeled all his strength and blasted out with both fists. They collided with the majestic hand in the vortex, making a deafening sound. Hum! A gray power escaped from the majestic hand and instantly wrapped around old ancestor Song's fist. In an instant, old ancestor Song let out an angry roar. At the same time, he retreated abruptly and stared at Palace Master Lei vigilantly. That is, old ancestor Song recognized the gray aura. His expression was solemn to the extreme. You have cultivated the chaotic force? The chaotic force was the most powerful force in this world. It was said that it was born when the chaos was first born. Under normal circumstances, even an invincible sage would find it difficult to master the chaotic force. Only the legendary chaotic supremes could master it. Half-step chaotic supremes. Old ancestor Song's face turned gloomy. He wanted to know what the chaotic force meant. He stared at Palace Master Lei vigilantly. He already had the intention to escape. I didn't expect you to have taken that step. Not far away, Xian and the others were also exclaiming. After the Battle of Gods, the foundation of this world was damaged. It was difficult to cultivate. Strictly speaking, invincible sages were already considered the top powerhouses in this world. However, there were still some outstanding ones who had cultivated the chaotic force. Such powerhouses were known as half-step chaotic supremes. There was once a rumor that the heaven-defying Alliance Master was a half-step chaotic supremes. His strength could sweep across the Battle of Gods. However, now a Palace Master of the Tao Palace could reach such a realm. It was truly shocking. This matter is my fault. After I return, I will definitely teach my disciples a lesson. At the same time, I will also send a generous gift to express my apology. Old ancestor Song lowered his head. There was no other way. Palace Master Lei was too domineering. He would fight at the slightest disagreement. With the chaotic force, Palace Master Lei was not afraid of old ancestor Song at all. Apologize? Palace Master Lei walked towards old ancestor Song step by step. His face was cold. He did not accept the apology. If you really push me too far, I will fight to the death. Even if I die, I will drag many disciples of the heaven-defying alliance down with me. Old ancestor Song gritted his teeth and threatened. He was a lone cultivator. He had no worries. Once he went crazy, he would do everything he could to slaughter most of the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. In the end, even if he died, the heaven-defying alliance's loss would be too great. Therefore, he grasped the key point and directly stated it. At the same time, the power around him dissipated. He was ready to fight to the death. Rumble. In the distance, the sound of the air breaking came. One figure after another arrived. These people carried a tyrannical aura that made people's hair stand on end. Xian and the others were unable to resist the power that dissipated in the air and kept retreating. The leaders of the other top forces had all arrived. Along with the Purple Robe Sect Master, Palace Master Nine Saint, clan leader of the Gu clan, and others who had arrived earlier, everyone present could be said to be the top group of experts of this era in the Battle of Gods. Palace Master Lei, the little guy from the heaven-defying alliance, is fine. How about we both take a step back? At their level, if they really attacked without caring about anything, it was very likely that the world would collapse, the void would shatter, and the Battle of Gods would be pushed into the abyss. Chapter 3565. The demonic fire domain was originally a dangerous place in the God's Fall battlefield. It contained 3 types of origin fires, which were very important to martial artists. If they could successfully merge and absorb them, they could break through the shackles. After the various top factions discovered the fire essence mineral vein, they quickly came to a unanimous decision. The upper echelons of the various sects were not to interfere in this matter. All matters regarding the mining rights of the mineral vein were to be left to the younger generation. Of course, many giants also had a rule that the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance were not to interfere. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Once the disciples of the heavenly Tao Palace were involved, who could compete with them? No one had thought that things would develop to this point. Fang Chun, who no one thought highly of, had crushed all the geniuses with his third-level holy king cultivation. He had even killed Demon Ox, who was second on the Saint Royal ranking. Apparently, his actions had completely infuriated the ancient Bull Demon clan. Moo! With a bestial roar, the pitch-black patriarch of the Ox Demon clan arrived. His eyes were scarlet, and he was extremely furious. He glared at Fang Chun, itching to tear him to shreds. Among the many giants present, only he fully supported old ancestor Yitsong. Demon Ox is the hope of our clan's rise. Killing him is killing our clan's hope. Palace Master Lei, I hope you can give me an explanation. The Demon Ox clan leader was deranged. The two horns on his forehead emitted a terrifying light. Even in the face of a half-step chaotic sovereign, he was fearless. Palace Master Lei had already understood what had happened. When he heard the Demon Ox clan leader's words, he snorted and said disdainfully, Fang Chun has already spared Demon Ox's life. However, Demon Ox is unrepentant and wants to kill Fang Chun. I can only say that he asked for it. In that case, there is nothing more to say. Today, I will avenge Demon Ox. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon Ox clan leader attacked. Elder Yi Song attacked with him. The two invincible saints joined forces to fight against Palace Master Lei. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire demonic fire domain trembled. Buzz! In the void, an illusory door suddenly appeared. Then, the remaining warriors were transported out of the demonic fire domain by 9 Saint Palace Master and the others. After that, the 9 Saint Palace Master and the Purple Robe Sect Master joined forces to seal off the demonic sky fire region. Outside the demonic sky fire domain, countless cultivators goggled as they stared ahead. Suddenly, Xian and the others appeared one after another. What exactly happened inside? Someone asked. Xian was silent. Luo Zi's expression was extremely gloomy. Gu Fu didn't even think about it, and directly left to return to the ancient family. As for Lin Yin, his expression changed as he looked in the direction of the demonic sky fire region. The battle between the top experts was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could watch it, he would definitely gain something. Unfortunately, the magic sky fire region had been sealed, and he was unable to probe the situation inside. Everyone, please leave quickly. After a long while, Xian said something, and the others left in succession. The crowd instantly burst into an uproar. What happened in the demonic dome fire region wasn't hidden from everyone. After they heard about the shocking battle, a huge wave of commotion rose. What? Patriarch Bull Demon and Patriarch Yitsong joined forces to battle Palace Master Lei of the Great Tao Palace? This news quickly caused an uproar in the Godsfall battlefield, causing a huge commotion. After the initial shock, everyone also felt the seriousness of the matter. The energy fluctuations from the battle between the top experts wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Once the seal of the demonic dome fire region was broken, they would definitely die. Hence, they chose to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Saint Emperor Bing and the other 3 were left in the wasteland. They looked at each other. Where's Junior Brother Fong? Zaidi was puzzled. Palace Master 9 Saint teleported us out just now. Why didn't Junior Brother Fong come out? Could it be? All of a sudden, the 4 of them thought of a possibility, and their expressions changed drastically. With Palace Master Lei here, they shouldn't secretly attack Junior Brother Fong. Saint Emperor Mo Bai said calmly. Rumble. At this moment, the demonic dome fire region shook, and the seal shook. Saint Emperor Bing and the other 3 saw this, and their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly left. In a huge Godsfall battlefield, everyone was paying attention to the situation inside the demonic dome fire region. They wanted to know the result of the shocking battle. However, They had no way of knowing the situation inside. Fire marrow mine. Bang! Fong Chen's body was like a cannonball, and he slammed into the wall. He struggled to get up, licked his dry lips, and his eyes were filled with madness. Half-step chaotic sovereign. Fong Chen was extremely shocked, especially when he sensed the chaotic energy that was being emitted from Palace Master Lei's body. He was even more shocked. His blood was also restless. Through the fire marrow mine, Fong Chen saw the shocking battle outside. The battle scene was terrifying. If it wasn't for the seals set up by Palace Master Nine Saint, it would have been destroyed. Palace Master Lei waved his hand, and the thunder dragon in the sky swooped down. After fusing with the chaotic energy, the thunder dragon's attack power had reached the strongest in the world. At the same time, old ancestor Yi Tsong and Demon Bull Clan leader were also resisting frantically, and they reached a stalemate. However, Fong Chen knew that Palace Master Lei was holding back, and he wasn't going all out. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be able to resist. Let's go. After watching for a while, Fong Chen made a decision. He had just left quietly when Palace Master Nine Saint was transferring the martial artists. With his control of the fire marrow mine, he quietly hid here. Now, the shocking battle was too strong, and the energy fluctuations that were emitted were putting a lot of pressure on him. He couldn't intervene. In that case, he might as well enter the depths of the fire marrow mine and look for the legendary fire marrow crystal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Fong Chen put aside the messy thoughts in his mind and ignored the shocking battle outside. He came to the depths of the fire marrow mine. Here, there was magma, and the triple origin fire was very rich. Buzz! In the magma, Fong Chen saw the fire demon king shivering. Masa, sensing Fong Chen's approach, the fire demon king stammered through the magma. He was truly frightened, especially when he sensed the chaotic force in the air. His heart trembled to the extreme. He had thought that the battle of gods had begun once again. I have used some means to temporarily isolate the fire marrow mine from the outside world. You don't have to panic, Fong Chen said. Although he said that, he wasn't sure. After all, any one of the people outside was a big shot of a major sect, an invincible saint-like existence. Rip! The fire demon king tore through the magma and slowly emerged. You've been here for a long time, so you should know the situation inside the fire marrow mine, right? Fong Chen asked about the fire marrow crystal. The fire demon king nodded. There are many fire marrow crystals under the magma. Master, follow me. Chapter 3566. Outside the mine, the battle was still going on. The commotion was huge, and all the cultivators in the entire Godfall battlefield were paying attention. However, Fong Chen used the method that Saint Huokong had given him to change the internal structure of the fire marrow mine, thus concealing his own aura. Even so, he was still careful. After all, there were many invincible saints in the outside world. Once he was discovered, he would be killed. It was unimaginable. If the giants in the outside world knew that he, a third-level holy king, had the ability to control the fire marrow mine, how crazy would they be? At that time, even a half-step chaotic sovereign like Palace Master Lei would not be able to protect him. Rip! The fire demon king's huge body trembled. Apparently, it had also sensed the terrifying aura outside. However, it still forced itself to tear through the magma and brought Fong Chen to the core of the fire marrow mine. Boom! 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 There was another world under the magma. It was a mysterious cave dwelling, surrounded by the terrifying triple origin fire. The interior of the cave dwelling was extremely spacious. Master, this is the core of the fire marrow mine. The fire demon king shook its huge head and said in a low voice. Fong Chen nodded. He took a step forward and easily entered the cave dwelling. Buzz! As soon as he entered the cave dwelling, Fong Chen's body froze. A shocked expression appeared on his face. He was stunned on the spot. What entered his eyes were fiery red ores. These ores were like a towering tree that leaned against each other, forming a stone pillar that reached the heavens. On the stone pillar, there were complicated patterns, and the 3 layers of primordial flames around it were calcining these ores. Inside the ores, there was a strange aura. As soon as he touched it, Fang Chun felt the power of the fire origin fluctuating. After a long time, he swallowed hard and suppressed the shock in his heart. He licked his dry lips and said in a hoarse voice, "So many fire marrow crystals?" The fire marrow mine was a rare ore. This, or that contained the power of the origin, was known as the origin. Oregon ordinary Saint Realm warriors could easily comprehend the origin of fire by refining the fire marrow mine. It should be known that an ordinary Saint stage expert could only comprehend one type of origin source at most. Those geniuses could only comprehend 2 types of origin source. The 5 essences were completely different. It was extremely difficult for them to appear in the same person. If a person could possess so many essences, it meant that their potential had reached an unprecedented level. This was also the reason why the fire marrow vein was being fought over by so many top forces. Now, in front of Fang Chun were countless fire essence crystals, which were of a higher grade than the fire essence. Simply put, the fire essence crystal was the essence of the fire essence. Absorbing 1 fire essence crystal was equivalent to absorbing 100,000 ordinary fire essence. In the outside world, it was basically priceless. Who? Fang Chen's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. With these fire essence crystals, I will definitely be able to comprehend the essence of fire. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his heart trembling. Although his potential was unparalleled, and he could defeat a 6th-level Holy King as a 3rd-level Holy King, he had only comprehended 1 type of origin source. He had more or less come into contact with the other origins, but he was still unable to comprehend them. This was a great opportunity. After trying hard to calm down and adjust his state of mind, Fang Chun placed his palm on the fire essence crystal. Immediately, the crystal released a bright light and blocked Fang Chen's palm. Seeing this, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword. The sword vibrated, and the tip of the sword touched the fire essence crystal. With a slight force, a palm-sized fire essence crystal fell into his palm. Feeling the power released from the fire essence crystal, Fang Chun was amazed. As expected of the fire essence crystal, in the following time, he began to frantically collect the fire essence crystals. He knew that even if he controlled the fire marrow vein, he could not monopolize it. After the battle, the top forces in the outside world would definitely calm down and renegotiate. Even if Palace Master Lei was extremely powerful, he could not directly occupy it. Otherwise, there would not have been a trial for the disciples previously. In the north, snow was falling. This was where the Chaos Battlefield was located. In this area, not only was snow falling, but there was also thunder and lightning. Ordinary saints did not dare to come close. Only invincible saints dared to enter to search for opportunities. Rumble. Today, the Chaos Battlefield was filled with thunder and lightning. It was unusually chaotic, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Crack! After an unknown period of time, the void suddenly tore apart, and figures walked out from it. As soon as they appeared, the color of the sky changed. Crash! After a while, a group of 9 people appeared in the wilderness outside the Chaos Battlefield. Their clothes were a little strange and did not fit in with this world. The leader was clad in armor and had a cold expression. Beside him, 8 people were quietly fighting. "Young Marquis, is this the place where the sinners are?" One of them whispered. The man in armor, who was called the Young Marquis, nodded slightly. A look of arrogance appeared on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. "Humph, stupid cultivators. If my clan had not shown mercy back then, they would have been wiped out. Now they're holed up in the Godsfall battlefield like rats. Everyone wants to beat them up," the Young Marquis said disdainfully. "What kind of talents can be produced in such a harsh environment? I can sweep them away with one hand. Young Marquis, you mustn't be careless. Although this is the land of the sinners, after countless epochs, it has given birth to some powerful cultivators. Marquis went through a lot of hardships to send us here in order to train you. The Marquis has already made arrangements. Young Marquis, You only need to wait for a few days. When a marquis uses his means to lure the so-called invincible saints of the sinners to the chaos battlefield, we can take action. Yes, but the young marquis can sweep away these stupid sinners with one hand. Hearing this, the young marquis looked indifferent and nodded slightly. Well, let's familiarize ourselves with the land of the sinners first before we take action. I want to conquer the world and sweep the world. With that, the group of 9 people escaped into the void. Sure enough, Fong Chen's guess was right. The battle in the demonic fire domain lasted for a few days and finally ended with Elder Yi Song fleeing. As for the Bull Demon Clan leader, he did not attack anymore. The two of them together could not defeat Palace Master Lei. There was no point in continuing the battle. After the battle, many giants gathered in the demonic fire domain. They began to renegotiate the mining rights of the Fire Marrow mine. In the outside world, the news spread quickly. Palace Master Lei's battle had shocked the world. Chapter 3567. Fire Essence Mineral Vein, deep in a magma, inside the cave. He had been mining fire essence crystals for the past few days and had already collected tens of thousands of them. This was not a small number. If the outside world knew about this, even invincible saints and half-step chaotic sovereigns would be shocked. Gotcha! Fong Chun had a joyful smile on his face. These days, he had already mastered the means of Empyrean Fire Saint. With the hidden star sword in his hand, he was mining the fire essence crystals with ease. Beside him, the Fire Demon King was refining the fire essence crystals from time to time. Buzz! A scorching energy revolved around the Flame Devil King's body. A flame essence crystal on its claw instantly turned into powder. It opened its gong-sized eyes and was extremely excited. Although I didn't make a breakthrough, my strength has obviously improved. The Fire Demon King raised its head and looked at Fong Chen's back. It was extremely grateful. If it wasn't for Fong Chen, it wouldn't have been able to use the fire essence crystals, even if it knew that there were fire essence crystals here. According to my estimation, there should be about 20,000 fire essence crystals here. Fong Chen muttered. He had already mined half of the fire essence crystals. If he was given a few more days, he would be able to mine all the fire essence crystals here. Phew! He took a deep breath and placed a piece of fire essence crystal into the dark cave mountain. Then, his palm emitted a gentle light and injected it into the hidden star sword. He then inserted the sword into the stone pillar. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out. Fong Chun felt a resistance that prevented the hidden star sword from going deeper. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it and increase his strength. However, not only did the hidden star sword not go deeper, it even retreated a little. This scene attracted Fong Chen's attention. What's going on? He was puzzled. He had been using this method to mine the fire essence crystal for the past few days, and the process was very smooth. But why couldn't the hidden star sword penetrate it now? Could it be that there was another world in the stone pillar made of fire essence crystals? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. He carefully pulled out the hidden star sword and gently polished the outermost layer of the stone pillar. Soon, the outermost layer of the fire essence crystals automatically fell and was taken by Fong Chun. What is it? The more he polished the stone pillar, the more shocked Fong Chun became. That was because the resistance he felt was growing stronger and stronger. Crack! Fong Chun unhurriedly mined the outermost fire essence crystals. He wanted to dig out all the obstructions in the surroundings to see what exactly was there that could stop the hidden star sword from going deeper. Finally, after an hour of digging, the outermost flame essence crystals all fell off. At this time, a faint blue light entered his eyes. Fong Chun turned pale with fright. What is this? Fong Chun used the star-hidden sword to lightly touch it, and sure enough, he felt a great resistance. He had already determined that the previous resistance came from the ore that was emitting a light blue radiance. Strange, why are there light blue ores growing in the flame essence crystals? Fong Chun racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. However, his intuition told him that this light blue ore was very likely to be a rare treasure that was even more precious than fire essence crystals. Master, what did you find? Fong Chen's strange movement attracted the Fire Demon King's attention. The latter stopped cultivating and came to the front of the stone pillar. He stuck his huge head out and looked at the light blue, or do you know what kind of, or usually grows in the flame essence crystals? Fong Chen pointed at the light blue, or the Fire Demon King's eyes widened as he stared at the light blue, or his body trembled and his heart was in turmoil. His voice was a little hoarse. Could it be? What is it? Fong Chen asked. The Fire Demon King's huge claws were as fast as lightning as he grabbed the light blue, or with a bang, a powerful force sent him flying. He hurriedly got up from the ground and was even more convinced of his guess. Master is really the chosen one. You can actually find this, or the Fire Demon King was full of praise for Fong Chen. In the end, he told Fong Chen that this light blue, or strictly speaking, was also a type of flame essence Oregon. However, this was formed by gathering the essence of heaven and earth. In other words, this light blue, or could be called a mother ore. What was a mother ore? It was an ore that could give birth to a flame essence vein. This ore was the most primitive, and also the most powerful ore. It was said that this ore was formed by the essence of heaven and earth, and was very powerful. Flame essence Oregon. After Fong Chen understood the situation, he took a deep breath. This is the legendary flame essence, or? Even so, Fong Chen was still shocked. He had seen records of the flame essence, or in the heaven-defying alliance's ancient books. In the battle of the ancient gods, all the flame essence ores in the world were destroyed. There were no more flame essence ores in the world. He stared at the flame essence, or that was emitting a soft light blue light. His heart was pounding. He didn't expect to find a flame essence or here. Master, the essence energy inside the flame essence or is very strong. Be careful. Seeing that Fong Chen wanted to dig the flame essence, or the Fire Demon King reminded him. Fong Chen nodded and secretly set up a demon slayer array, completely isolating this place. He was afraid that the movement would attract many giants outside. Flame essence Oregon, Fong Chen was excited. His trembling hand slowly approached the flame essence Oregon hiss. However, as soon as he touched the source, or he felt a scorching power, as if it was going to burn his body. With a bang, he received a powerful rebound force and was sent flying. After getting up from the ground, Fong Chen looked helpless. What a strong power! Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. How can I take it away? The flame essence crystal was already a rare ore in the world. Everyone would go crazy for it. The flame essence ore was something that even invincible saints would fight for. According to the ancient books, even a half-step chaotic sovereign like Palace Master Lei needed it. Having the flame essence ore meant that it was very likely that one could comprehend the essence of fire and obtain the title of Lord of Origin. It must be fast. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Once the giants outside finished their discussion, they would definitely enter the flame essence Oregon. At that time, the flame essence would be discovered by them. Fong Chen was lost in thought. Beside him, the Fire Demon King was still in shock. In a remote city relatively close to the Chaos battlefield, the 9 people led by the young Marquis spent a few days learning about the area. Just as they were about to lie dormant and wait for Marquis Xiaoyao to use his means to lure the top experts to the Chaos battlefield, the young Marquis's body suddenly trembled. He flipped his palm, and a fiery red token suddenly appeared. Buzz! The fiery red token vibrated, and the inscriptions on it flickered. Seeing this, the other 8 people's expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! The young Marquis put away the fiery red token and jumped up with an excited smile on his face. Chapter 3568. The formation of the mother lode was too complicated. It had a unique geographical advantage, an extremely vast origin energy, and many other conditions to create the strongest mother lode. Generally speaking, mother ores could be regarded as the top mother ores. Once such mother ores were discovered by the top forces, there would be a mad scramble for it. No matter which force it was, as long as it had the mother ores, it meant that in the near future, it would be able to produce an endless stream of Saint Realm experts, or even Holy Emperor Realm experts. It also meant that this force had completely risen. However, since the Battle of the Ancient Gods, the world had been shattered and almost annihilated. All the heavenly treasures had been shattered, and the few mother ores in the world had been destroyed by the Almighties. Until then, there were no more mother ores in the world. But now, Fang Chun had discovered the mother ores in the fire marrow ores. It was a shocking discovery. Phew! Fang Chun forcibly suppressed his excitement and stared at the mother ores that were emitting light blue light. How do I take it? Fang Chun frowned. It was a difficult problem, and it would be difficult to solve. As long as he got close to the mother ores, he would be repelled. The power contained in the mother ores was too strong, and he could not resist it at all. Is there no other way? Fang Chun was racking his brains. At this moment, the Fire Demon King suddenly reminded him that the Fire Space Saint might have already discovered the mother ores and left his inheritance for the fated person. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked and immediately began to search his mind for the information left behind by the Fire Space Saint. Buzz! The star-hidden sword suddenly emitted a sword cry. Immediately, it contained a terrifying power of sword principle and shot toward the light blue source, Oregon Crack. When it was about to touch the mother ores, it was blocked by the light blue light and could not go any further. But at this moment, a trace of complicated runes flowed on the tip of the hidden star sword. Ah! Fang Chun exclaimed softly. He was a little surprised. He stared at the star-concealing sword with all his attention. He saw that the tip of the star-concealing sword was shrouded in a layer of faintly discernible red light. It was consuming the light blue light as it constantly approached the source, Oregon. Finally, Fang Chun observed for a moment and made a shocking discovery. My blood? Fang Chun exclaimed and widened his eyes. Not long ago, he was fighting with the bull demon, Tang Yi Song, and later, when he was injured, a trace of blood flowed from his arm and stained the hidden star sword. Soon, he understood. The perfect bloodline could actually restrain the light blue light. After this shocking discovery, the grave expression on Fang Chun's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Strictly speaking, his bloodline was not the perfect bloodline, but it was only one step away from perfection. Give it a try. Fang Chun couldn't wait to give it a try. Buzz. Blood essence. He stepped. By. And he got own blood. In his heart, he prayed that he would succeed. His palm got closer little by little. Finally, under his gaze, his palm touched the light blue light. Crash! The expected obstruction did not appear. His palm easily passed through the light blue light and touched the mother ores. An ice-cold aura passed through his palm and drilled into his palm. His body shivered. Then, dense information drilled into his mind. Basically, it was about the birth of the mother ores and the formation process of the fire marrow veins. Sure enough, Fang Chun was overjoyed. At the same time, he was even more curious. What is the origin of the Blood Cavalry Saint? How did he create such a heaven-defying bloodline? Moreover, why did he create such a bloodline? He even guessed that the Blood Cavalry Saint was not the so-called invincible saint at all, but a peak existence comparable to the Alliance Master. Phew! Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, Fang Chun focused on the mother ores. At this time, his big hand was holding the mother ores. He could clearly feel the vast power in the mother ores. With the help of the perfect bloodline, the mother ores no longer rejected him. Gotcha! He used the star-concealing sword to dig out all the fire marrow crystals around the mother ores. Finally, he easily took out the mother ores. Buzz! The moment he took out the source, or the luster of the entire fire essence vein dimmed significantly. The indestructible fire essence crystals continuously fell to the ground, piling up into a mountain in an instant. This scene also shocked the Fire Demon King. The mother ores are too important to the vein. With a thought, Fang Chun saw the current situation of the vein. Strictly speaking, the moment he took out the mother ores, the vein was already dead. However, he couldn't care less. He carefully put away the mother ore and the tens of thousands of fire essence crystals that had fallen to the ground and piled up into a mountain. Phew! After doing all this, Feng Chun heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the magic sky fire domain was too rewarding. Not only did he obtain 20,000 fire marrow crystals, but he also obtained a mother ores. He had already made up his mind. When he returned to the heaven-defying alliance, he would immediately go into seclusion to refine the mother ores. They're still discussing. Feng Chun pondered. He had already obtained the most precious mother ores in the fire marrow vein. It would be a waste of time if he continued to stay. He might as well take the opportunity to leave. However, there were many top figures outside. It would be difficult for him to leave without anyone knowing. After thinking about it, he finally decided to contact Palace Master Lei. In the wilderness outside the fire marrow vein, many top figures led by Palace Master Lei were discussing the ownership of the fire marrow vein. Previously, we had discussed the ownership of the fire marrow mine and decided to leave it to the younger generation. It could also be considered as a form of training for them. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur midway? Purple Clothes Sect Master said. The Nine Saints Palace Lord said expressionlessly, "Since we are all here, let us decide the ownership of the fire marrow lode." The others nodded. They were the top figures in the Godfall battlefield and the leaders of the top forces. One word from them could cause a huge commotion. Palace Master Lei, what do you think? One of the top figures asked. The Thunder Palace Lord gave a simple explanation of his requirements. This mine was very large, and it could be mined for 100 years. The Heaven-Defying Alliance's requirements were not high. They only wanted 50% of the mining rights, and the rest would be divided among the other peak factions. If it was before, many of the top figures might have refused. However, after the previous battle, they were still shocked. Palace Master Lei was too powerful. He had defeated the Invincible Saints and was worthy of being called a half-step chaotic sovereign. Chapter 3569. Palace Master Lei's words represented the entire Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Heaven-Defying Alliance shoulders the heavy responsibility of revitalizing this world. We also have to fend off external enemies and deal with a crisis that could come at any time. Taking 50% is acceptable. After thinking for a moment, Nine Saint Palace Master spoke first. In fact, even if they did not agree, it would be useless. With the Heaven-Defying Alliance's means, they could not do anything even if they took over all of it. Okay, agreed. Soon, the various giants reached a consensus. The Heaven-Defying Alliance would take 50%, and the remaining half would be divided among the other forces. The Thunder Palace Master exuded a terrifying aura. He stood there like a god of war, giving off a chilling feeling. Suddenly, Palace Master Lei's expression changed. Immediately, he took a step forward and walked to the side. Feng Chun. Palace Master Lei was a little surprised. He did not expect Feng Chun to send him a message at this time. However, when he learned that Feng Chun had not been sent away by Nine Saint Palace Master and was instead hiding in the fire marrow mine, he was very surprised. What's going on? Palace Master Lei asked. Feng Chun gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After Palace Master Lei heard it, he was in disbelief. After a long while, he recovered and shook his head, revealing a faint smile on his face. Then, he turned to look at Nine Saint Palace Master and the others. I'll go in and take a look. You guys stay here and discuss. Splash. Palace Master Lei followed Feng Chun's guidance, and soon came to the cave under the magma. You kid. Palace Master Lei looked at Feng Chun and smiled. I didn't expect Fire Sky Saint to refine the entire mine and help you indirectly. However, you should know that the God's Fall battlefield is not peaceful. The unknown dangers in the Chaos battlefield are very likely to erupt. At that time, there might be a second God's Fall battle. Therefore, the Heaven-Defying Alliance has been preparing for it all these years. In order to improve the overall strength of the God's Fall battlefield, the Heaven-Defying Alliance has chosen to give up half of the mine to the other top sect. Palace Master Lei said, I believe you understand. Feng Chun nodded. Palace Master Lei, although I am in control of the lode, I will not interfere with the ownership of the lode. I will follow the instructions of the sect. Moreover, I have benefited a lot from the Fire Sky Saint. Voila! Fang Chun flicked his wrist, and a fire essence crystal appeared in his palm. Fire essence crystal? Palace Master Lei sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You found it here? It's in this cave. There are about 20,000 pieces in total. I've taken all of them," Fang Chun said. Regarding the fire essence crystal, he did not intend to hide it. Firstly, now that he had the source, or the use of the fire essence crystals had been greatly reduced. Secondly, who was Palace Master Lei? He knew more about the fire marrow mine than Su Mo did. If Su Mo took the fire marrow crystals for himself, he would definitely find out. Instead of that, he might as well tell Palace Master Lei openly. So many? Palace Master Lei was overjoyed. I did not expect there to be so many fire essence crystals in this mine. He thought quickly and said, "Fang Chun, regarding the mission of the fire marrow mine, you have made a great contribution. After you return, you can go to the Tao Palace of the myriad Tao world to cultivate." At the same time, he also told Fang Chun that he was the one who had obtained the fire essence crystals, and the sect would not force him to hand them over. However, the fire essence crystals are very important to the disciples of the Tao Palace. You have 20,000 pieces, and you can't use that much. Have you considered using them to exchange for some sky treasures or divine skills from the sect? I am willing. Palace Master Lei was overjoyed. Good. After you return, I will personally bring you to exchange for them. How about this? Hide in my body, and I will bring you away. If other top figures found out that Fang Chun was in the load, they would definitely guess that it was him. In that case, it would bring about unnecessary trouble. The battle of the demonic fire domain ended with Palace Master Lei's victory. After this battle, the names of the 3 palace masters of the Tao Palace once again appeared in the minds of the people. They deeply understood the profound foundation of the heaven-defying alliance and were all amazed. As for the other top sect, they sent their elders and disciples to the fire marrow mine to mine. The heaven-defying alliance was no exception. Many disciples led by Saint Emperor Bing Bing and the others set off again to enter the mine. Only Fang Chun was brought back to the myriad Tao world by Palace Master Lei. The majestic palace was located in the myriad Tao world, and it stood out from the crowd. The myriad Tao world was not big, but it was the dream place of all the martial artists in the Godfall battlefield. As long as one could enter the myriad Tao world, it meant that one would definitely become a dragon among men in the future and even enter the invincible saint realm. However, the threshold of the Tao Palace was too high and only accepted those with unparalleled potential. Buzz! Layers of seals opened, and the Tao Palace appeared in front of Fang Chun. Although it was his second time entering the myriad Tao world, he was still shocked. Under the lead of Palace Master Lei, the two of them came to a garden. "Have a seat." Palace Master Lei sat on a stone bench and pointed to the stone bench beside him with a smile. "Thank you, Palace Master Lei." Palace Master Lei looked at Fang Chun carefully and felt the majestic power in his body and the origin runes on the surface of his skin. He was very impressed, as expected of the guy who received the inheritance of the Blood Cavalry Saint. What a demonic talent! Palace Master Lei praised. You could defeat a 6th-level Holy Emperor with your 3rd-level Holy King cultivation. If I were at the same level, I would definitely not be as good as you. Palace Master Lei, you must be joking. Fang Chun said modestly. Palace Master Lei was the legendary half-step chaotic sovereign. His means were unimaginable. By the way, I heard from Ice that you used the Demon Slayer formation to fight with the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain in the Fire Marrow Mine. I wonder how the battle went. At that time, the situation was urgent. Saint Emperor Bing Bing only briefly mentioned it and did not mention the result. Only then did Palace Master Lei remember. The disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain hated the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance. They did everything they could to kill us, but in the end, we lured them to the Fire Essence Mine. Using our innate advantage, we killed them all, Fang Chun said calmly. All of them. Palace Master Lei was surprised. Fang Chun nodded. The others were easy to deal with. Only Jian Mayun refined the origin mark in his body at the crucial moment and broke through to 7th level Holy Emperor. After hearing Fong Chen's answer, Palace Master Lei was stunned for a full second. You killed Jian Mayun, a 7th level Holy Emperor? Palace Master Lei repeated, thinking that he had heard wrongly. After getting Fong Chen's confirmation, Palace Master Lei gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. A genius that has never been seen before. This was Palace Master Lei's evaluation of Fong Chen, a 3rd level Holy King killing a 7th level Holy Emperor. Although it was done with the help of the Fire Marrow Mine, it was still considered earth-shattering. At least, there had never been such a demonic talent in the Holy Ji Palace. Palace Master Lei's gaze towards Fong Chen changed greatly. After a long while, he said leisurely, Chapter 3570. Among the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace, Palace Lord Lei was the strongest, followed by the other 2. Everyone knows that there are 3 palace lords in the Holy Ji Palace. Do you know why only I have shown myself, and the other 2 have not? Palace Lord Lei looked at Fong Chen with a smile. The strength that Fong Chen had shown in the Battle of the Demon Sky, Fire Domain, was enough for him to know some secrets. Moreover, the half-perfect bloodline in his body was about to transform into a perfect bloodline. It was time to tell him some secrets. Fong Chen shook his head. In his impression, the other 2 palace lords, as well as the alliance leader who was truly the strongest in the battlefield of gods, were all in seclusion. They were trying to break through to the chaotic supreme realm. Palace Lord Lei shook his head. He raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance at the blue sky. His thoughts seemed to have been pulled back to a certain moment. They are not in seclusion. Instead, they are fighting against a great enemy in the chaotic battlefield. What Palace Lord Lei said next shocked Fong Chen. Hearing about the chaotic battlefield again, Fong Chen was especially shocked. What kind of great enemy was in the chaotic battlefield that the other 2 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace had to fight against? In fact, the alliance leader is also in the chaotic battlefield. He is the commander and is leading some people in battle, Palace Lord Lei continued. Fong Chen was dumbfounded. Was the battlefield of gods so serious? What kind of enemy was it? Why did the powerful alliance leader pay so much attention to it? Palace Lord Lei did not say what the enemy was, but he mentioned the ancient battle of gods. He told Fong Chen that the enemy in the chaotic battlefield was related to the ancient battle of gods. What? Fong Chen jumped to his feet. There was an uncontrollable shock on his face. He had always been curious about the battlefield of gods. What was going on? Was there a mastermind behind it? He even suspected that the mastermind was the evil cultivator he had met in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The chaotic battlefield is very important. Hence, the alliance leader has no time to be distracted. I have been managing the heaven-defying alliance all these years. Palace Lord Lei looked at Fong Chen with a gentle gaze. Fong Chen remained silent and listened quietly. Next, the Thunder Palace Master told them that the Blood Cavalry Saint had unparalleled attainments in the Bloodline Tao. He was even stronger than the heaven-defying Alliance Master in this aspect. In order to prevent this world from repeating the same mistakes, he spent his entire life researching a supreme bloodline that we call the perfect bloodline. Back then, they had gone through untold hardships to create a single drop of perfect blood. Reality had proven that the perfect blood was the most effective and direct way to defend against great enemies. This shocking discovery made us realize that we had to create a complete and perfect bloodline at all costs. Therefore, we cast a wide net and constantly searched for warriors with potential in this world. After countless years, he finally found a few. However, without exception, all of them failed. Even in the process of the last experiment, the Blood Cavalry Saint suffered a strong backlash because of this and was killed by a Star Knight. After hearing this, Fong Chen sighed. He didn't expect the perfect bloodline in his body to have such a background. Now, you should be clear about what I said to you back then, right? When the 2 met for the first time, the Thunder Palace Master told Fong Chen that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders and hoped that he could grow up quickly. Originally, we were already discouraged. However, when we found you, the plan was restarted. After understanding your situation, we were confident that the plan would succeed this time. However, the prerequisite is that your bloodline must transform into the perfect bloodline, the Thunder Palace Master said in one breath. These were all secrets. Apart from the top experts in the chaos battlefield who were defending against great enemies, no one else knew about it. Even Fong Chen only knew about it today. Fong Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that he would inadvertently become the hope of the God's Fall battlefield. His mind was in turmoil. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. With the potential you have shown now, you are many times stronger than the previous test subjects. The most important thing is that they created their bloodline passively. However, you are different. You started from an insignificant age and experienced ups and downs. Finally, you have a semi-perfect bloodline. The Thunder Palace Master was very satisfied with Fong Chen's current performance. He could conclude without exaggeration that if Fong Chen continued to develop with such momentum, he would definitely step into the invincible sage realm in the near future. He might even comprehend the chaotic power and become a half-step chaotic supremacy like him. Moreover, he didn't tell Fong Chen that so far, the latter was the most promising genius in this world to break through the shackles and step into the legendary chaotic supremacy realm. Originally, I planned to tell you when your cultivation reached the 7th rank Saint realm. However, the combat power you have shown in this mission is no weaker than a 7th rank Saint. Therefore, I will tell you this. The Thunder Palace Master said, in the following days, you can cultivate in peace in the Myriad Path world. If you need anything, just tell me. When your cultivation reaches the 7th rank Saint realm, I will send you to the Chaos battlefield. When Fong Chen had the perfect bloodline, it was destined that the Chaos battlefield would be his ultimate stage. How could he grow without going through bloody trials? Phew. Fong Chen took a deep breath and appeared very calm. He wanted to ask about the ancient battle of gods and everything in the Chaos battlefield. However, he knew that even if he really asked, the Thunder Palace Master might not tell him. Strength. My strength is still not enough. The more Fong Chen learned about the secrets of the God's Fall battlefield, the heavier the burden on his shoulders. The higher one stood, the greater the responsibility. When he was still insignificant, he competed with other geniuses for opportunities and improved his strength. When he really became a big shot in the God's Fall battlefield, he would want to protect the safety of this world. Everything the Heaven-Defying Alliance was doing now was to prevent the tragedy of the ancient times from repeating. When he walked out of the garden, Fong Chen was a little dazed. He only came back to his senses when someone called him. Fong Chen, why are you here? The person who spoke was Wang Daoyan, Senior Brother Wang. Fong Chen nodded and greeted him. I know. You must have been approved to join the Dao Palace, right? Haha, I knew it. With your talent, you will definitely be able to enter the Dao Palace. It was especially cordial to meet someone from the same hometown. Both of them were from the Nine Regions branch. Therefore, Wang Daoyan was very happy to see that Fong Chen had also joined the Dao Palace. Let's go. I will walk around. Wang Daoyan pulled Fong Chen and left. In the garden, looking at Fong Chen's back, the Thunder Palace Master sighed. There was some sadness, helplessness, and loneliness in his voice. I hope you can withstand the pressure and grow. Chapter 3571. The outer sect of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was where Fong Chen used to cultivate. When Saint Emperor Han Bing and the other three returned, it shocked the entire Heaven-Defying Alliance. All the disciples were curious about what had happened in the demonic fire domain, especially the second disciple of the giant fire peak, Yang Xian, Yuan Lai, Zi Cheng, and the others. They hated Fong Chen to the core and wanted to tear him into pieces. However, when they heard that Fong Chen had defeated Jian Maiyun, their faces turned solemn. How is that possible? With a bang, Yuan Lai smashed the stone table in front of him with a punch. He stood up with a gloomy face and clenched his fists, exuding a terrifying aura. During this period, his cultivation had improved greatly. He could even feel that the shackles were loosening. As long as he made one more step, he would be able to break through. He was full of confidence. When Fong Chen returned, he would definitely avenge himself. With his own strength, he severely injured Tang Yi, killed Ox Demon, and even killed Jian Maiyun. Even Yang Xian was dumbfounded when he heard the news. Senior brother Yang Xian. After the anger, Yuan Lai forced himself to calm down. He stared at Yang Xian, waiting for the latter's decision. That guy's potential is too strong. If we let him continue to develop, he will definitely be a threat to us. Yang Xian nodded. I know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xian quickly left the courtyard, leaving Yuan Lai and Zicheng looking at each other. As soon as Saint Emperor Han Bing and the other three returned, they were called by Yun Luo Peak Master to ask about the situation in the demonic fire domain. Some disciples noticed that Fong Chun had not returned. What's going on? Why didn't senior brother Fong return? I heard that Palace Master Lei of the Dao Palace went there at the last moment and a shocking battle broke out. Could it be that senior brother Fong? They were late in the news and did not know that Fong Chun had been brought back to the myriad Dao world by Palace Master Lei. In an instant, there were countless guesses about Fong Chun. Senior brother Fong killed Ox Demon and severely injured Tang. Old ancestor Yi Song and Ox Demon Patriarch will definitely not let him go. It's very likely. For this reason, many people asked the upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, the higher-ups chose to remain silent on this matter. This made people even more suspicious that Fong Chun had fallen in the shocking battle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On Jiuan Mountain, Lunatically said in a low voice. Senior brother Fong's potential is unparalleled. As a third-level holy king, he suppressed all the heroes on the Saint Royal leaderboard. How can he die just like that? To the side, Princess Qin Yun gently nodded. She also didn't believe the news of Fong Chen's death. His battle prowess is comparable to a 7th-level saint, and with Palace Lord Lei of the Dao Palace present, who could possibly kill senior brother Fong? A few days later, Peak Master Yin Luo personally led the group to the Fire Essence Vein. Holy Emperor Han Bing and the others also headed to the Fire Essence Vein. At this point, the Fire Essence Lode was completely exposed to the world. All the top sect martial artists entered and began to mine on a large scale. Giant Fire Peak, Purple Bamboo Academy. Senior brother Yang Xian, the Frost Saint Emperor, and the other three did not mention anything about Fong Chun. Even the higher-ups chose to remain silent. There's something fishy about this matter, said Zicheng. I believe that some of the rumors are true. Yuan Lai nodded. I have an acquaintance in the ancient Demon Ox clan. I heard from him that the Demon Ox clan's patriarch was enraged and forcefully attacked Fong Chun. As for whether Fong Chun died or not, there is no definite news. Yuan Lai believed that it would be easy for an invincible saint to kill Fong Chun. Even if there was a super powerhouse like Palace Lord Lei, he might not be able to stop him. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. In comparison, Yang Xian was very calm and collected. Before he had definite news, he didn't believe that Fong Chun had been killed. After all, such a disciple with unparalleled potential would definitely be protected by the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. You guys, gather information for me. I want a definite answer, Yang Xian said. Then he turned and left. Not long after, he returned to his residence. Is Fong Chun dead? Yang Xian looked into the void and seemed to be talking to himself. Suddenly, an evil voice could be heard. I received news that Fong Chun has only mysteriously disappeared. He's not dead, the evil voice said. His performance in the demonic fire domain was too outstanding. He's comparable to a 7th-level saint. The Dao Palace must have protected him. After a slight pause, the evil voice continued. However, I have a way to lure him out. Obviously, the evil voice also realized that Fong Chen's potential was too strong. If he wasn't restrained, he would definitely become a great threat. Then, the evil voice secretly sent a message to Yang Xian, asking him to spread the news. If Fong Chun was still alive, he would definitely do something after hearing the news. Will this work? Yang Xian asked. As long as we confirm that he's still alive, we'll take the next step. As for your plan, it's about time to carry it out, the evil voice said coldly. Yang Xian's expression changed, and he didn't say anything. After the battle in the demonic fire domain, Fang Chen's reputation reached its peak. Everyone in the Godfall battlefield knew about him. With his third-level Saint King cultivation, he killed the bull demon and severely injured Tang Yi. He became a hot topic. Not long after, the Saint Royal leaderboard was updated. Fang Chen's ranking shot up, and he reached the second place. This incident caused a sensation again. One should know that since the Saint Royal leaderboard was established, it only included the Saint Royal experts of a younger generation. This was an iron rule. But now, Fang Chen, with his Saint King cultivation, had entered the Saint Royal leaderboard, and he was ranked second. From this, one could see how strong his potential was. In the battle in the demonic fire domain, Fang Chen's performance was too perfect. Yeah, if the mysterious first place on the Saint Royal leaderboard hadn't appeared, Fang Chen might have been ranked first. The first place on the Saint Royal leaderboard had always been a mystery. No one knew how strong he was. The reason why he was ranked first was that he had killed more than 20 6th-level Saint Emperors in one battle and became famous. Other than that, there was very little information about him. Therefore, the person who compiled the Saint Royal leaderboard couldn't determine who was stronger between the two. That was why he ranked Fang Chen second. The undercurrent in the outside world was unpredictable. As the main character, Fang Chen was in seclusion in the myriad Tao world. This time, I'll try to refine the source and break through the shackles to step into the Saint Royal realm. Fang Chen pondered. He had been in the Saint King realm for a long time. It was time to break through. Of course, he hoped to comprehend the origin of fire through the source organ. No matter how noisy the outside world was, the myriad Tao world was as quiet as ever. When Fang Chen was in seclusion, old ancestor Yizong quietly arrived at the ancient bull demon clan. He came with hatred and wanted to join forces with the ancient bull demon clan to avenge his disciple. Old ancestor Yizong, the patriarch of the bull demon clan, came to greet him personally. He saw an illusory figure behind old ancestor Yizong with sword chi. He was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. Chapter 3572. Ox Demon Clan, the highest meeting hall. The three top giants took their seats, and the entire hall was filled with an oppressive aura. It was like purgatory, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Spirit Sword Saint looked like an old man, surrounded by sword aura. His eyes were releasing a shocking aura of swordsmanship. He sat quietly on the chair, motionless. However, the other two knew very well how angry Spirit Sword Saint was at this time. What was an invincible saint? Apart from the 5 Lords of Origin, they were invincible in the saint realm. Generally speaking, to be called an invincible saint meant that they had reached the pinnacle in a certain field. After the battle of gods, the precepts of heaven and earth were damaged, making it difficult for warriors to cultivate. The chaotic supreme realm had become a legend. Even so, Palace Lord Lei had stepped into the half-step chaotic supreme realm with his own great perseverance. This represented the pinnacle of martial cultivation, which was difficult for anyone to cross. It was no exaggeration to say that the anger of an invincible saint was something that could not be resisted by the heaven-defying alliance. Unless the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace came together, or the legendary heaven-defying alliance lord returned. Sword Saint Mountain was the top force, stronger than the Ox Demon clan. It had a deep foundation. Many geniuses had appeared in this generation, especially Jian Maiyun and Jian Qingyun. The 2 brothers were born with the sword physique, as if they were born for the sword. They were regarded as the hope of a glorious era by Sword Saint Mountain. They had high hopes for the 2 brothers. This trip to the demonic fire territory was a test for the 2 brothers. If they stood out, they would open Sword Saint Mountain and let them receive the inheritance of their ancestor, the Sword God. However, who would have thought that Sword Saint Mountain would be completely wiped out? When he learned the news, Spirit Sword Saint destroyed dozens of continents under Sword Saint Mountain in anger. However, when he faced Palace Lord Lei, he became timid. Spirit Sword Saint, old ancestor Yizong's voice broke the silence of the hall. As far as I know, Your disciples were mercilessly slaughtered by Fang Chun in the demonic fire territory. I presume you came here for this matter? Old ancestor Yi Tsang's disciple, Tang Yi, had almost died. It could be said that they had a common enemy. There was no need to even mention the Ox Demon clan. Their genius disciple, Ox Demon, had died at the hands of Fang Chun in front of everyone's eyes. If the Ox Demon clan didn't take any action, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the world? However, the three of them were facing the heaven-defying alliance, which was the dominant force in this world, so they had to be careful. Finally, the Spirit Sword Saint's calm face rippled with a trace of undisguised killing intent. He opened his turbid eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Fang Chun must die. No one can save him." The Demon Ox Patriarch nodded, and the three giants began to seriously discuss how to kill Fang Chun with the least cost. It had already been a month since the shocking battle in the Magic Sky Fire region. During this period of time, the various top forces had basically returned to the right track. The mining progress of the Fire Essence Lode was extremely fast. Even though the world was still discussing who was stronger, Fang Chun were the first on the Holy Emperor ranking list. However, the God's Fall battlefield had gradually calmed down. However, behind the calmness, there seemed to be an even bigger storm about to strike. Myriad Pathworld Doctrine Palace. In an independent courtyard, Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a terrifying aura. In front of him, the fire source floated. His hands gently covered the source, or the pale blue light constantly entered his body and then intertwined with his bloodline. Buzz! His blood and the pale blue light intertwined and gave off a dazzling light. Fang Chun's heart trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. In the past month, he had been refining the source organ. During this period of time, he had discovered a secret. The pale blue power released from the source, or could actually promote the evolution of his bloodline. This discovery naturally made him overjoyed. Perhaps it was because of his bloodline, but in just a month, he had already refined half of the source organ. Now, his blood was filled with a thick pale blue light and was undergoing a transformation. As expected of the source, or nurtured by the origin of heaven and earth. It's really amazing. Fang Chun exclaimed and continued to refine the source organ Dong. After accumulating for a month, the power in his body had reached its peak. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. His body trembled, and the origin star spun quickly. At the same time, a new origin star was formed. 9 metal origin stars circled above Fang Chun's head and underwent a qualitative transformation. The runes on the origin star also underwent a major change. His aura continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the peak. At this moment, he was smiling. He had broken through. After being stuck at the bottleneck for so long, he had finally broken through to the 4th rank Holy Emperor realm. "Have I broken through?" Fang Chun murmured. After his cultivation had increased, his body had undergone a complete transformation. The transformation of his blood had also accelerated, causing a series of changes. He felt that there was a strong power in his body. If he released it, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Continue. He did not stop cultivating. Instead, he used the opportunity to continue refining the source organ. Su Yan, a senior disciple of the Doctrine Palace. As he was engrossed in cultivation and had never fought with others, very few people remembered him. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. The fact that he could be ranked in the top 50 disciples of the Doctrine Palace was enough to prove his strength. Peak rank 8. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. The aura on his body was terrifying. He smiled. He had finally broken through to the peak rank 8 and was only 1 step away from rank 9. Fire Essence. After he came out of seclusion, the first news he received was that the Fire Essence had appeared. He licked his dry lips. "Now I have mastered 2 origins. The Fire origin has been stuck at a bottleneck. If I can get the Fire Essence crystal, it should be much easier." Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes flickered and he made a decision. However, at this moment, the communication token rang and a hoarse voice was heard. "Change of plans." Hearing the hoarse voice, Su Yin frowned. What's the matter? The communication token transmitted some information during this period. Soon, Su Yin put away the communication token and left the Myriad Path world. When Su Yin arrived at a mountain not far from the Myriad Path world, there was already someone there. Senior brother Su Yin. The second disciple of the giant fire peak, Yang Xian, bowed slightly. The Lord wants me to tell you to think of a way to kill Feng Chun. Then, Yang Xian told Su Yin about Feng Chun. The latter was silent for a long time and said, "A third-level Holy King killed Bull Demon, who is ranked second on the Saint Emperor leaderboard. His combat strength is suspected to be comparable to a seventh-level Holy King." He was surprised. If the news was accurate, then Feng Chun was undoubtedly a super genius. The Doctrine Palace would definitely protect him very well. It would be difficult to kill him. However, he still gave Yang Xian an answer. Chapter 3573. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the battle of the demonic fire domain. One day, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Godsfall battlefield. All the martial artists' faces changed when they talked about it. News spread that the top inheritance in the Chaos battlefield had appeared. As long as one could obtain it, there was hope to step into the chaotic supreme realm. This news quickly spread throughout the Godsfall battlefield, causing countless experts to go crazy. For a time, the leaders of the various top forces entered the Chaos battlefield, including Palace Master Lei and the others from the Dao Palace. They left the Myriad Path world without any hesitation. For countless years, due to the restrictions of the world, it was difficult for anyone to step into the chaotic supreme realm with their own efforts. But now, there was a shortcut to obtain the top ancient inheritance and seize the opportunity to succeed. No one was unmoved. In just a few days, all the invincible saints had entered the Chaos battlefield. Even the Bull Demon Clan leader and the others who were plotting revenge temporarily gave up on their hatred. The top inheritance. The Bull Demon Clan leader clenched his fists, his eyes glowing. He looked up at the other two. Old Ancestor Yi Song, Spiritual Sword Saint. I think our previous plan should be put on hold. Rumor has it that the Heaven-Defying Alliance leader obtained an ancient inheritance from the Chaos battlefield and became the most powerful person in this world. The reason why he is so elusive is that he has tasted the sweetness of success and has been searching for other top inheritances in the Chaos battlefield. The Spiritual Sword Saint nodded. Sword Saint Mountain's inheritance was from the ancient sword god. The sect had a deep foundation and knew many secrets. Therefore, he was the one who understood the Heaven-Defying Alliance the most. Although many of the genius disciples of Sword Saint Mountain have been destroyed in the hands of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, compared to his own opportunity, everything else was fleeting. I have the memory inheritance left behind by the ancestors of Sword Saint Mountain. I have some understanding of the ancient matters. If the top inheritance appears, I have the greatest chance of obtaining it. Spiritual Sword Saint was excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as he could obtain the top inheritance, he was confident that he could break through the shackles of the world and step into the legendary chaotic supreme realm. At that time, he could decide the life and death of the Heaven-Defying Alliance with just a word. The entire Godsfall battlefield would respect him. Spiritual Sword Saint clenched his fists. Sword chi surged from his body. He had made his decision. I agree. Patriarch Yi Song also nodded. The invincible saints will definitely enter the Chaos battlefield to search for the top inheritances. I hope the two of you can leave an order for the saints in your clan to target the Heaven-Defying Alliance. It would be best if they can kill Feng Chun. With the experts gone, it would be much easier to target Feng Chun. Even if they killed him, the Heaven-Defying Alliance wouldn't send any experts to help them. Spirit Sword Saint and Ox Demon Patriarch nodded. Don't worry, I'll go and prepare. In addition to this, some old monsters who had been living in seclusion also came out of seclusion. The top inheritance was too attractive for invincible saints like them. In just half a month, almost all the invincible saints in the vast Godsfall battlefield had entered the primal Chaos battlefield. Even some powerful Ninth Order saints had entered. Huiching. The group of 9, led by the armored man, had been in Fire City for a long time. During this time, they had been moving in secret. They had been investigating the details of the God's Fall battlefield. Now, after hearing the news, the armored man's lips curled up and he sneered. It must be Lord Xiaoyaoho. Someone said, Lord Xiaoyaoho is too strong. He just let out some rumors, and all the top experts here have been lured into the chaos battlefield. Congratulations, young Duke. If the invincible saints don't come out, you will be invincible in the world. The servants were very happy. They had waited for 3 months, and Xiaoyaoho had finally made his move. Now, they could finally plunder resources openly and look for heaven-defying opportunities. Let's go. Let's go to the Maqiong fire domain and have a look. Previously, he had sensed that there was a huge fire marrow lode in the Maqiong fire domain, which contained a large number of fire marrow crystals. Not long ago, the token in his hand had sensed the existence of the fire source lode. This discovery made the young duke extremely excited. For his father, Xiaoyaoho, the attraction of the fire source lode was also very great. Stupid warriors! How dare they dream of getting the fire source lode? How ridiculous! The young duke sneered. This world is destined to bow down to me and become my place of enlightenment. Bang! In the courtyard, the fire source lode in Fong Chen's hand instantly turned into powder. It then covered the surface of his skin and merged with his flesh and blood. Dong! 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 In an instant, Fong Chen's physical strength skyrocketed. Sword-shaped runes shone, and his chaotic sword body was upgraded to another level. Fong Chen opened his eyes. He was surprised to find that the fire source lode that had turned into powder had merged with his flesh and blood, raising the grade of his chaotic sword body to another level. So strong. He clenched his fist, and the void was torn apart. A terrifying aura spread out wildly. One should know that this was the myriad Tao world, which was built by the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The space was very strong, and it was not easy to tear it apart. Just my physical strength alone is enough to kill a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. Fong Chen laughed. The fire source lode allowed him to be reborn. After refining the fire source lode, his cultivation level had stabilized at the peak of the 4th rank, and his physical strength had increased by another level. Most importantly, his bloodline had evolved to the perfect level. Wong. With a thought, Fong Chen's bloodline vibrated. His blood flowed out, mixed with faint blue light. A shock that came from the depths of his soul swept across the land. At this moment, all the disciples in the Tao Palace who were in seclusion woke up. They felt their primordial spirits trembling as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Why do I feel my primordial spirit trembling? Oh my God, what kind of power is this? Is it a half-step chaotic sovereign? Many exclamations were heard. It was extremely shocking. Is this the perfect bloodline? Fong Chen murmured as he sensed it seriously. He was also shocked. If a half-perfect bloodline was a baby, then a perfect bloodline was a giant that could sweep across the world. The difference was too big. Boom! At the same time, 5 types of origin energy burst out in the vast God meteorite battlefield. 5 stone pillars appeared from 5 different directions. Everyone was shocked. The 5 stone pillars were the origin order of the world, the foundation that maintained the normal operation of the world. Unexpectedly, they had appeared. The 5 stone pillars shot up into the sky. In the void, they intersected and burst out with dazzling light like fireworks exploding. A vision from the heavens, fireworks from the origin. This was unprecedented. What happened? Why is there such a vision from the heavens?